Hello and welcome back to the Lime Peak Ranch romance series and to my channel here on YouTube. It's wonderful to have you today. I'm thrilled about the second book in the series. Today we get more of George and Carol's story, which you're going to love, and you're going to see Bonnie and all of her internal struggles and the things that happen because of that. It's going to be a great day. So I'm going to just send you straight into this story. I hope you enjoy it. Remember, every character has a different voice, and I actually changed Robert Canton's voice a little bit. Let me know what you think of the new one in the comments, and I'll talk to you later.
A much-anticipated bride. A Lime Peak Ranch family drama romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell.
Chapter 1. Bonnie Ruggles. Bonnie Ruggles slowly sorted bills into piles on the bed, the quiet rustle of paper against the Prairie Star patterned coverlet the only sound in an empty house. Tens, 20s, a few 50s, so many ones and fives. Her hands shook with the possibilities. Her phone browser was open to her PayPal account, the balance repeating over and over in her head like a prayer. Anna and John Dumont, her next-door neighbors and best friends, owned the rope business located across the main road from the Lime Peak Ranch. Way back in the day, before the barns were built or the herd had more than 20 cattle, John made heeling and heading ropes by hand. His work was highly sought after, and he used the money to pay for Christmas gifts for the kids. Anna was the one who picked up on the niche in the market and ran with it. Today, they had machines do most of the work and employed 17 people, including their oldest daughter, Olivia, and their two youngest children, Ellie and Porter. Their oldest son, George, worked as the ranch foreman, and their middle child, William, was in Lehigh working for Adobe. The income from the rope factory freed Anna to buy whatever she wanted, go where she wanted, be who she wanted. But Bonnie was different than Anna. When her children were young, Anna was not content with lazy library days, baking after-school cookies, or keeping house. Anna needed to conquer the world. Bonnie needed home, family, stability. In the grand scheme of things, chubby fingerprints and silly knock-knock jokes were so much smaller comparatively. The stipend Bonnie received for cooking for the ranch and the income from her handcrafted jewelry had been enough. She was enough. But she didn't feel that way anymore. For years she'd poured her heart and soul into the ranch, the children who called her Aunt Bonnie, and her husband's dreams. Dallas won the national finals rodeo 3 times and was even grand champion in team roping once. He trained the best horses in the sport and made quite a bit of money at it too. He and his roping partner, John, had built their dream ranch, including barns, a herd of the best cattle and horse bloodlines in the state, and an arena to be proud of. His dreams were grand, and supporting him had been a joy. Until life as the supporting cast just wasn't enough anymore. Apparently summoned by her traitorous thoughts, Dallas tromped into the room. Even in bare feet, the man couldn't move quietly. He was as cumbersome as one of the bulls in the corral. Also like a bull, Dallas commanded attention. His charisma was one of the things that had first attracted Bonnie to the team roper. His once jet black hair was now salt and pepper, and his gray eyes were clear. "How did you come out?" he asked, his voice full of pride. He'd about burst the first time she sold a bracelet. $3, and his chest filled out like a fluffed goose-down pillow. "I'm still counting." She hit the button to darken the phone's screen. Dallas came to stand by the bed and put his square, rough hands on her shoulders. The weight of them settled on Bonnie like another load of laundry in her never-ending battle with housework. Dallas surveyed the piles spread out on the quilt and let out a long whistle. "Looks like a banner year." Bonnie smiled, grateful for Dallas's goodness and support and hating herself for not being content. There were 2 wolves inside of her, both snarling and growling in their efforts to be the alpha. One wolf was made up of the love and devotion Dallas cultivated with his tender hands and supportive words. The other wolf, which she pictured as dark and sinister, was made from her selfishness. It often whispered to her that there was more in the world for her to see, more for her to do. After 30 years of living inside the Lime Peak Ranch fences, the dark wolf had become restless. That's what the money was all about. It would open the fence and let the wolf out to roam. Once she got a taste of what the world was really like, she'd want to come home. She hoped. Dallas patted her shoulder gently. If you keep this up, we are going to have to build you a factory. Pish! Bonnie swatted away the idea. It's just a hobby. It's a talent. He patted her again. But we're getting too old to start something new. Her heart picked up speed. Are we? She fingered a roll of quarters. What about going to Florida? We used to talk about doing that together. You couldn't drag me off the ranch. My roots are too deep. Dallas scoffed. We've got it good here, darlin'. Better than most. He kissed the top of her head. Bonnie shrank in on herself. That we do. I'm headed out to work with that new pony. I'll be back for dinner. The sinister wolf snarled at the gentle reminder to fix his supper. She calmed the wolf with the thought that a man didn't change overnight. If she were to suddenly rebel against the pattern she set over the course of their marriage, she would upset the entire ranch. And her life was good, in general. There wasn't one thing she could point at and say that it was the reason for her unrest. Well, maybe one thing. The ranch hadn't changed, she had. How or when that took place was difficult to put a pin in. The unrest had built inside year after year until it threatened to consume her. She wanted exploration, craved it even. Dallas did not. So if she was going to point the blame at anyone, it would have to be pointed at herself. I'll see you in a bit. She smiled at Dallas. He tromped out, and the room seemed to grow without his presence filling every corner. Her eyes lifted to the rustic wood accent wall Dallas had installed last year. He'd painstakingly sanded every plank of the aged barn wood and then sealed it for a smooth surface with a rough look. His presence was everywhere in this room. His dress boots were next to the door. His buckles lined up on the dresser. The room even smelled of him, a combination of Old Spice and Irish Spring soap. She took deep breaths, wondering how she could ever walk away from such a man, at the same time feeling empty and lost in the bedroom they'd shared for 30 years. Dallas thrived on the constant rotation of rodeos and ranch work. He'd built his kingdom and was content to bask in the ordinary life. And there was her biggest problem. She loved the man, and the man was tied to the land. If she left the ranch, Dallas would think she was leaving him. She wasn't planning to leave for good. For the bargain price of $3,194, she could see 6 Broadway shows, take 3 tours of New York City, and stay in a hotel where someone else made the bed and vacuumed the floors. Heaven on earth, as far as she was concerned. With a shiver, she turned her phone back on. There was no putting off the dark wolf any longer. Somehow, the confusion inside her needed to be settled one way or the other. It took courage to face the dark herself. Courage and a little crazy fear. She counted the ones and added the amount to her running total, and gasped. She had over $7,000. She pressed her palm against her forehead, taking deep, heaving breaths. She was going to New York City, and she was going to take care of herself for once. The dark wolf whispered, "It's about time."
Chapter 2. Logan Labrum. Wednesday, July 5th, 2017. A casino was a funny place. There were no clocks. The front doors were darkened to block the sunlight. And women in tight shorts and fishnet stockings shuttled drinks throughout the room. All of this was done to encourage people not to leave. And yet, the establishment ignored their greatest tool, the food. Logan had never eaten so richly. For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, he saw cuts of meat his family could never afford. Yet at no time during his and Ellie's stay had he smelled the food. If he was in charge, the kitchens would pump their aromas directly into the casino areas. With his stomach filled with prime rib and garlic mashed potatoes, Logan snagged 2 pieces of pie and headed back to the table where his new bride waited for dessert. They were staying in one of the big hotels on the Strip. It was shaped like a castle. Downstairs was a jousting tournament with a medieval dinner. They'd already eaten there. Tonight, he wanted something low-key after their day of sightseeing. The hotel had a small restaurant with low lights and partial walls that blocked out the ching-ching from the slot machines. He sidestepped an elderly couple, winking at the woman, who twittered as if he were a suave cowboy. He blushed. He wasn't anything special, quite the opposite, actually. His eyes fell on his breathtaking bride, and he stopped to stare. Ellie tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she scrolled through her phone. Her brow puckered in concentration, the sight sending warmth through Logan's chest. Ellie Dumont was the most beautiful of God's creatures, with a heart so tender Logan wanted to put her in a tower and stand guard all the rest of his days. If he ever needed proof that God moves in mysterious ways, it was found in the miracle of Ellie's love for him. He hastened his steps, suddenly anxious to be near her, and slid into the booth. She sidled up next to him, her hip up against his because they could hardly stand to be apart. She quickly tucked her phone into her purse. "Pecan or chocolate cream?" he asked, holding up each plate as he named the pie selections. "Chocolate." Ellie responded as if it were a dumb question. She smiled, but there was something new, a tightness around the edges that hadn't been there before he went after pie. He'd bet his truck it had something to do with her family. She refused to answer any of their texts, though she'd watched the video of Porter playing his guitar with the band several times. "What you looking at?" Ellie's shoulders fell forward. "Rodeo standings." The Western Stampede, he guessed. Her family went every year, and she had been entered in barrels. With their impromptu trip to Vegas, wedding, and subsequent honeymoon, she'd missed the rodeo. To make the finals in November, Ellie had to be one of the top 15 cowgirls in the nation. Missing the rodeo put a huge dent in her earnings and therefore her standings. They'd have to hit the circuit hard for the rest of the summer if she was going to make the NFR. Ellie frowned, twisting her fork through the whipped cream. "Sorry." Logan dropped his fork. It clattered up against the plastic pie plate and fell to the floor. He ignored it, cupping Ellie's warm cheeks in his palms. The fact that she was his and he was hers, and that the two of them had made sacred vows, overwhelmed him with emotions. They could ride off into the desert sun and begin their lives together, far away from his wreck of a father and her opinionated mother. They could walk away from all the responsibilities and ties. And yet, neither of them would be completely happy. Eventually, she would see him as the wedge between her and everyone else she loved. He refused to let that happen. "You don't need to feel bad, E. I'm not going to make you choose between us and them." Her eyes brimmed with tears. "They'll make me." Her eyes widened, and she gripped his hand still at her cheek. "I mean, they'll try." "Sweetheart." He moved his fingers into her hair, and she melted into him. "We won't let them build a wall between us." "How?" "We'll pretend we don't see it. If we can't see it, eventually they won't either." She laughed through her tears. "You've met my mother, right?" He kissed her forehead. "We'll make this work, love. I promise." Her arms went around his middle, and she buried her face between his neck and shoulder. He inhaled her sweet scent. "Not today," she said. "We're on our honeymoon." She kissed under his jaw, and his heart rate spiked, his thoughts spinning back to their room. "Yes, we are," he muttered, unable to hear past the pounding in his veins. He kissed her then, nice and slow, letting the love they shared chase away all the shadows that lay before them.
Chapter 3. Olivia Dumont. Coming home from a rodeo had never been so difficult. The West Jordan Western Stampede had been a magical escape from Olivia Dumont's everyday life, from the struggles she'd spent the last year fighting against. She looped Zinger's lead rope through the hook on the side of the trailer. Ellie hadn't shown for the rodeo. The organizers weren't too happy to be short one cowgirl, so Olivia had stepped in and ridden Zinger in the clover pattern. She'd done pretty well, too, considering her left hand couldn't hold the saddle horn very well. The accident had taken away the use of her last two fingers and her grip. She'd ended up hooking her wrist around the horn when kicking Zinger home. With a gentle tug, she secured his rope and stepped away. Her brother, George, clicked his tongue to encourage Gypsy out of the trailer. The horse spun, preferring to exit headfirst instead of backing up like a normal horse. Once unloaded, she shook out her mane. George shook his head, a dopey grin on his face. Olivia laughed. I don't know who's prouder of that buckle, you or her. She is, which is stupid, because I did all the work. George twirled the end of the lead rope in a circle. I'm hitting the shower. Olivia wrinkled her forehead. Aren't Carol and Levi coming over for lessons tonight? Yep. Sue, you're going to shower off the horse smell to ride horses? George's cheek quirked up in a cocky grin. He headed towards the barn and spoke over his shoulder. I'm showering for the same reason you showered before the fireworks the other night. Olivia flushed all the way to her dark roots. No one was supposed to see her and Robert kissing by the horses during the fireworks. Robert and his son, Jax, were around here somewhere. George should keep his voice down. She cupped her hand around her mouth. Don't let Gypsy know it's not for her. Ha ha. George went to put Gypsy away in the barn. Olivia climbed inside the trailer and moved the divider aside so she could reach Jasper's halter rope. He jerked his chin at her in greeting, his eyes wider than normal. Don't worry. There will be no more rodeos for a few weeks. She rubbed her hand down his neck. Like every horse, Jasper had his quirks. Fireworks scared the living daylights out of him. On top of that, he was a homebody through and through, and only put up with the rodeo circuit because he loved Olivia so much. At least, that's what she told herself when he got nervous about getting into the trailer. Getting him out was a trial too. Jax, she called for the 8-year-old, her voice bouncing around inside the metal box. She pushed on Jasper's toffee-colored shoulder, scooting him a few feet back before he planted his feet. She grunted against all 1,400 pounds of him. Come on, she cooed before kissing the air. He finally decided there was something out there worth seeing and backed up, his left hoof falling to the ground with a thud. It's the same drop-off every time, boy. She kissed again. Now that he knew where the ground was, Jasper moved with confidence. They were soon out of the trailer and on the dirt. Olivia turned him away from the open trailer. Jax came around the front of the truck, dragging a square-mouthed shovel behind him. The metal grated against the dirt and rocks, the sound filling the wide-open spaces of the Lime Peak Ranch. Jasper took a deep breath, held it, and then sighed. I told you we were home. Olivia rubbed his nose. I'd never lied to you, boy. Jax grinned up at the two of them. You talk like he understands. Olivia lifted a shoulder. He does. Does Millie understand? Millie was the horse Jax had adopted for his time here. A broodmare with no more fight in her than a potato bug, Millie was the perfect match for the inexperienced rider. She was also the perfect confidant for a kid who had lost his mother. Millie understands more than most people, Olivia replied. She gestured to the back of the trailer. We're ready for you to clean out. Jax pulled the shovel up and leaned against the handle as he lifted his foot to climb in. For a going-on third grader, he was a good worker and didn't mind cleaning up after horses. Robert followed Jax's path around the front of the truck, and Olivia had to lean against Jasper for support. Just the sight of Robert in a cowboy hat with 4 days of scruff on his cheeks was enough to give her weak knees and heart palpitations. She knew the feel of that scruff against her palm, her cheeks, and the rough scrape of it across her lips. He winked at Olivia in greeting. She winked back. "Do you want some help?" he asked his son. "I can do it," said Jax, with enough authority that Robert lifted both his hands in surrender. "The job's all yours, buddy." Robert stepped away from the back of the trailer. George came tearing out of the Dumont barn, headed towards the steer pen. He threw hay like a man who had other places to be. From there, he hopped on the tractor and headed out to deliver hay to the steers they'd kept back from the pastures. He waved at them as he passed. They waved in return and waited for some quiet so they could talk. While Olivia had been watching the four-wheeler, Robert had scooted closer. "I'm going to help Miss Olivia with Jasper, Jax." His gaze burned, letting her know just what kind of help he had in mind. Heat crept across her skin that had nothing to do with the early July temperatures. She grinned and turned her face away, feeling his eyes brush across her neck. She went to release Singer's rope. With Jasper's rope in her right hand, she fumbled with Singer's, and he shifted his feet impatiently. Olivia's neck burned with frustration. The simplest tasks. Finally, she dropped Jasper's rope and used both hands to undo the knot. Zinger must have pulled on it while he was waiting. Darn horse. With one lead rope in each hand, Jasper ended up between her and Robert. Just as well, she needed the space to think clearly for a moment. Ever since his kiss in the moonlight, Robert had the ability to swirl and twirl her thoughts like the string machines in the rope factory twisted strands. She should be floating because she'd won a saddle in barrels. Unlike George, she was happy to give the credit to her horse, considering she'd blundered a turn or two. If Ellie had been there, she would have padded her standings and taken home the saddle. But Ellie wasn't there. And she wasn't answering her phone. The loss of her sister was difficult. Like, lose the use of your left hand difficult. Where the accident had left Olivia feeling less than whole, Ellie's disappearance took a chunk out of her life and her heart. Riding Ellie's horse had intensified those feelings. Zinger hadn't liked Olivia all that much either, going up on his hind legs and jumping once when she took him through the gate. Olivia could still hear the crowd gasp. Robert opened Zinger's stall door and held Jasper as Olivia walked Zinger in and removed the halter. He flicked his tail at her before snorting once. "Yeah, you're fun." Olivia rolled her eyes at the horse and hung his halter on the peg outside his door. She took Jasper's lead rope and crossed the barn. Robert held the stall door and gave Olivia a sultry once-over. Olivia's face flushed again. Dr. Robert Canton was too smart for his own good. He perfected the technique needed to make her blush in just a few days. He ran his hand down her left arm and hooked their pinkies. Somehow, he knew just how to hold her injured hand, using the crook of the finger to his advantage. It was like he liked her. Broken body and all. They'd been careful around the family, except George, apparently, taking exceptional care around Jax. What was growing between them was still tender and new. They weren't ready to put it out there under the bright light of family scrutiny. Or set it in front of Jax for him to climb on, only to yank it out from under him later. No words or grand discussions had happened. They just sort of understood that this could be big, and they needed to handle it with care. Olivia unhooked Jasper's lead rope with her right hand, leaving her left hooked with Robert's. "He's happy to be home." She rubbed the horse's jaw and muttered, "Darn fireworks." Robert's arms came around her from behind, strong and sure. "I liked the fireworks." His warm breath brushed over her skin in a sensual caress. "Me too." She spun in his arms and clasped her hands behind his neck. Cover your eyes, Jasper, we're about to make some fireworks. Robert moaned and pressed his lips against her neck. Olivia sagged against him as her knees gave out. She never saw this coming, this wild and crazy attraction between them, nor her ability to drop into his arms without a care. She'd kissed her share of men, but none of them had the ability to sweep her knees out from under her like he did. Jasper nickered and nudged her shoulder. Olivia laughed. I told you to cover your eyes, silly horse. Robert's gaze dropped to her lips. Olivia lifted onto her tiptoes, and their lips came together in an explosion of desire. Several minutes later, a small voice called into the barn, Dad? They both paused, their breath hot and their arms wrapped tightly around one another. Olivia slid her hands down the front of his soft cotton shirt. Jax, she whispered. I'll meet you back here later? Olivia muttered as Robert kissed his way across her cheek. He finished with a brush of her lips and slipped out of the stall. Olivia leaned against the door, giving the pair some distance and allowing herself to cool off. She fanned her face and made sure her hair wasn't all over the place. Jasper wandered over and dropped his head to sniff at her boots. He snorted on them as if he were displeased. She might be too, if somebody was making out in her room. Olivia suppressed a giggle in case Jax was still in hearing distance. She rubbed Jasper's face. Get used to it, boy.
Chapter 4. George Dumont. George threw on his cleanest jeans and button-up plaid shirt. Staying in the apartment over the barn wasn't the ideal situation, not with his wife and son living in the house down the lane. No, sir. If he had his way, he'd be staying right there with them. But things weren't that easy between him and Carol. He ran his fingers through his damp hair and shoved his best straw hat in place. He'd been at the Western Stampede Rodeo for 3 long and lonely days. Rodeo used to consume his thoughts. From the moment he stepped out of the truck to the minute he pulled through the Lime Peak Ranch gate, all he thought about was roping, horses, standings, jackpots, buckles, and saddles. The Iceman. This trip was unlike any trip before. For the last 3 days, the image of coming home to his wife and son floated before him, making the time drag like a broken trailer hitch. The desire to be with them was so strong, he had leaned over the steering wheel the whole ride home. Now that he had showered off the rodeo, he hopped on the four-wheeler and burned down the lane. Throwing his leg over the seat before the wheeler came to a complete stop, he bounded up the front steps. 3 long strides across the wooden wraparound porch, and he was turning the knob to the front door. Carol. Levi, he called. The smell of Italian chicken, Carol's signature dish, grabbed hold of his senses. She'd have warm French bread and green beans to go with it. His stomach growled. Home was awesome. Daddy. Levi careened around the corner, coming from the living room. The sight of his child, in socks in the house George had built for his family, was so strong it took George to his knees. Clutching Levi close, George closed his eyes, drinking in the contentment. Carol came more slowly around the same corner, her arms wrapped around her middle. She kept rubbing her luscious lips together, a definite sign that George had done something wrong. Pushing down that instinct at irritation, after all, he'd just gotten home, he said, "Hello, beautiful." Carol's long lashes dropped over her bright green eyes. "How was the rodeo?" asked Levi. He shimmied his feet back and forth on the hardwood floor, too excited to hold still. "Pretty good, buckaroo. Aunt Olivia won a saddle, and me and Grandpa won buckles." He pulled his out of his back pocket. "See?" Levi's chubby hands gripped both sides of the silver metal plate, his eyes growing wider and wider. George rubbed Levi's head, feeling all self-conscious all of a sudden. "I won it for you." "You did?" He traced his finger over the gold rope that ran around the edge of the buckle. "Yep. It's all yours." I thought it would look good in your room on that buckle holder on the wall. Yeah. Levi jumped up and down. Why don't you go put that away and get your PJs on, said Carol. She also ruffled Levi's hair. Okay. Levi trotted off, his socks sliding against the hardwood. His head was down and his fingers traced the cowboys on the buckle. George worried about him slipping if he were going too fast. We need to get a rug or something. I'll get to it. Carol put her hand on her hip. I could pick one up the next time I'm in town. She sighed. I've got it. But. George, she stopped, closed her eyes, and put her fingertips together as if she were trying to achieve Zen. Another sign that George had done something wrong. He could always read the signs after the fact, but was never quite sure how to avoid them in the first place. Thanks for stopping by to see Levi, but it's his bedtime, and I have a long day tomorrow, so, she fixed her gaze on the door. I just got here. I thought we could sit on the porch for a while. She was shaking her head before he finished. We could have, if you had come sooner. But we just got back. I saw you all pull in, over an hour ago. He nodded. I had chores to do. And I busted my butt to get them done. Carol's fingers kneaded her forehead. I know, George. I know. It's chores and horses and fences, and if you get all that done, then you have time to sit on the porch. But we can't wait around, our lives have to go on whether you get the herd watered or not. George felt his mouth drop open. The beautiful smells from dinner that had invited him into the house now grew as stale as leftovers. Carol lightly took his shoulders and turned him toward the door, which was still hanging open behind him. He hadn't even been inside long enough to shut the door. With a gently nudge from behind, he stepped out. It would be best if you knocked before you came in. But it's my house, he'd started to say. Carol's eyes became as cautious as a bunny in the dog run. Yes, his name was on the dotted line, but he had promised Carol the house would be hers if she and Levi moved in. Living in Dallas's apartment above the barn wasn't his favorite, but it was closer to his wife and son than he'd been in a couple years. He didn't finish the sentence, just left it hanging there between them as he walked away. His boots thunked against the wood steps as heavily as his heart thunked in his chest after being turned out of his own house. That wasn't what he'd pictured at all. Well, the part with Levi had been. That was tender, and he'd store that memory away for safekeeping. But Carol? He climbed aboard the four-wheeler, wondering if he should head back up those steps and make her tell him in plain English what exactly he'd done wrong. The animals had to be tended to, that was the order of things. A man couldn't run off to see his sweetheart and leave a thirsty horse. That was irresponsible, and if George was anything, it was responsible. So why did he feel like a louse?
Chapter 5. Bonnie Ruggles. Life had a way of going on as if the family had never been gone. Normalcy mocked Bonnie at every turn. Did the ranch have to run like a finely tuned John Deere? Even with Ellie and Logan out of the picture, the chores got done without complaint, meals were expected, Mr. Canton ate a stalk of corn, all the ordinary days dawdled along. Except this day. This day was uncommon, because today was the day Bonnie took the bull by the horns. Sweet, domesticated Bonnie was large and in charge of her future. Bonnie ducked inside the pantry and closed the door behind her. Sneaking around probably wasn't necessary in the middle of the afternoon, but she didn't feel sure enough to sit at the kitchen table and make plans to leave the ranch, for a week. Dallas wouldn't see it that way, but she couldn't live her life confined by the possibility of hurting his male ego. She wasn't leaving Dallas. She was taking a few days to recharge her batteries. Anna went on business trips several times a year without John, and John survived. She and Dallas would get through this too. She hoped. Her husband was a complicated man. Ellie was the brave one of the family. Running off with Logan Labrum. There was a girl who followed her heart. She wouldn't be wrung out in 30 years. No, sir. That girl would be singing and dancing her life away. If Ellie could do it, so could Bonnie. Before she lost the nerve, Bonnie dialed the travel agency she'd found online. The phone rang and rang. Bonnie eyed the closed door. Pick up. She bit her thumbnail. Dallas was training a filly in the round pen. He turned out some of the best horses in rodeo, charging up to $75,000 per horse. It was a good thing he charged that much, because he poured himself into every animal, using a gentle hand and a lifetime of knowledge. Hello, a perky voice asked over the line, bringing Bonnie's thoughts back to her purpose for sitting on a bucket of flour. Hi. Bonnie blurted, surprised to hear someone answer. Hi, she said, quieter this time. Can I talk to someone about booking the New York City Broadway tour? Her voice was so loud in the small space she was sure Dallas could hear her all the way in the barnyard. I can help you with that. Oh. Okay. Great. Have you traveled with us before? No. Okay, I'll need some information. Bonnie's leg went up and down and her thumbnail was a ragged mess. She gave over all sorts of personal information before the woman said, You'll see Phantom, Wicked, The Lion King, Cats, School of Rock, and the Blue Man Group. She squeezed her eyes shut and slapped her hand over her mouth to hold in the Yahoo. Sounds beautiful. Oh, it is. I went last year. You're going to love it. Bonnie's leg stilled. I'm counting on it. Just give me a second and I'll be ready for your credit card number. Whoa. The numbers ticked through Bonnie's head like the countdown to a bomb. She worked her tongue around her dry mouth. Can I ask about your refund policy? I'm sorry to say, but at this late date, we can't offer a refund if you decide to cancel. Bonnie's eyes dropped shut. She'd never in her life spent money foolishly. She clipped coupons, bought in bulk, she'd learned to make her own jewelry so she'd look expensive without having to spend the money. Her whole body quaked. I should have worked my way into this, started with a full-price dress at a boutique or something. Okay, I'm ready for that number. Bonnie pressed her lips. How bad did she want this, really? Her hand brought the card up before her face, moving without her consciously telling it to. Like her subconscious mind said, don't you dare back out now. The stacks of paper plates and spices and canned foods faded away, and all she could see was the card, the numbers practically glowing. It's a Visa card. She rattled off the number and asked the woman to repeat it back to her. After a few more minutes of conversation, Bonnie hung up the phone. She pressed her hands to her cheeks, checking the smile on her face. A feeling of being set free lifted her heart. She was going. The ticket had been paid for, the hotel booked, the flight arranged. This was her dream. She chewed her bottom lip. Now all she had to do was survive until the end of the month. One more month of dishes and dinners and sweeping and mopping and washing and folding and she would have 5 days of paradise. The doorknob was cold, a jolting reminder that at the ranch, she was just Bonnie. Not for long. She threw open the door to find an empty kitchen and a dust cloud out the window, where Dallas lunged his filly in circles. He was a good man. Their marriage was worth more to her than running off without a word. There had to be a way to include him in this. The ticket was non-refundable. She had to go now or she would lose a lot of money. Her hand fluttered from her hair to her neck. Buying the travel package had been a huge leap for her. What had she thought? That she should have eased herself into this. That's what she'd do with Dallas. She'd ease him into the idea of a trip. There had to be a reason he would let her go without trying to talk her out of it. She paced back and forth across the wood floor, her bare feet squeaking against the polish she'd applied just that morning. The answer came to her in a flash. Cobble Creek, Wyoming. She sold jewelry through a shop on Main Street and often donated items to local fundraisers. Perhaps Dallas would understand the need for her to check in with her business associates. Not that she'd ever called them that before. If this was going to work, she needed to use the right jargon. She stepped across the tidy room, ready to put her plan into action. If she could book this trip, then she could make things happen. The walk across the grass took longer than ever before. The air in the barnyard was dry and hot. The filly pranced around the pen, her head high and her neck taut. Dallas was in the middle, holding a long lead rope in his left hand and swinging the end with his right. The movement of the rope kept the horse in motion. Bonnie laid her arms on the fence and yanked them back because of the heat. "Whoa," said Dallas, his voice deep. The young horse pranced and then stopped. She was learning. Now that she was out here in the bright afternoon light, Bonnie's courage dimmed. She and Dallas had trained one another over the years, much like he trained the filly. And she was going against all that training. Dallas had never laid a hand on her, never hurt her, would consider it below him. But he was moody when things weren't going his way. He could stomp and snort as well as any stallion when he perceived danger. And Bonnie's ideas were definitely dangerous. Well, isn't this a nice surprise? Dallas didn't move from his spot in the middle of the pen. The horse's eyes were wide, and she was waiting for Dallas to make a move so she could move. Bonnie racked her brain for something to say. "I just needed some air." "We've got plenty of that," replied Dallas. She gathered her nerve. "I was thinking. You know that bed and breakfast in Cobble Creek? The one you sent the jewelry to for the fundraiser? That's the one. We buy the quilts from there too." She tucked her hands in her back pockets. "I sell things through that store on consignment, the one on Main Street. I was thinking of going there." She held her breath. Throwing that statement into the round pen was like dipping your toes in water. You braced for the cold and hoped for warm. "By yourself?" She nodded. "Anna travels for business." The horse forgotten, Dallas charged straight for her. He took both her hands in his and pulled them through the fence, resting them on his chest. "Whatever I've done to upset you, Bonnie darlin', I am sorry." "What?" "Dallas, no. You haven't done anything wrong." His reaction wore on her, because if she was right about the way he'd perceive her desire to travel as an insult, then she was right about everything else. "Then why would you want to leave me?" His eyes held so much worry. "I think it would be good to get away for a couple days. A working vacation." He stared at her like she'd grown a tail as long as the fillies. A vacation from what? From the ranch. Too late she realized her mistake. "This isn't work. We live the dream, our dream." His grip tightened slightly. "Really, what have I done to upset you?" "Nothing, Dallas." Her heart sank. "You've done nothing." Bonnie stared into his clear gray eyes. For all his rough-and-tumble cowboy ways, Dallas Ruggles had an awfully tender heart. The horse wandered back and forth behind Dallas, pacing as if she were the one worried about her marriage. Bonnie forced a smile. "It's good business to develop a personal relationship with these ladies. I wanted to see them face to face." Dallas worked his jaw, his thumbs scrubbing at the back of her hands. "Do you want to go with me?" she asked with little hope. The question was a peace offering to let him know she wasn't running out on him, angry at him, or had fallen out of love. Why did men think things were so uncomplicated when they were such complicated creatures themselves? His thumbs slowed. "Can it wait till January?" Bonnie blinked in surprise. "Really?" Then we'll go. Cobble Creek wasn't exactly New York, but she'd take it if he was willing to go with her. His smile slowly faded. I don't know, Bonnie. The herd will be in the corral then, and Juniper's foal is due. We should be here for her. Juniper was one of their broodmares. She had been with them for 15 years now and had delivered 5 exceptional foals. He nodded. I can't ask her to go it alone, and we don't have a foreman like John has George. Bonnie bit her cheek. Maybe you could hire someone. Who? He tipped his hat back and scratched his hair. George is invested in this place. I'd train Porter, but he's still figuring things out. I hope he decides to go to college. It'd be good for him. He needs something. I know how he feels, Bonnie muttered. Next year. Dallas nodded. Let's talk about Cobble Creek next year, okay? She nodded, not trusting her voice. The filly began running circles and snorting. She really was a stinker, but she envied her for running when she had the chance. Dallas released Bonnie to catch the rope as it dragged through the dirt. He talked in low, calming tones before saying, "Whoa," and bringing the horse to a stop. Bonnie watched in awe of the way the animal gave up her free and hyper ways under Dallas's hand. She couldn't tell Dallas about New York. He'd talk her out of it as surely as he talked the filly into stopping. He'd point out all the good times they'd had, the wonderful life they'd built together, and he'd ask her how she could leave all that, ever. She'd feel so bad, because she really did love him, that she'd cancel her trip. She'd mark the days off on the calendar and watch her dream slip by, because she loved him more than everything. But if she did that, she would remain a shell. Like the horse in the round pen, her carefree spirit would be broken. Even though it was under a kind hand and even though she went along with it, she'd still be broken. If they'd had children. No, she couldn't go down that road. It was better left unexplored. She turned away from the pen. She wouldn't tell Dallas. Not today. Not when there was time for him to change her mind.
Chapter 6. Olivia Dumont. Olivia tossed her phone on the desk and glared at it. She'd sent another text to Ellie asking about a work order and didn't get a reply. Porter, the youngest Dumont, looked up from the clipboard he held. Rough day at the office? It wouldn't be so hard if Ellie were here. Porter shrugged. He was unaffected by almost everything these days. Or maybe he was easygoing. Wasn't that a baby of the family thing? Being able to roll with life? Maybe Porter's attitude was average for an 18-year-old. Olivia was the oldest girl. So she was all uptight and willing to track her sister's phone to find out where she'd run off to with Logan Labrum. She snatched a goldenrod work order out of Ellie's inbox and glared at it, too. Inputting new orders was Ellie's job, not Olivia's. Ellie did the scheduling and managed accounts. For the most part, her system was self-explanatory, but there wasn't a date written on the order form, and knowing when the order came in was important for knowing when it should go out. Olivia drummed her fingers on the desk. She was doing double duty in the office to cover for her missing sister when all she wanted to do was double up on time with Robert and Jax. Fine if Ellie wanted to be with Logan. Olivia didn't have a problem with that. In fact, if Ellie would answer the phone, Olivia would love to congratulate her on her wedding. Assuming a wedding had taken place. Why else would Ellie and Logan have run off to Vegas? Would it kill her to answer a text? Would you answer on your honeymoon? Asked Porter. Olivia grunted in response. She'd told Porter about tracking Ellie's phone. He'd taken the information in stride. Stinking lastborn. He'd also taken over for Logan on the rope factory floor, overseeing quality control and scheduling overtime as needed. He didn't have the management skills Logan did, nor did he have the college degree, or the ability to organize people and keep them motivated. Heck, the guys working for him were anywhere from 5 to 25 years older than Porter. They knew more about this business than he did, and they knew it. Logan was younger than some of them too, but they'd come to respect him. Olivia could only hope Porter would earn their respect as well. Olivia rolled the paper into a tube, considering Porter's question. Okay, maybe on her honeymoon she wouldn't give the rope factory a second thought. If she were on a beach somewhere with Robert, she'd throw her phone into the ocean and drop into the warmth of his arms. Probably not, she answered begrudgingly. She allowed the paper to unroll in her hands. But I wouldn't run off like a loon and leave my replacement in a lurch. I have no idea when this order came in. Call the client, was Porter's brilliant reply. That really looks professional. She twirled her hair around her finger. Hello, Western Supply? You ordered 25 ropes from us, but we can't remember when. Porter rolled his eyes. And your other option is? Ask my lovesick sister. She dropped the paper. Ellie had made it clear she wasn't going to respond to Olivia's attempts to reach out on a personal or professional level. Her sister's rejection stung. Porter, I swear if you ever disappear, I'm coming after you and dragging you back. Porter tapped his foot, looking anywhere but at Olivia. Porter, Olivia infused his name with as much warning as a police officer. She'd tried to warn Ellie off of doing anything stupid, and it hadn't worked. All it did was earn her the silent treatment. Switching tactics, Olivia became the confidant. Please tell me you're not running away. He flushed red. I don't have any plans. That's, Olivia cut off as the door flew open. Mom breezed in. If the chemical and coconut smell was any indication, her hair had been freshly frosted. Her boots were polished and matched her handbag right down to the rhinestone embellishments. How's everybody doing? She smiled wide. Fine, answered Porter. Great, chirped Olivia. Mom may look put together, but that was her coping mechanism. When the world fell apart around her, Ellie Dumont pulled herself together to set the example, and by darn, it usually worked. Olivia had seen the phone bill. Mom called Ellie 3 times a day, also not getting a response. Ellie's elopement was beginning to feel more like a betrayal. Especially for Mom. All those years Logan's dad had attacked Ellie Dumont had left scars. Mom rarely spoke of him now, but the hurt and the grudge was just as deep as ever. Now that Logan had stolen Ellie away, well, that didn't improve Mom's opinion of the family. Mom didn't know about the trackers Olivia had on their phones. Really, the tracker was a free bonus when Olivia switched them over to a new plan. It wasn't like she meant to keep tabs on her siblings. But the darn thing had come in handy when Ellie took off from the family dinner with nothing more than a purse thrown over her shoulder and an impulsive proposal and hadn't come home that night. On top of that, Mom didn't know Ellie was in Las Vegas. Nor did she know that Ellie had stopped at a wedding dress shop for 2 hours and a chapel later that day for 3. Olivia was practically bursting with the news. It would serve her selfish little sister right if Olivia told their parents. As frustrated and hurt as she was, she couldn't rat out her sister. There was a code between sisters that shall not be broken. Mom, do you know when this order came in? Olivia handed over the sheet. Mom cocked her head. Friday? Maybe. Olivia smiled. She could work with that. I'll get it on the schedule. How are you holding up? Mom asked without mentioning Ellie. We missed 3 days for the stampede. Ellie changed the spreadsheet. I'm still getting used to the new format. It would be easier if she or Logan were here. Olivia refused to pretend her sister didn't exist. The tactic may help Mom deal with things, but Olivia was working through the pain of missing her sister's wedding, fussing with her veil, crying before the ceremony, and knowing that when Ellie came home, if she came home, things would be different. But don't. Mom closed her eyes. I don't care how bad it is. We don't need a labrum to run this business. Does that include Ellie? Porter asked. Olivia sliced her hand across her neck to shush her brother. That's why she didn't tell him things. The baby was always the loudmouth. Porter cursed quietly. Mom pinned Porter with a stare. Ellie is a Dumont. I know, but she did ask him to marry her, he pushed. That wasn't a real proposal. That was a tantrum, replied Mom. She'll be home soon and back to work. Olivia and Porter exchanged a look that said their mom had moved to the great state of denial. Mom forcibly brightened. Porter is more than capable of managing the floor from now on. The color drained from Porter's face. Olivia bit her lip, wishing she could have warned her mom off of that idea. Porter didn't want to be here any more than he wanted to have his toenails painted bright green. Olivia tucked her chair a little farther under the desk and tucked into the pile of work orders. Mom settled in as well. She opened their client profiles and began updates. Porter headed out to package their latest shipment, the clipboard tucked under his arm. Olivia wondered if that was how it would be from now on, all of them close enough physically but not able to talk about the real issues. If Ellie ever came home, Olivia would give her a piece of her mind and then hug the living daylights out of her. She scrubbed her face. If she could get out of the office, she might have a chance to talk to Robert about all this, get an outsider's perspective. Ellie's actions were rash, but after a couple of Robert's kisses, Olivia could almost understand the passion that would lead her sister to make such a crazy decision.
Chapter 7. Ellie Dumont. Ellie stared out over the Vegas skyline. The view from their room was beautiful with light glowing against the dark blue sky. Neon signs flashed. Huge screens showed clips of people winning at the tables, the upcoming heavyweight fight, a motorcyclist jumping 40 cars. Taxis sat bumper to bumper until the light went green, and then they all sprinted to the next intersection. The air conditioner kicked on, sending goosebumps over her arms. The night sky never got totally black this close to the strip, and she couldn't find a star to wish on. Even with her recent marriage, there were troubles on her mind. She'd moved to the love seat so she wouldn't disturb Logan by tossing back and forth, unable to settle after a bad dream. The dream had faded, and she was left awake to twirl her hair through her fingers as her thoughts churned. On the bed, Logan stirred. His arms reached for her and, finding an empty space, he sat up on his elbows. His wonderful chest and shoulders were outlined in the pale light. Ellie went to him, almost as if she didn't have a choice because she loved him so much. Logan gathered her close and pressed a kiss to her hair. "I didn't mean to wake you up," she said by way of an apology. "I'm still dizzy from that roller coaster," he mumbled into her hair. His voice was groggy and warm. Ellie giggled, thinking of how he'd gone green on the first drop. "I promise we'll skip that one tomorrow." He trailed his fingers up and down her shoulder. "I think we've done just about everything PG this town has to offer." She kissed his neck. "Loving you is the purest part of my life." Logan lifted her chin and brought their lips together in a soft, tender, and thorough kiss. Ellie sighed into him. Her worries frittered away like confetti in the wind when he kissed her like that, and she gave herself over to the love they shared. Logan paused, searching her face. "It's time to go home, sweetheart." Ellie crumpled the sheet in her fists. "We can stay, I've got enough money in savings. We could be here 3 months. That might be enough time for my family to forgive us." Logan chuckled as he loosened her fingers from the sheet and brought them to his lips, where he kissed them one at a time. "Like they forgave William?" Ellie frowned. He had a point. William was still on the outs with her parents. And he hadn't done anything as hideous as marrying the son of her mother's sworn enemy. Where will we live? With your dad? Logan lived with and cared for his ailing father. Being gone over a week had pulled at Logan's sense of duty to the old man. He'd had to ask a friend to check on his dad, something that was embarrassing for him. It was selfish of Ellie to keep him away from that responsibility. Sweetheart, I love you way too much to move you into my father's house. We could have rented Dallas's barn, but George just moved in so Carol could have a house. I'm glad his family's closer. Ellie kissed stubble-covered cheeks. That was such a Logan thing to say. He'd always be happy for another person's success, even if it took something from him. Maybe there's something to rent in Provo or Payson. Eureka was as small a town as a person could find. At one point, there was a hotel with 3 rooms, but it shut down over 20 years ago. There weren't apartment complexes or condos going in. If you didn't own a house, you didn't live there. Logan shook his head. You need to be close to Zinger and the arena if you're going to make it to the finals in Vegas this year. Ellie nodded. Payson was 20 minutes away and Provo was 45. She spent as much time on her horse as she did at work. I already made it to Vegas. She smiled, her cheek bunching up on his chest. They stayed that way for a moment, just letting the quiet joy of their honeymoon surround them. I have savings too, he said out of the blue. Good. Maybe he was coming around to the idea of staying in Vegas. Let's build a house. A house? She sat up on one elbow. Her hair blocked out the lights from the open curtains and cast a shadow over Logan's face. Yeah. He grinned. We need our own place, might as well make it at home. She sat all the way up. I always thought I'd build on the ranch. On my plot. You have a plot? Logan sat up, too, taking her hand in his. His gray eyes, normally carrying a hint of the trails he'd waded through in life, were alight with hope. Next to George's, she confirmed. Logan hopped onto his knees on the bed. Sweetheart, I will build you a home right there. Ellie closed her eyes, trying to picture what life would be like on the ranch. The utopia her parents talked about when they gave them their lots just couldn't come together in her head. Not with the way they hated her husband. Logan, do you even know what you're saying? My family may have let you work for them, but after this, she wiggled her ring finger. They're going to hate you. And I'm pretty sure don't like me much right now either. Logan held up 5 fingers. Your mom? Yes. She hates me. Your dad? Possibly. We got along well on the cattle drive. With time, I think I can win him over. George. Logan pressed his lips together. I'm not sure about him. But I've worked with Olivia for 6 months now, and I think we're cool. He dropped his hand, having run out of fingers. Porter likes me. And I haven't met William yet, so he's a blank slate. And Dallas and Bonnie have always loved me. Ellie cupped his cheek with her hand. Logan, sweet, good, kind, Logan. I don't want to take you into the lion's den. I've spent my whole life winning people over because of my dad. I know what I'm getting into. If anyone could win over Anna Dumont, it would be Logan. But there's not a house there. Where will we live now? I have an idea. His grin went all lopsided and his eyes sparkled. Ellie stared in wonder at the boyish charm. No matter what happened with her family, she was the luckiest woman in the world to be married to this man.
Chapter 8. Olivia Dumont. Friday. Was there any better day of the week? If there was an argument for Tuesday or Wednesday being the best, Olivia couldn't think of it. She'd spent the entire week playing catch-up and teaching herself things Ellie should have taught her before she left. But finally, after 5 days of headaches, Olivia had the office under control. If Ellie ever came home, Olivia was going to wring her beautiful long neck for taking off without training her first. The Omaha job was well on its way, though 3 days behind. She'd offered a discount to the buyer. They'd taken it happily, and perhaps she'd saved their relationship at a 10% loss in profit. They were a steady client, though, and not the type to take advantage of a supplier. Offering the discount was the right thing to do. Besides, their ropes were a steady seller. Even if she'd been stingy, the client would have come back. Porter left at the stroke of 5, as if he were about to turn into a pumpkin. Where he was off to, no one knew. Olivia had enough of trying to track down one sibling this week, and there was no use stirring up trouble by tracking a second. Besides, he was most likely off to play with his band. They were a talented group. She'd enjoyed hanging out with William at the club and listening to Porter play. No one else in the family was creative or artsy, except for Aunt Bonnie, but she made jewelry, not music. Maybe Porter had gotten all the musical genes in the family. Mom left shortly after Porter. She and Dad were going for a ride in the hills and wanted to be back before sunset. Which left Olivia to straighten up the office and lock up the factory. She was organizing papers on her desk when the phone rang. A quick glance at the clock told her it wasn't quite 5:30, so she decided to pick up. Dr. Ropes. This is Olivia, how may I help you? Olivia Dumont, asked the caller. Yes. This is Al from Vegas Campers and Trailers dealership. I'm calling to verify employment and salary for Ellie Dumont. Olivia plunked into her chair. She worked to pull air into her lungs, but there just wasn't enough in the room. Ma'am? I'm here. She shoved papers aside and reached for her cell phone, not caring that she'd spent the last 10 minutes making those orderly piles. The cell phone slipped from her grasp twice before she tucked the receiver between her cheek and her shoulder and used her right hand to pick it up. I'm sorry, where did you say you're from? Vegas Campers. Vegas. She'd hoped they hadn't actually gotten married, even though she'd seen the red at the chapel. She'd hoped some sense of family loyalty had kept Ellie from making the biggest decision of her life without her sister. But the man had asked for Ellie Dumont. Holy crap, her baby sister was married. Yes. We're located in Las Vegas. He paused before adding, Nevada. Olivia wanted to scream. She couldn't type out the text fast enough using one thumb. Her left hand was useless when there was this much adrenaline spiking through her veins. What are you doing? She texted Ellie. Why would Ellie and Logan need a fifth wheel? Were they hitting the road and never coming back? Exactly what information do you need? He repeated his requests for employment and salary verification. Are you the right person to talk to, or is there someone else? He sounded hopeful. No doubt stalling wasn't building his confidence in her. No. I'm the only one here that can take care of this. If you'll hold, I'll look up the salary information. She didn't need to look it up, but she did need to stall. Thank you. Her phone beeped. If she'd expected a long explanation, she wasn't going to get one. She glared at the one-word reply. Please. She tipped her head back and stared at the weird shapes in the ceiling paint. Her sister had gotten married without her, and now she was asking for help. Mom would tell her to hang up the phone, let them handle it on their own. If they were grown up enough to get married, they were grown up enough to figure this out. Moms were supposed to use tough love, sisters were for favors. Are you still there? Olivia asked. Yes, ma'am. Olivia gave him Ellie's years of employment and salary information. He said thank you and hung up the phone. Olivia put her head on the desk. After a few minutes of silence, the nice phone lady said, Please hang up the phone and try again, she may have just lost her sister forever. Who knew where they were headed next? Her phone beeped with a text, and she scrambled for it, hoping for that long explanation she deserved. It wasn't Ellie, though. "Can I buy you dinner at the diner?" asked Robert. Olivia closed her eyes. She couldn't go home, not after what she just did. Mom believed Ellie would come home and fill in the empty place at her desk as though this was all just a dream, and Olivia had just given Ellie the ability to live anywhere she could plug in a trailer. Text, "I'd love that." Text, "I'll meet you there." She screwed the lid on her half-empty Dr. Pepper and tucked it inside her purse. With a quick glance around the room, she flipped off the lights and locked up for the weekend. Dr. Pepper was great, but what she really needed was a shot of Robert. He had a way of lightening her load with just a touch. Besides, a date would be a welcome escape from the drama Ellie threw into her life. She couldn't take any more big surprises, not for a while. Thankfully, Robert was as even-keeled as they come. She needed that in her life right now, maybe for longer, depending on how things went between them. Putting aside thoughts of Ellie and Logan, she made her way to the HWY 6 diner.
Chapter 9. Dr. Robert Canton. Robert took a deep breath of country air. When he'd first arrived at the Lime Peak Ranch, the smell of animals was stronger than he'd experienced outside of a visit to the zoo. Horses and cows had different stinks, the cows being earthy and deep while the horses were sharper with an acidic quality. And the flies? There were plenty of those buzzing around. He complained about them to Olivia last night over dinner. There was a large, lazy fly bumping around their table. They'd swatted it away several times. Olivia had laughed. "You know the secret to keeping them away, don't you? Tell me." He'd leaned forward, taking her hand in his. "Menthol cream. Now you're feeding this city boy a line. Not looking like a city boy tonight." She tapped the brim of his hat, and it was all he could do not to lean across the table and kiss her right there. "It works on mosquitoes, too." Robert had laughed at that, harder than the comment by itself was funny. Olivia tipped her head, her long brown braid brushing the tabletop. "What?" "I wondered why the mosquitoes didn't go after Dallas and John on the cattle drive." Olivia laughed then, too. "Who do you think taught me that trick?" The meal continued like that. Laughing, flirting, and then kissing in the alleyway before coming home. They'd managed to keep their date on the down low, which worked for them. Thanks to Olivia's secret bug-repellent weapon, the next afternoon, Robert was sitting on Bonnie's back deck, watching Jax feed weeds to Mr. Canton and catching bits of Bonnie and Olivia's conversation through the screen door as they canned vegetables. Olivia had spent the morning on Jasper. Horses were put through workouts on the ranch that left them lathered in sweat. She'd had a few catches, which she'd called lucky, but she struggled to rope. Robert hadn't seen her compete or practice before her hand injury, so he had no idea what she was trying to get back to. From the way George and Carol talked, Olivia had been one of the best. His thoughts came back to Jax, who was covered in dirt and smiles. There were several dogs on the ranch, 2 border collies and a black lab. One collie belonged to Dallas, the other John, and the lab was Anna's. The collies had been a boon on the cattle drive. They knew what they were doing. Jax didn't gravitate towards the canines, though. He chose to hang out with the goat. To his credit, the goat put up with Jax's form of friendship, even if that meant being pulled away from a sweet patch of grass just because Jax wanted him to move. "I noticed the sweet pickles are almost gone." Olivia's voice was like maple syrup, sweet, with undertones of deep flavor as it floated through the screen door. He liked her. Liked her more than he'd liked a woman in ages. Closing his eyes, Robert waited for the bite of regret and the sting of grief over the loss of his wife to strike. They didn't come. He kept his eyes closed a moment longer. Olivia and her inner strength and powerful kisses must be his secret weapon against loneliness and loss. Olivia continued, "Are you going to do more of those this year?" "I planted 2 cucumber plants, so I guess I'd better," Bonnie replied. "The baby dills are my favorite. I'll help you do a batch of those." "Thanks." Bonnie paused and bottles clinked. "My mom used to make spears." They were stronger in flavor but perfect for a pulled pork sandwich. Robert started. He grabbed the arms of the chair and held on. He'd come here looking for his biological mother and hadn't given a thought to who her mother might have been. There was so much of his history he didn't know. Now that Bonnie mentioned her mother, his grandmother, he wanted more. His gaze darted to the back door. And all the time he'd been on the ranch, he hadn't set foot in Bonnie's house. At first, it was a way to draw lines between them. He didn't want a relationship, he just wanted to meet her. After a few days, staying out of her house became necessary. Bonnie was too easy to like, too easy to fall into friendship with. She mothered everyone on the ranch. Everyone except him, because he hadn't let her. If he went inside, he was letting go of his reservations. Reservations that had been lifelines and lines drawn in the sand. He didn't want to ask her for anything. Didn't want to owe her, because there was a child inside of him who was upset she'd let him go. Even as the adult understood the reasons and was grateful for her decision. "I'll help you with the spears too." Olivia's voice floated into his consciousness. "Maybe I will do a few bottles," replied Bonnie. "They would be nice for sandwiches." Pickles. Of all things to learn about his grandmother, the first thing Robert hears is that she made pickles and spears. He'd seen pickles like that at the grocery store. Somehow, he doubted they tasted the same as the Miller family recipe. So many questions filled his head. Some of the first were medical questions. The type of person filled out at the doctor's office. Did his grandparents have high blood pressure, a history of strokes, diabetes? Other subjects followed. Where did he get his wavy hair? Did Jax look like his grandpa? Were they ranchers, too? Questions only Bonnie could answer. Robert blinked and found himself at the back door looking in. Steam rose from several pans and one giant pot on the stove. The dishwasher was open, row upon row of sparkling glass jars waited to be filled. Olivia wore a purple apron over her nice and tight jeans and t-shirt. Her hair was piled into a loose bun on top of her head, and her cheeks were flushed from the heat. She was a messy angel if ever he'd seen one. Bonnie wore a black apron, splattered with something. She had on blue kitchen gloves and was marking the tops of jars with a green crayon. He swung the door open and stepped inside. Both women froze, staring at him like he'd just crossed the Rocky Mountains in a single leap. He cleared his throat. "I was just wondering how someone went about making pickles." His face flushed as red as the tomatoes in the jars at his flimsy excuse. Thank goodness it was the truth. Pickle making was as much a mystery to him as his medical history. Bonnie smiled and went right back to work. "I can tell you how we do it." Olivia glanced at him, bit her lower lip, and continued measuring from a mason jar filled with dried leaves. Oregano was written across a white label, indicating Bonnie had grown, harvested, and dried the herb herself. The kitchen smelled like spaghetti sauce. No wonder Jax adored Bonnie's spaghetti. "I'd like that." Robert pulled out a bar stool and took a seat. With any luck, he'd learn something about pickles and his family tree, too.
Chapter 10. George Dumont. George spent days pondering how Carol had so easily pushed him out his own front door. He hadn't counted on her claiming the house as her own so quickly. The idea of her taking command of the home both thrilled him and ticked him off. Each time he drove past on his way in and out of the ranch, there would be something new added to the landscaping. For example, she'd planted petunias in the flower beds on Wednesday and rosebushes lined the driveway on Thursday. Bonnie had commented on them over supper. The family didn't congregate for every meal, but if someone showed up on Bonnie's back porch around 6:30, she'd feed them. This week, George had become a regular along with Robert and Jax. Which is how he knew Bonnie had offered to watch Levi while Carol went shopping Saturday afternoon. George kept an eye on the dirt road as he mended the fence. The steers liked to throw their body weight around and had broken one of the rails. He'd cut a new one and screwed it in place, wiping the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand. Carol would want to stop at the house to unload groceries before picking up Levi. If he caught her there, he'd be able to unload all thoughts throwing their weight around in his head. Her car pulled in, raising a thin line of dust behind it. George took off down the lane, ready to open the gate and be a little bull-headed. He noted the red, white, and blue wreath on the front door as he stomped up the steps and pounded on the door he'd installed. He could only imagine what Carol had done on the inside of the house in the last week. Living with her when they were first married was incredible. She did things like throw a soft blanket over the back of the couch. How many times had he used that blanket to wrap the two of them up in a cocoon of sweet desire? The woman was a genius. His plan to bring his family together in small steps was going exactly like he'd hoped, but he still couldn't get over being kicked out for simply doing his job. Carol. He pounded again. The door flew open. Carol's eyes were wild with worry. Is Levi okay? George took in Carol's bright green eyes. Her ponytail was off-center, and pieces of hair framed her heart-shaped face and the low neckline of her blouse. He shook his head. He's fine. Her arm fell to her side. Holy crap, George. Give me a heart attack, why don't you? George put his hand on the doorframe and leaned in. He wasn't going to be sidetracked. I've got something to say. She leaned her shoulder on the opposite side of the frame and folded her arms. She still had on the flip-flops she'd worn to the store, her painted pink toenails poked out from under frayed jeans, and she was gorgeous in her sassy stance. I work my tail off, he began. Carol leaned her head against the wood, looking too tired to argue with him. Good. I feed, I water, and I cut hay and haul hay and I rope and 100 other things, and I do it all for you. He stepped over the new welcome mat. I took over managing the ranch so I could provide for my family. Her brow furrowed. But you did all that before Levi was born. Right. Because you are my family. Her lips parted slightly, and George softened. Her surprised look took all the force out of his argument. She truly had no idea how important she was to him. You are the beginning and the end for me, Carol. He brushed the back of his hand over her peachy cheek. Carol's lip trembled. But you left me. I think you have that backwards, beautiful. He hadn't been the one to pack up and take off. She shook her head, pulling away from the contact. You left me all the time, to rodeo, to work. You never once invited me along and you left. He ran his hand through his hair. He'd stormed the castle ready to prove to her that her thinking was wrong, and was suddenly wondering if he'd been wrong from the very beginning. I was sleeping in the truck or on a buddy's couch and sometimes the floor. You were pregnant. I couldn't ask you to live on the road like that. She swiped the tears away, her face tight. I wanted to be with you, I didn't care where we slept. I was all alone and you just kept going. Her voice rose in pitch, shaking George's confidence and putting him on the defensive. She'd never said a word to him about this before. Why didn't you say something then? He demanded. Because you only married me because I was pregnant, she yelled. No, I didn't, he yelled back. She scoffed. Do you even remember your proposal? We should do right by this little buckaroo. She added air quotes to his words. Your first question when you walked through the door was always, how's the baby? I was just the factory, and once I realized that, I knew I had to go. She grabbed for the door handle. Carol. George stared at her, shocked. How could you ever believe I don't love you? Because that's what you showed me. She lifted her chest and her eyes. But you're a wonderful father, and Levi deserves all the love and attention you can give him. I would never take him away from you. George's throat went dry. He thought he had the words to smooth things over, but there was nothing in his head that could cure the hurt on Carol's face. He reached for her, wanting to hold her until she knew what she meant to him. She put up her hand. I can't. Her voice broke. The same spirit of bull-headed determination that had brought him to the door took hold of him now and shoved him forward. He wrapped his arms around his wife and tucked her under his chin, where she fit as if she'd been formed by the Almighty to sit right there. One loud sob escaped Carol, and she dissolved into him with a set of tears that would put Noah himself on alert. Carol. He stroked her hair. I'm here, honey. I'm here. For now. She gulped. I can't think about what happens next. Just shut up and hold me. George sighed with relief. That he could do.
Chapter 11. Dr. Robert Canton. Robert tossed the pliers into the tool bag and slowly straightened. His knees were aching, but it was his lower back that protested the loudest. When you asked if I wanted to ride the fence line, I pictured an easy afternoon in the saddle taking in the scenery. Porter moved back to where they tied the horses as if he hadn't spent the last 15 minutes in a squat. Has anything been easy rides and scenery here? Robert secured the tool bag on his saddle. Thoughts of hauling hay, winning over Olivia, and even getting to know Bonnie came to mind. The last image was one of Olivia right before he kissed her. Her eyelids were heavy and her lips full. Not really. But you're smiling, so that means you like it. He ducked so his hat brim hid his blush. Porter didn't need the details about what exactly he liked about the Lime Peak Ranch. Olivia was a part of that, like a major part. But there were other things that had pulled him in. Like yesterday morning, when he'd stitched up a calf that had tangled with the barbed wire fence. Not exactly doctoring, but he'd felt needed. Especially when George told him that he'd saved them a $200 vet bill. Riding horses was good too. Something about being in the saddle just fit. And then there was watching Jax learn to ride, rope, and find a friend in Levi. I bought a hat and boots, so. They untied the horses and climbed up into the saddles. For some reason, life was clearer up here. Robert couldn't explain why the change happened. A different perspective? Different posture? He had no idea. Maybe it was trusting the animal beneath you, that bond between horse and cowboy. On the cattle drive, he'd had plenty of time to ponder life, run over the past, see things from a new angle. This place was changing him, getting inside his gut. Porter turned in his seat. Do you think we're born to lead a certain life? Like God has a plan laid out for us, and we don't have a choice in what we do? I think your life is what you choose to make it. Now, having said that, I think God will lead us down a path He'd like to see us travel. So if there's something calling to you, you should follow that. Porter pulled at his bottom lip, deep in thought. Robert could feel the ground beneath their conversation become slippery. Hadn't he followed a call to Utah? I'd be a hypocrite if I told you no. Because you were called to be a doctor? Robert paused. That wasn't what he'd been thinking about. His trip to Utah was the strongest calling he'd ever felt, stronger even than the call to med school. He couldn't very well tell Porter about his parentage, not when he hadn't told Bonnie or Olivia yet. Mostly Olivia. For whatever reason, she was the one he felt the need to disclose his innermost thoughts to. Okay, he knew the reason, but I see the pain your sister is in because Ellie left. Your parents are hurting, too, only their hurt shows as anger more than tears. It had been over a week, and outside of the text Olivia received asking for help buying a live-in trailer, no one had heard from Ellie. Olivia said she'd checked the app after the phone call, and the couple was still in Vegas. She'd wondered if they were planning to stay. What are you saying? Porter asked. Robert considered Porter. His shoulders still had the thinness of a teenager. His cheeks were full. However, he was working a man's job, both on the ranch and in the office, which earned him the right to be treated like a man. I'm saying that I can't in good conscience tell you to chase after your guitar. Not when I know what it would do to your family. You're still young enough to have time, Porter. Your life doesn't have to be settled today. Porter turned them towards the ranch. They had another 45-minute ride before they were back, and then there were evening chores to finish. The longer I wait, the more this place sucks me in, like quicksand. I'm doing Logan's job. Before, they told me I had to go to college first. They don't much care now. Mom's talking about on-the-job training and how it's equivalent to college training. Porter urged his horse into a trot, riding like the horse was as smooth as a sports car. Robert groaned. Trotting sucked. Every part of the saddle bounced, and when he got off, his insides were shaking like they'd been put through a blender. If they start relying on me, then when I do decide to go, it will be that much harder on them. He had a point. Tell you what. Robert adjusted in his seat, leather creaking. Give it another couple weeks. Let the dust settle from Ellie and Logan. Not like a month was long enough for this family to forget what had happened, but it might be enough time for emotional wounds to scab over. When you're ready, I'll do what I can to help. What that was, Robert didn't know. Thanks. Porter sat taller. A long ride later, they crested a bluff, and the ranch came into sight, spreading out through the valley like a postcard. Robert followed the well-worn track back home. Porter rode on ahead, making his own path. Robert's horse snorted his disapproval. Yeah, you and everyone else around here. On the ranch, family meant everything. The value was about the land, about the work that needed to be done. But there was something bigger, a sense of pride in the Dumont name. Anna and John had worked to build a legacy. A legacy worth admiring and protecting. A legacy that was hard for the kids to understand, because they were right in the middle of it all. If only Porter could see the gift. If only Robert could have a piece of that for Jax. He smacked his leg. There had to be a way to give his son some of what the Dumonts had in spades.
Chapter 12. Bonnie Ruggles. Sunday afternoon, Bonnie and Anna sat on the front porch, shucking corn for a family dinner. The shade here was cool enough for the work, and the corn was fresh from her garden. If this batch turned out, she'd cook, cut, and freeze a bunch tomorrow for later in the year when they were forced to eat indoors, scattered throughout the kitchen and dining room. If Robert and Jax were still around, which wasn't likely, but the two fit into the Lime Peak as if they'd been born to it, then she'd pull out the old kids' table. Half the height of the family table, it was just right for young'uns, and those boys would enjoy having space from the adults during a meal. The corn's fine, golden hair tickled her arms just as her plane ticket had tickled her heart upon arrival. She had a vision of herself in New York, and she wanted to be that woman, the confident, beautiful woman who went to Broadway shows and ate dinner in fancy restaurants and had friends all over the country. To that end, there were just over 2 weeks to pack. Like she needed that time. She'd mentally packed a dozen suitcases. 2 new skirts and 3 blouses hung in her closet. She couldn't resist stopping at the chain store in the strip mall by Walmart. She'd always admired the lace tops and flowing fabrics on the mannequins. Her church dresses would work for the remaining days of the trip. Her hands slowed. Church. Pastor Rick had talked about grace and forgiveness today. The subject wouldn't normally prick her conscience, but today his words were like thorns. What she was planning, what she was going to follow through with and actually do, would hurt her husband. Not intentionally. Never out of spite. But Dallas wouldn't understand her need to leave the ranch, even for 1 week. In his mind, he and the ranch were one. She didn't see him that way. He was the man who held her through the babyless years. The man who had bought her first shipment of raw leather. The man who gave tiny cowboy boots to Carol and George when they announced they were pregnant. Dallas wasn't the ranch. He wasn't the work and the monotony. Down the lane a ways, George and Carol walked behind Levi on his bike. They'd been up and down the lane a few times already, letting the little cowboy tire himself out. Bonnie nodded their direction. They seemed content. Anna followed her gaze and sighed. It does my heart good. You know, I worried when they got married. George is so much like me. You'd work yourself into the ground if John didn't pull you back once in a while. Don't I know it? Anna agreed. George was so determined to give them everything that he forgot to give them himself. A man can't do that, he just can't, Bonnie agreed. She set the ear of corn aside and reached for another one. As long as she had help, she might as well make the most of it. Shucked corn could sit in the fridge overnight. But we couldn't tell him that. We could have, we tried, but he didn't listen. Anna pulled her hand back, revealing golden yellow kernels. Remind you of anyone you know? Not our husbands. Anna laughed sarcastically. It's a good thing I had you, or I would have strangled John years ago. I feel just the same. Bonnie forced a smile. She hated keeping a secret from her best friend. She'd need to tell her, soon. But for now, she'd let that tickle remain undisturbed. Her phone dinged, letting her know she had a new email. She dropped the corn in her lap and opened it up. William took a girl paddleboarding this week. Sarah? Asked Anna. William's last email talked about ziplining in Park City. Bonnie scanned for a name. William was an active man, mountain biking, hiking, boating, whatever he could get into. Since he lived in Lehigh, at the point of the mountain, he could commute to Park City or Red Rock Country for a weekend excursion. He had more hobbies than most people had silverware in the drawer. That was probably what Dallas would be like if he didn't have the ranch to keep him busy. He'd go out chasing after the next fun thing. Jennifer. Anna sked. That boy will date every girl in the state before he finds one who can get a hold of him. He's dating the wrong girls. Bonnie finished reading and set her phone on the seat next to her. She would answer him later on the laptop. They aren't interesting enough because they don't have any substance. He needs a girl with roots as deep as his. Anna nodded. This wasn't new information. They'd gone over William's dating preferences many Sunday afternoons. I'd like to meet one of these girls. Should we invite them to lunch? Asked Anna. Lehigh is only an hour away. We could go up there. You'd scare him half to death. He'd drop her faster than a branding iron. Anna laughed. I'd like to see his face when we offered the invite, though. Maybe we could FaceTime him together. Bonnie tossed a green husk at Anna. You're trying to stir the pot. Anna's laughter faded. The last thing we need around here is a stirred pot. My kids are stirring and slopping and beating things all to heck. Bonnie tipped her head but didn't vocalize her thoughts. Anna wasn't exactly the calmest in a storm. She could have held back her disapproval of Logan. Could have and should have. But there was nothing to do for it now. On top of that, she was holding too tight to Porter. If she wasn't careful, he'd slip right through her grasp. The deep rumbling sound of a diesel engine could be heard over the tisk-tisk of the sprinklers in the hay fields. Are you expecting someone for dinner? Asked Anna. She leaned forward in her seat to see around the walnut tree. No one out of the ordinary, Bonnie answered. Carol was coming. That was new news and that was old news. Robert and Jax were coming. As was Olivia. George would be there. He was at her table a couple nights a week since moving out to the barn. Maybe it's a wrong turn. Often, on Sunday afternoons, families would drive up to Eureka to take in historical downtown. They would soon recognize their mistake in turning down the dirt road and make a U-turn in George's driveway. George and Carol shaded their eyes and waved as the truck passed their little herd. The truck stopped just beyond George's fence line. Something in the sound of the engine was familiar, but she didn't recognize the live-in trailer. Anna got to her feet. I'd better check it out. I'll come with you. Bonnie set the corn inside the front door so Mr. Canton wouldn't sniff his way into their dinner. They headed off down the lane, and soon the black paint, rusting away over the tires, came into view and told them this was Logan Labram's truck. Bonnie's heart began to race, and her feet picked up speed. She and Anna broke into a run at the same moment. Anna made a beeline for Logan, who was at the fence with a pair of wire cutters. Bonnie headed toward Ellie, who was standing by the front bumper, tears already running down her face. "Ellie girl." Bonnie crashed into her girl and hugged the stuffing right out of her. Ellie laughed. "Aunt Bonnie. I missed you." They rocked side to side. Ellie was home. Ellie was home. Bonnie wanted to cheer and jump. "Stop!" Anna yelled at Logan. Her commanding voice broke through Bonnie and Ellie's happy reunion. Ellie choked on her laughter as she took in her mother's red face. Bonnie released Ellie and the fool girl put herself between Anna and Logan. The sight of Ellie, commanding and full of righteous love, defending her man made Bonnie's tired heart cry out for the little girl who braided her hair and dressed kittens up like they were dolls. Ellie had come into her own and she was ready to defend her love. Bonnie stayed where she was, not sure who needed her more in this moment. Anna was angry and hurt and feeling more than a little betrayed, and Ellie was angry and hurt and feeling cast off. The two of them squared off, waiting for the other to make the first move. An apology from either would be a good first step, but that was unlikely to happen. John came speeding down the road on a black four-wheeler, kicking up a cloud of dust. George, Carol, and Levi gravitated toward them. Bonnie shooed them off, hoping to spare Levi some shouting adults, but George shook his head and circled up at the back bumper. "What's your game, Labrum?" demanded Anna before John had a chance to get off the quad. Ellie leaned against Logan, and his hand came to her hip in a familiar way. Bonnie smiled softly. She'd always known Ellie needed someone with a soft touch and a good heart. Logan had both of those things. If only Anna could see past his name and look at the man he'd become. Ellie placed her hand on top of Logan's, and something glinted in the light. Anna gasped, took a step forward, and yanked Ellie's hand up to her face. "You married him." Bonnie trapped her outcry behind both hands. Her baby girl, married. Where was the dress? Who had walked her down the aisle? This was the girl who put on Bonnie's high heels and played wedding. Bonnie had been looking forward to seeing Ellie as a bride since she was 3. Tears threatened, and a hole gaped open in her chest as if someone had stolen her ribs right out of her chest. "I love him." Ellie turned adoring eyes on Logan. Anna threw Ellie's arm down. "Do you have any idea what you've done to me? To our family?" "I haven't done anything to you, Mom. I got married. Don't take it personal." Logan said low. So low Bonnie almost missed it. Somehow, through her own grief, Bonnie caught the regret in Logan's voice. Saw the apology in his eyes. Her heart went out to him. He looked so much like his father had at that age. The same sandy blonde hair. The stormy gray eyes, cleft chin. Thankfully, that's as far as the family resemblance went. Logan had his mother's spirit, soft, kind, empathetic. Logan had the best of both parents and got the worst of his father's reputation slathered across his name. Bonnie went to stand beside her friend, hoping to be the voice of reason. "Anna, what's done is done." Anna turned to Bonnie and her anger slipped into hysterics. "I can't stand it. I can't. I can't even look at him without seeing Joe. And I hate seeing him touch my daughter, when I think of what he did to." Bonnie grabbed her shoulders. "Don't." She looked quickly at the others, their faces tense, their ears tuned in to every word. Levi hugged George's leg. "Don't let Joe poison this. You spent so long defending us against him." She nodded toward John to thank him for his efforts in that battle too. Logan was never part of that fight. Anna pushed out of Bonnie's grasp and took Ellie by the shoulders. It's not too late. Please don't do this, she pleaded. It's already done. Ellie's voice carried a note of hopefulness. We're coming home. Anna jerked back. John spoke up in the wake of his wife's stunned silence. The Lime Peak will never be home to a labrum. He put his arm around Anna. Bonnie silently begged him not to say anything more. This was her ranch too. She had just as much say as to who lived here. But these weren't her kids. Being the favorite aunt had its privileges, but coming between parent and child was a line she'd vowed not to cross. This is exactly the kind of underhanded trick I'd expect from Joe's kid, spat John. Logan's jaw tightened. Sir, I love Ellie. I'll spend every last breath I have to see to her happiness. The truth of Logan's words rang louder than 1,000 cowbells at dinner time. Bonnie took comfort in them. Ellie soaked them in, slipping her arm around Logan's back and holding him close. John was not swayed. Well, you're not doing it here. Get off my land. Ellie shook her head. This isn't your land. It's mine. Bonnie's hands flew to her chest. You're living here. With Carol and Levi, the ranch was almost complete. Ellie nodded. In that? John pointed to the live-in horse trailer attached to Logan's truck. Yes, sir. Logan grinned. I wouldn't have expected any better. Anna snorted. He's turning this place into a trailer park. It's brand new, protested Ellie. And temporary, added Logan. We're building a house. This conversation is ridiculous. Anna threw up her hands. I can't. I can't. I just can't. She took off down the lane. John, red in the face, hurried after his wife. Bonnie stepped forward. The line she couldn't cross moved out of the way as John and Anna left. She wrapped both Logan and Ellie in a hug. How can she be so cruel? Tears streamed down Ellie's cheeks. Bonnie wiped one away, seeing a little of that baby girl who had captured her heart with her sweetness. Your mom loves so deep, sometimes she has a hard time controlling how it comes out. She hates just as deep, added George. Carol elbowed him. You're not helping. Bonnie chuckled, releasing the couple. It'll be okay, E. Logan pulled her tightly against him. George ruffled Ellie's hair. Welcome home. Ellie swatted at his hand, her eyes lifting. Logan swallowed hard, the welcome hitting him hard. Bonnie hugged herself. She couldn't have picked a better man for her tender girl. Olivia needed someone just as headstrong as she. Ellie needed a softer touch, a gentle heart. Her girls were so different, and yet she loved them more than she could express. Carol hugged them both and then oohed and awed over the ring. Levi threw himself at Ellie's legs. Ellie laughed, hugging him back. I brought you presents. You did. Levi's eyes lit up. Of course, you're my favorite nephew. Yes, I am. Levi nodded. Bonnie laughed. Ellie suddenly grew shy. We had a few pictures taken, if you want to see them. Ellie bit her lip. But maybe we should get set up first and then I can bring them around. She checked with Logan, who nodded. Can I help? Asked George. That'd be great. Logan went back to work on the fence. George made sure the wires didn't snap back when they were cut, and soon they had a hole big enough for the truck to fit through. Carol tugged Levi back to his bike, and they headed home with a wave. She ducked her head when George winked, her cheeks flushing. Bonnie was left standing alone in the middle of the empty drive. No one looked back to see where she was. No one invited her over. She just stood there for a moment before heading back to the corn and the job that she'd always done.
Chapter 13. Ellie Dumont labrum. Ellie finished cleaning her face with a makeup remover wipe. The once white cotton rag was now mostly ivory beige with black swipes and a few clumps of mascara. Guess I need new mascara. She slathered her skin with moisturizer, wondering if the wipe really cleaned her pores or if she'd end up breaking out in the next few days. Olivia would know, or would look it up for them on her phone while they settled in for the night. Being married to Logan was amazing, but having Logan around wasn't like having her sister around. Not that she would trade one for the other. She tossed the wipe into the small garbage can beside the sink. All married couples went through some adjustments, right? Logan came in from checking the propane levels. "Honey, I'm home," he joked. He brought with him the smell of fresh hay and a barely there aftershave. Man, he was hot and he had no idea. Ellie hurriedly stashed her beauty supplies in the vanity. Logan didn't need to know she used a dark spot corrector and pimple cream, especially when he was so easily flawless. All he had to do was shave, or not, and he was a beautiful specimen. He stood behind her, which wasn't hard to do. In their small living quarters, there weren't many places to stand. The heat from his body hit her with force, melting her knees. She snatched up a brush and worked her way through her long hair, being careful not to rip through the snags. "I thought things went well this afternoon." He took off his shoes and placed them by the door. Ellie stared at him in the mirror, her brush frozen in place. "Are you kidding?" "Yeah." Logan shrugged. "No one pulled a gun." She barked a laugh and set the brush down. "Only because we surprised them. If they'd had warning, I guarantee the gun safe would be empty." He put his hands on her hips and flipped her around. She went willingly, savoring the feel of his strong hands leading her to sway slowly side to side in a dance that was all their own. She rested her cheek against his chest. "I don't know why you love me when it's obviously bad for your health." He ran his hand down the length of her hair, sending goosebumps across her skin. "Because you're a woman worth fighting for." She tipped her chin up so she could look at him. "I always thought you were a lover, not a fighter." "Love is the best weapon." He kissed her forehead, then her temple, then her ear. "I'm not sure that's going to work on this motley crew." Her eyes dropped shut as his warm breath caressed her neck. "Why don't I unleash a whole lot of love on you tonight and you let me know?" He swooped her up in his arms and kissed her until the whole world spun, and she forgot about the war.
Chapter 14. Olivia Dumont. Monday morning, Olivia practically burst out of bed. She couldn't get the day started fast enough, and yet she wanted to take all the time in the world to get her hair just right. She'd slept in 4 thick braids, and when she undid them, her hair hung in waves. She added some shine spray Ellie had brought back for her from Vegas. Her sister was back. The news was enough cause for celebration. Although, the family dinner last night was anything but celebratory. Ellie and Logan stayed in their trailer. Mom and Dad glared at their food, ate little, and left early. Bonnie was unusually quiet, drifting into her own thoughts more often than she joined in the conversation. Robert's leg had pressed up against hers through most of the meal. Olivia's body temperature rose considerably, and she drank a gallon of lemonade in an effort to cool off. If it hadn't been for Jax and Levi, no one would have spoken. The boys were happy to be together and jabbered about everything from a rock Levi found in the driveway to Mr. Cancan's new leash. Olivia rushed out the door to her apartment, carrying her purse, a Dr. Pepper, and her keys. She turned to shut the door and came up short. She huffed. Simple things. She set the Dr. Pepper on the steps and grabbed the knob with her right hand. Once the latch caught, she scooped up her drink and rushed up the steps and out to the barn. She waved at Dad, who was putting the Maras on the walker for their daily workout. He lifted his hand, but his face was stony. A night's worth of sleep hadn't done much to help his mood. Working with Mom should be fun today. Olivia didn't hate Logan like her mom and dad did, but she understood their feelings. She was old enough to remember the protesters screaming at her and George as they got off the school bus. After that, Dad had to drive down the lane each afternoon to pick them up. The bus driver would keep the doors shut until Dad had maneuvered the truck into place, and then he would get out to usher her and George into the front seat. Mostly, the protesters hurled insults. Sometimes they hurled ice water, garbage, or even paint. The hay truck still had blue paint from that incident. They'd never been able to wash it off and eventually relegated the vehicle to field work. Olivia was also old enough to remember Logan on that bus, his face turned away from the window and his tears falling on the green vinyl seat. He had to have been in kindergarten, or maybe first grade. He was closer to William's age than Ellie's. No wonder he'd agreed to elope. She couldn't imagine bringing the Labrams and Dumonts together in a church, where would freeze over and all what would break loose. The building would spontaneously burst into flames and the earth would crack open to swallow them all. If there was anything to be said to defend her mom's level of hatred for Joe, it was that Joe hated her first. That part of the story was always fuzzy for Olivia. She never understood what had happened to make him so angry at her parents. There must have been a reason, but it was buried so deeply in the past that she couldn't unearth it without a backhoe, which she didn't have. Olivia didn't want to think about all that now. Her sister was home. Let the good news ring out like wild bells. Besides, wasn't she doing the same thing Ellie had done, sneaking around behind everyone's back to be with a guy? Her actions tugged at her conscience. She mentally grabbed hold with both hands and tugged back. Robert was not Logan. No one had any issues with the man she chose to kiss. He was a doctor, for heaven's sake. A respectable father of an amazing kid. They were keeping things under wraps to protect Jax, not to lie outright. Inside the barn, Olivia followed the sound of shoveling and found Robert in the empty mare stall. "Morning," she chirped. Robert had taken to wearing a cowboy hat all the time. She tried to picture him in a white lab coat. He was cute that way, too, but she preferred this version. "Good morning." Robert leaned in quick and pecked her lips. "You look beautiful." His eyes waterfalled down her waves. She did a mental fist pump. The braids and the hair serum were totally worth the effort. "Thanks. You look good too." She traced a finger down his jaw. His facial hair was long enough to call a beard, and it was soft and tempting. "Where's Jax?" She looked around the stall. "He's feeding the goats." "Good." Olivia gripped the front of Robert's shirt in her good hand and pulled his body flush with hers. She slipped her left hand around the back of his neck, where her curved fingers settled into his hair with ease. They were good for that, for driving Robert crazy. The look in his eyes went hungry, and he kissed her urgently. She answered in kind, frantically stealing every moment she could get before she had to leave for work. Robert's hands were strong and warm on her back, drawing her into him as if he couldn't get close enough. She moaned softly, caught up in the rush that accompanied Robert's embrace. "Olivia," he gasped. "I want to ask you out." His lips found her neck, and she went to putty. Robert backed her up against the stall door. He looked deeply into her eyes. "Officially. No more of this sneaking in dinner after work." She bit her lip. "Are you sure? Once everyone around here knows, there's no going back, and then there's Jax. He's been through so much." Plus, Robert cut her off with a passionate kiss, and even though Olivia felt like he was telling her to stop talking, she didn't mind his methods. When he'd kissed the protests and doubts right out of her, he pulled back. "I'm sure." His eyes were a clear blue, clearer than Olivia had ever seen before. The turmoil that had swirled inside of them when he first arrived was gone. "Okay," she whispered, trailing her bent fingers through his too long hair. It hung over his collar now, and there were these waves that had appeared with the added length. Those waves sure looked good under his hat, and they felt even better against her skin. He turned his head, giving her better access. She giggled, watching him enjoy her touch so much. I'll see if Carol can watch Jax after riding lessons this afternoon. Tonight? Her hand stilled. Why not? Well, it's kind of short notice, don't you think? A woman needs a little time to plan. Plan what? What to wear. Wear this. He tugged on her belt loop, bringing her closer still. Yeah, these jeans will work perfectly. She laughed. Fine. Tonight it is. I'll be at your door at 6:30. I look forward to it. She kissed him once more for good measure and then slipped out of the stall. Keeping her head down in case her makeup was smeared, she hurried past her dad as he scowled at the walker, which was working perfectly, by the way, and didn't deserve his wrath, and climbed into her truck, using the giddiness Robert's invitation stirred inside to hoist herself up into the seat. She pressed her hands to her stomach. Tonight, everyone on the ranch would know she and Robert were a thing. The fact that it was him that pushed for the next level was a relief. She'd thought it over long and hard. If Ellie had been there, they could have talked it all out, but since she wasn't, Olivia had been left to ponder through things on her own. What she'd come up with was that Robert had to be the one to move them forward. Her reasoning started with the fact that Robert was the one with the kid. Her reasoning continued with the fact that Robert was the one who was grieving a dead wife. And finally, her reasoning finished with the fact that Robert was the only one who could decide if he was going to stay or if he was going to go. He'd already extended his lease by a month. The end of this month stood out as a possible end to them as well. Surely he wouldn't want to take things to the next level if he was just going to up and leave in a little over 2 weeks. Not that she hadn't thrown a small campaign for what she wanted, hence the waves in her hair, the tight jeans on her hips, and the makeout session in the barn. She grinned to herself. Grinned all the way across the road to the factory and right up until she pulled into her parking spot and found her new brother-in-law waiting for her. Several words ran through her head at the sight of Logan leaning against the building, none of them church-worthy. She fumbled with the door handle before finally using her right hand instead of her crooked left one. She got out of the car, moving slower than necessary. Those darn 4-letter words just kept clogging up her thoughts like chewed gum. Hey. She settled her purse strap over her shoulder. Is Ellie here? Logan hooked his thumb over his shoulder. She's inside. I wanted to talk to you alone. Olivia jingled her keys, anxious to get this over with. She could make a pretty good guess at Logan's first question, and she hated the answer she'd have to give. Logan stood tall, his chin level. I was wondering if I still had a job. Olivia dropped her keys. One of those words shot out before she could stop it. She scooped up her keys and what she could of her courage. Logan was her brother-in-law and an excellent floor manager. In all her years at the company, Olivia had only ever had to fire 2 people. She hated this, but she couldn't help but admire Logan for manning up and facing the music, without hiding behind Ellie. The fact that he'd done this on his own raised him 3 notches in Olivia's opinion. I'm sorry, Logan. When you didn't show up for work and didn't call for a full week, we had to assume you weren't coming back. His shoulders dropped. Olivia held up her hands, her eyes darting to her bent fingers for only a second before meeting Logan's gaze straight on. I know how this looks. Please know that I'm not out to get you, or Ellie. It's okay, Olivia. It's okay. I don't blame you. You did what you had to do. Olivia's insides went 2 different directions. For the record, I don't blame you either. Ellie is impossible not to love. Logan's cheeks spread into the county's biggest grin. She's pretty amazing. Olivia nodded. The angst she'd felt toward her sister for running off and leaving her in a lurch faded to a stonewashed denim color. Logan was way too nice, and he was so full of love for her sister that it burst out of him in that smile. Are you sure about living on the ranch? Olivia asked. Logan's light was intense, but the rivers of hate for the labor name ran deep through the Lime Peak Ranch. If he wasn't careful, they'd sweep him away and drown him. It's Ellie's home, he said as though it explained everything. And it did. It explained how much Logan loved her sister, that he put her happiness above his own. He moved toward his truck, digging his keys out of his front pocket. What are you going to do now? Olivia asked. There weren't that many jobs in town. Logan could get work in Provo, maybe. But if he was working there, they might decide to move, and then Ellie would be gone again. Logan stared off towards the ranch. I'm going to build Ellie a house. He gave her a three-finger wave and climbed into his truck. Olivia waved back. Good luck, she said under her breath. The elation from Robert's kisses and invitation to dinner that had driven her into the factory today was gone, replaced with all the worries. Why she spent so much time trying to keep her family together was beyond her. Ellie didn't care, she did what she wanted. William was the same. Porter was on the verge of something she couldn't predict. He didn't talk about his dreams or goals, kept it all locked up tight in a box. Maybe it was because she was the oldest sister that she cared about everyone the way she did. George was in the middle of his own family issues. Maybe the reason she carried the load was because she didn't have a family of her own. That wasn't true. There would always be a part of her that worked to keep everyone together and happy. She was just made that way. With a deep breath, she did the only thing she could do to help Ellie and Logan, her parents, the ranch, and Porter. She went to work. Chapter 15. Carol Dumont. Come on, Spot, Levi. We have to go. Carol stood by the door to the garage and checked her phone for the 10th time. Yep. Still late. Her boss at the diner was pretty chill, but Levi had a tendency to drag his feet when she needed to get to work. Like he was doing right now. He liked to slide off the couch and into his boots. She had no idea where this started nor why it was so cool, but he loved it, so she let him. He lined his boots up next to one another in front of the couch. Help me have patience, dear Lord. Apparently they didn't look quite right, because he got down on his knees to check that they were evenly placed. Levi. She added warning to her tone this time. No more Mary Poppins, Mom. He went to the other end of the couch to climb on, presumably so he wouldn't bump the boots like he'd done 3 minutes ago. He sat on his bum and scooted over inch by inch. Carol squeezed the doorknob with all her might. I will not yell. I will not yell. Levi is more important than being on time. Levi tucked his toes into the tops of the boots, then jumped forward. His pants were up around his knees, but his boots were on. Great job. Let's go. Carol opened the door and waved for him to go through. He walked slowly to her, and then went down the 2 steps to the garage floor, where he proceeded to drag those ever-lovin' boots to the car. She didn't make him buckle in for the 30-second ride to Bonnie's. Mr. Canton was the only traffic on the dirt road this morning. Just as she came to a fast stop, George came out of the barnyard on a 4-wheeler. Carol checked to make sure her hair was smoothed back into the low ponytail and that her shirt was tucked in. George winked as he killed the engine. Mornin' Dot. Good morning. Carol left the car running and opened Levi's door. He just sat there, so she went in after him. He was like limp noodles in her arms. She gritted her teeth. Bonnie came out the front door. Everything okay? Carol rolled her eyes. He's moving slow as tar and I'm running late. Carol plopped Levi on the porch next to Bonnie. He threw his arms around her neck. Carol's frustration gave way and she hugged him back. I'll be back tonight. I'm only doing the lunch shift today. George was watching them. She could feel his eyes on her as surely as she could feel his arms the last time they talked. They were good arms. Strong, steady, comforting. A place she could hang out for quite some time if the opportunity arose. She gave Levi one more kiss and handed him off to Bonnie, who took him by the hand and led him inside with promises of snacks and movies and coloring books and whatever else would sweeten the deal. Carol turned away, knowing it was easier on both of them if she left quickly. She nearly collided with George, who had come up behind her. You don't have to go, he said slowly. Carol had had enough of slow this morning. I had to go 10 minutes ago. She brushed past him, feeling his body heat and wishing he would just pull her close again. She wasn't going to throw herself into his arms, but if the invitation was there, she wouldn't turn him down. He kept stride with her. "Carol, stop for just a second." "I don't have a second." "You could have a million seconds if you'd quit your job." His words had her slowing down. "What are you talking about?" He scratched under his hat and then settled it back into place as he spoke. "I make more than enough money to support you and Levi. Stay home. Be mom. Don't put yourself or him through this just because you're mad at me." Her mouth fell open. "You think I'm waitressing because I'm mad at you? Of all the self-centered, egotistical, that's not what I mean." George put his hands at his waist. "I just don't see why you're putting yourself and Levi through this." Carol narrowed her eyes. She'd taken the job because she'd left her husband and needed work. She wasn't about to go back to George and ask for money. But now? Now she was living in his house, rent-free. That didn't mean their expenses were covered. They still needed groceries, gas, clothes. "So what? You'd give me an allowance?" "Yes." George smiled. Carol recoiled. No way. The vulnerability George unearthed with such an idea was raw and overwhelming. She spun on her heel and dashed to the car. "Carol, that's not what I meant." "I didn't mean to make it sound like." Carol slammed the car door to block out the rest of his words. "I'm late," she yelled through the window at his distraught face. She threw the car into drive and made a large circle to turn around. One that kept her far enough away from George that she wouldn't have to look at him. The allowance idea was insulting, but that wasn't what had her hands shaking throughout her short commute. What really upset her was the idea of depending on George again for anything more than writing lessons for Levi. Yes, she was in his house, but that didn't feel like she was in the hole. On the contrary, she'd gained a support system and come out on top with that deal. This was different. If she went back to relying on George to support them, that would mean that either they were a team and could sit down and go over finances, or that he was over her in some way. She hated the idea of asking for money. It poked at her with all the pain of stepping barefoot on a Lego. Nope. She could let George hold her, she might even let him kiss her, she would move into his house, but she would not let him have financial control over her life.
Chapter 16. Logan Labrum. Logan spent his first day of unemployment buying food, dishes, towels, and 100 other things he'd never bought before. As he swiped his debit card, he considered the fact that he should have bought stock in Walmart before he loaded 2 carts. At least then he'd make some money back on his purchases. He stopped at the laundromat in Santaquin on the way home and washed the towels and sheets. In another couple days, he'd come back and do the rest of the laundry. Ellie didn't need to worry about that sort of thing, not when she was working at the factory and in the arena with Zinger. As a teenager, Logan had wished for the opportunity to rodeo. The sport was expensive, and his dad spent money on liquor, not his kids nor their dreams. Now, he was grateful that he didn't compete. It freed him up to follow Ellie's circuit, to focus on her goals. His dream had already come true. He'd married the woman of his dreams. "What are you doing today?" Ellie asked Tuesday morning. She was standing in front of the tiny mirror over the sink, straightening her hair. There was barely enough room for her to set the flat iron on the counter. Logan let his desire to run his fingers through her locks show in his eyes. Ellie's heavy lashes dropped to her flushed cheeks. He cleared his throat. "I'm heading down to my dad's first thing." She pressed her lips. "You'll call me if you need backup?" He shook his head. "I can handle it." "But you don't have to handle it by yourself, we're a couple now." Logan reached out and touched her hair. So soft. He slid his hands across her scalp and let her hair slide right through his fingers. "Promise me you'll call me, not anyone else." She searched his eyes for his promise. "I will." She lifted to her tiptoes and kissed him. "I love you." He pressed his forehead to hers. "I love you too." Saying goodbye to her was only made easier by knowing they would get to kiss hello when she got home. He liked hello kisses much more than goodbye ones. Ellie left, leaving behind her vanilla scent. Logan washed his breakfast bowl, dried it, and put it in the cupboard. He made the bed before heading out to his truck. George waved from the four-wheeler as he pulled out of Carol's place. Logan smiled, noting that George had spent a lot of time at that house the last 2 days. He and Ellie had been in Vegas for a week and a half, It looked like George had made good use of that time. Logan turned right at the end of the dirt road. He drove slowly past Tindick High School, a few homes, the Texaco. The old fire station was locked up. The diner open. At the end of Eureka, so far out it was often forgotten, was a small red house with a white door. The red paint peeled as if the wood beneath had offended it. The front window was covered with newspaper that was older than Logan, yellowed and brittle. A good sneeze would obliterate the print, and yet somehow it survived, like his dad. Well, the house is still standing. Logan shut off the engine and climbed out. Most days, Joe Labram didn't have enough energy to make it much farther than the fridge, and he rarely took more out of it than a beer. When Logan lived here, he fed his dad 2 meals a day. But he'd been on his honeymoon, leaving only a voicemail to explain his week-and-a-half absence. There was little chance Joe had taken advantage of the time to make his life better. There was no telling what was behind that rickety door. He knocked, then rolled his eyes at himself and pushed the door open. "Joe," he called into the darkness. There was no answer. The television wasn't even going. Joe liked Clint Eastwood and John Wayne. He'd watched the same 10 movies over and over again. He claimed every movie was just a remake of those 10. He also once claimed there was a unicorn in the bathroom, so Logan didn't put much stock in his father's claims. Clint wasn't laying low in the living room today. The silence was worse than any other sound. "Joe." Logan sent the name down the hall in front of him like a warning shot. A sour stench hovered around his father's door, which stood slightly ajar. He pressed his palm against the wood, increasing his view of the room inch by inch, ready to pull back at any sign of death. Because there was a real possibility his dad had drunk himself to death in the last 10 days. Logan hadn't told Ellie that, and he hadn't rushed over here when they first got back because he didn't want to ruin their homecoming. Pulling onto the lot was hard enough because of her mom and dad. He didn't need to add his dysfunctional parent to the mix, even though he'd been there in spirit. The door stopped and Logan stepped inside. His dad was on the bed, one leg hanging off, and he was breathing. Logan sighed and instantly regretted having to breathe in again. The sheets were soiled with urine, blood, and something chunky he didn't want to think about. "At least I know you ate something while I was gone." He'd have to send his buddy a gift card to Cabela's. "A big one." He pulled his shirt up over his nose to block out some of the stench. Joe's feet were dirty, and his jeans had a hole in the knee. He didn't wear a shirt, and his stomach poked out like he'd swallowed a bowling ball. His chest was sunken in, each rib easily accounted for. The one thing Logan couldn't look too hard at was Joe's face. The horrors written there were Logan's book of personal prophecy. He'd seen pictures of his father, enough of them to know he was the spitting image of the man. Spelled out on that face were the consequences of a life spent in excess and revenge. Revenge and drink were not kind friends, and they would do what they'd done to Joe to Logan if he let them. The testimony was so clear, so easy to take in, that Logan believed every word with all his heart. "All right, old man." The term was the closest Logan ever came to calling Joe father. He'd adopted it when he was 12. "Let's get you cleaned up." A little after 1, Logan turned sharply to clear the 2 fence posts that marked his and Ellie's driveway. He was worn out emotionally and sporting a bruised left eye courtesy of his dad. It wasn't like Joe knew what was going on. If someone had hauled Logan into the shower and tried to take off his pants, Logan would start swinging too. He gingerly touched the bruise and contrasted his life with Ellie with what he'd left behind. There was no comparison. Where Joe's house was dark and messy, their trailer was bright and clean. Ellie made everything smell like vanilla. The pillows, her skin, his skin, she was a miracle, the one miracle in his life. The only one he'd ever prayed for and received. He'd barely gotten out of the truck when Dallas came putting down the road on a 4-wheeler. Bonnie wasn't far behind him on her own machine. Hers was red, newer, and had power steering. Logan smiled. He hoped that would be him and Ellie one day. Dallas lifted a leather-covered hand in greeting as he pulled up behind the truck and killed the engine. "That's a nice-looking trailer you've got there," he said by way of greeting. Logan moseyed over. "Thanks." Bonnie pulled to a stop and turned off her machine. She had a large garbage bag in her lap. "What brings you two by?" he asked. If they wanted to come inside and check things out, he'd take them right on in. Bonnie had tried to smooth things over between Ellie and Anna on Sunday, an act he was mighty grateful for. Bonnie climbed off the four-wheeler, the black garbage bag crinkling loudly. "We brought you a wedding present." She handed Logan the bag. It squished easily. He looked at it, trying to figure out what could be inside, but it was tied tight. "It's a quilt for your bed." Bonnie smiled. She patted his arm in a motherly way. "Did you make this?" He suddenly wondered if his clothes smelled as bad as he feared. He'd ridden home with the windows down. "Heavens, no." Bonnie laughed. "I order all the family quilts from the country quiltin' in Wyoming. Dallas and I stayed there for our honeymoon. The quilt's a Lime Peak tradition." Dallas dipped his chin. Bonnie patted his arm. "Anyway, the owner listed this one online a week ago. I had it shipped overnight. It's a double wedding ring pattern." Logan nodded as if this were important. In truth, he had no idea what that meant, but he was touched that Bonnie had gone to such an effort for his and Ellie's wedding gift. And Dallas's comment about it being a Lime Peak tradition hadn't slipped past him. They were giving their blessing. "Thank you very much. This is our first wedding present." The thought helped push away the clouds that visiting his dad had gathered. "If you don't mind, I'd like to open it with Ellie. I want to see her face." Dallas winked, and Bonnie patted his cheek. "We don't mind at all." "What are your plans for the rest of the day?" asked Dallas. Logan shifted the garbage bag, making a lot of noise. "I was going to call a few contractors about digging a basement. Ellie and I picked out a house plan last night. We need to get bids and get the loan going if we're going to be dried in before October." Dallas pushed up the brim on his hat with one finger. "I need to do some repair work on the deer and need another set of hands. Pays pretty good." While Logan appreciated the offer, he hesitated. "Do Anna and John know you're hiring me?" Logan had worked for Dallas here and there before the wedding, but things were different now. Bonnie dug her fist into her hip and harumphed. Dallas leaned forward, dropping his wrists over the handlebars. "Well, son, Bonnie and I own everything on that side of the road. And as far as hiring a ranch manager for our half of the Lime Peak, that decision rests right here." He wagged a finger between him and Bonnie. "I don't want to cause problems." "The way I see it, you'd be solving problems," said Dallas. Bonnie encouraged him to say yes with a quick nod of her head. Something in her posture told Logan she needed this more than she was letting on. Logan still wasn't convinced. While he'd been happy to make Ellie's dream of living on the ranch come true, he had planned to make himself scarce when possible. "I don't get it." "You guys have just as much reason to want me gone as John and Anna." Dallas and Bonnie exchanged a look. Dallas scratched his neck. "Did you know that Ellie used to make me dance with her in the barn?" asked Dallas, his voice thick with emotion. "She'd stand on my boots and giggle until her piggy tails bounce." He turned his head. Whether it was to hide his emotion or just picture that little girl, Logan didn't know. "I swear her giggles are still up in the barn rafters." "Dallas." Bonnie clutched her hands to her chest, her eyes brimming with tears. That was poetic. Her eyebrows lowered, and a line appeared between them as she considered her husband. "Something about Ellie." Dallas's voice was gruff and he cut off. "I know what you mean," agreed Logan. This was a man he could work for. "I'll put this inside and be right up." "All righty, then." Dallas started up the four-wheeler, and Logan made his way inside. He reverently set the quilt on the bed, excited to show Ellie their gift and tell her the good news. He got a job. He grinned. Maybe a man was allowed more than one miracle in his life. Of course, nothing could compare to Ellie, and technically, Ellie had inspired this miracle as well. He quickly changed clothes and made a sandwich that he ate on his way up the lane. He thought about the conversation they'd had at the hotel in Vegas, the one about love being the strongest weapon. He'd seen evidence of that in Dallas. And in Olivia yesterday. Olivia was right, Ellie was impossible not to love. He only hoped Anna and John had more love for Ellie than hatred for Joe Labram.
Chapter 17. Carol Dumont. Carol finished saddling Mel and walked her out to the hitching post where she tied her up. George hadn't brought up quitting the diner again. He was a smarter man than she gave him credit for. When she'd picked Levi up later that afternoon, George was there, and he was all smiles and compliments as if their argument had never happened. If he could sweep it under the rug, so could she. Monday afternoons were for writing lessons. Levi knew that. He knew how to find the date on the calendar because George had circled them all in red, which meant that she wouldn't be able to back out of them without Levi knowing and feeling bad about missing his dad. Sneaky George. She smiled to herself. Maybe George had cornered her into the lessons. Or maybe he looked forward to them as much as Levi. For a long time, she'd thought it was the former, but the more she watched the two of them together, the more she believed it was the latter. Tonight, George had a set of squishy balls and a barrel set up. He'd hand the ball off to Levi, who had to get his horse around the barrel and drop the ball inside without knocking the barrel over. This would teach him to get Jetta close enough to the barrel to make a tight turn without getting so close that he knocked it over. In a barrel race, a tipped barrel added 5 costly seconds to the rider's time. Levi loved the challenge and the playtime. So far, he'd made 2 out of 5. Because of the friendship between Levi and Jax, Carol offered to extend the lessons to include Jax. George never pitted the boys against one another. Instead, he'd play against both of them in whatever activity he had planned. The man had a game for every horsemanship skill known to man or beast. She turned away from watching the game. She didn't need to spend time drooling over a man who drove her nuts. Carol untied Millie and walked her to the fence. The boys liked to climb the fence so they could mount the horses without help. The sorrel pawed at the ground. She didn't like being tied up by herself. She was used to having other horses around. Carol could empathize with the animal. For the last 2 years, she'd lived with her mom and Levi, and she missed George. Missed having another adult to talk to. Missed having a partner to parent with. Being back on the ranch, being with George, was like the first sip of hot chocolate in the winter. She didn't realize just how much she'd missed it until she had it again. Now that they were spending so much time together, she worried that she could never live without him again. Leaving the first time was hard enough. If she had to pack up tomorrow, it might just kill her. Jax, come on. Millie is waiting. She waved at the boy. Jax shuffled toward her, his face hidden by the brim of his cowboy hat. Hurry up. George called. We're gonna run barrels tonight. The boys loved to run barrels because they got to go fast. When they ran poles, they had to slow down and focus on making the turns on the right lead. Barrels required technical abilities as well, but they were spaced farther apart so they could trot between them. Jack stopped in front of her and sniffed, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. Carol's mommy meter immediately went on alert. She bent down and tipped his hat up. George and Olivia had left on their date, Olivia radiant in her gem-studded boots. Carol wondered how Jax felt about having his dad on a date. When she'd prodded earlier, he shrugged like it was no big deal. What's the matter? She asked. Jax lifted a shoulder. This shrug was weighed down with a lot of heavy thoughts. Missing your dad? Carol ventured. No. Jax scorned the question with a wrinkled nose. I don't know. He didn't exactly open up. Carol watched Levi for a moment as he trotted around the arena. She thought back to when she'd first moved out. It had been a couple weeks before George and she worked out the schedule for Levi's lessons. By the time they got him back into the barn, he was timid around animals. Carol tied Millie to the fence and ignored her pawing. It wouldn't do the horse any harm to learn some patience. She took Jax by the hand and headed toward Princess. George loped their way. He was an extension of the horse, strong, sure, and dang handsome. What are you doing? We need to get going or we're going to run out of daylight. Carol ignored the gruffness in his voice. He inherited that tone from John. Thankfully, she knew both men well enough to know that neither one meant to sound that gruff. We're having a little refresher course. Confident that her motherly instincts were correct, Carol chose to ignore George. He, in turn, settled in to watch them, his forearm resting on the saddle horn. She told Jax to climb up on the fence. I'm going to get on Princess, and you can get on behind me. Okay? Jax nodded. Carol, he can ride just fine, George called. Carol pressed her lips together in an effort to maintain her patience with her husband. She put her foot in the stirrup and threw her leg over the back of the horse. Carol, George said in his in-charge voice. Carol turned in the saddle to face him. I know that this is your ranch and you're used to giving orders, but you're not in charge of me, George Dumont. She stared him right in the eyes, watching the emotions roll over his face like a storm coming over the ridge. Surprise, frustration, anger, respect, admiration, love. Her breath caught in her throat. Love. Such strong love that she couldn't deny it. After what seems like an eternity, George laughed. I wouldn't even try to tame you, darlin'. You're wild and beautiful. He winked and spurred his horse, galloping across the arena to where Levi was loping circles around a barrel. Is something wrong? Asked Jax. He was gripping the fence with both hands, perched rather precariously on top. Yes. Carol kicked Princess and lined up beside him. I'm picking a fight and George is flirting. That's bad? Jax reached for her, his face full of trust that she would hold him steady as he clambered onto Princess. She took hold of his elbow and pulled as he slid his right foot over Princess's rump. It is if I want to stay mad at him. Why would you want to be mad? She shifted uncomfortably. Sometimes it's just easier. Oh. Jax's little arms circled her middle and held on tight. She urged Princess forward, moving slowly and letting him get used to her gait. She was a smooth horse, much smoother than Millie. After a few laps, Carol patted his hands. How you doing? Fine. His voice was steady and his grip slackened. She urged Princess to a lope, a smoother ride than a trot. Levi ran the barrel pattern several times while she worked with Jax. He waved as he went by. Carol and Jax waved back. Carol loved these quiet moments where her son learned something new and she was there to see it. Jax was moving with the horse now instead of fighting the rhythm. You ready to give Millie a workout? He paused before answering, his eyes following Levi as he went past. I think so. She headed for Millie. Look at that. Jax pointed to the trench Millie had dug with her right hoof. Dumb, nervous horse. She missed you. Jax's cheeks lifted in a grin. In just a few minutes he was in the saddle and following Levi through the clover pattern at a walk. Carol went behind him for a few minutes and then trotted to the side to let the boys practice. They needed to run the pattern a good 100 times a month. With Levi giggling at every turn, practice was enjoyable for all of them. A sigh of contentment climbed up and out her chest. George and Gypsy sidled up to her and Princess. You did good with Jax. You've got more patience than I do. He leaned forward on his saddle horn again. Carol glanced away, not liking the way her stomach flipped at his nearness. Gypsy and Princess pulled their noses together, checking one another out. She pulled on the reins, putting a stop to their shenanigans. I guess that's something good that came from moving away. I had to learn to trust myself as a mom. Your confidence shows. It does? George watched the boys while he spoke. It's hot. George! She shoved his shoulder. Shut up. She giggled. I have a roping this weekend in Nephi. Carol stiffened. Princess turned to look at her, probably wondering what was wrong. Horses sense things. So why hadn't Princess warned her about this? One of them should have seen this coming. It was George's pattern. Get her heart all a beatin' and shufflin' and then take off to chase a jackpot. I'll see if Bonnie can watch Levi while I work. Gypsy shifted her weight, bringing George closer. Carol leaned away, making Princess shift her weight, too. She swished her tail in protest. I was hoping you'd be able to take the time off. George was looking at her. His eyes caressing her hair, her face. I can't just take time off from the diner to hang out around the ranch. She gave him an I can't believe you asked that look. His smile grew wider. Carol Dumont, you're playing me right now. I am not, she replied indignantly. You're not that thick-head. Her mouth dropped open. I thought I was wild and beautiful? George's eyes took on a deep smolder. Don't remind me how beautiful you are when I'm trying to talk you into going away for the weekend. Carol dropped the reins. She was so blown away that George could have carried her out of the arena on a pitchfork. He nudged Gypsy closer to Princess. They sniffed one another again, and Carol didn't stop them. George put his hand on her thigh, his touch sizzling as much as his eyes. I thought about what you said about before. I love you, and I want us to be a family again. I figured if we were away from the ranch, trying us out wouldn't feel so permanent, she finished for him. I was thinking pressured. He lifted one palm. But I don't want you to think I'm trying to be in charge of you or change you or anything like that. He lifted one cheek in a cocky grin that had her wanting to grab his shirt and kiss the daylights out of him. You are too trying to change me. She shoved his shoulder. You're just being nice about it. Is it working? She lifted her chin. No, she turned her eyes to the boys. But we'll come anyway.
Chapter 18 Dr. Robert Canton. Robert regretted his decision to ask Olivia out about the time they hit the I-15 on-ramp, which was bad because they had another 3 to 4 hours before he could walk her to the basement door where he'd picked her up. With a little online research, Robert found a plaza at the mouth of Provo Canyon with restaurants, shops, an arcade, a bowling alley, and a movie theater. He and Olivia ate at the Brazilian place where waiters in black vests brought skewers of flavorful meats to the table, carving off a sample with a smile. The buffet had an assortment of fresh fruits and vegetables. Olivia entertained him with stories from her childhood throughout the meal. For her part, Olivia was enchanting. She was a complete and total enchantress, casting a net of spells over his heart and pulling him from the depths of loneliness, where he'd been following whatever current picked him up. Sufficiently stuffed, Robert took Olivia's left hand, noting that she didn't cringe when he touched her scars. That trust spoke volumes and pricked at his conscience. Tonight was about making a statement, announcing that they were a couple. If he wanted to do this right, he needed to come clean about who he really was. He'd contemplated when to tell Olivia about why he'd really come here. If things progressed between them, any other point in their relationship would be too late. There would be a feeling of deception with his revelation, as in, why didn't you tell me before? Now, tonight, was the best time to explain it all. The night was still young, close to 8. Not late enough to head back to the ranch. So Robert maneuvered them through the couples and families milling about toward one of the large fire pits spaced throughout the cobblestone courtyard. He put 2 white beach chairs side by side and motioned for Olivia to take a seat. She smiled, her topaz eyes glowing and mocha hair cascading over her shoulder. Enchantress. He could so easily see himself grafted into her life, into the ranch. He could spend his days farming hay and tending livestock. Over time, the oldham would melt away. His life as a doctor would fade, his knowledge become out of date, and he would morph into the cowboy he'd become on the outside. He couldn't deny that the possibility was somewhat terrifying. There were parts of his life he didn't want to erase. Practicing medicine was one of them, though the break had been nice. They settled back in the chairs, their fingers laced together, with Olivia's last 2 tucked up between their hands, and their feet up on the bricks. Robert wanted to be content, to let the silence settle over them and just enjoy holding a charming woman's hand. He couldn't do it. Olivia? He traced her scars. She tried to pull away, but he gently held her. It's ugly, she complained. I don't know any different, and all of you is beautiful to me. He kissed each of her fingers, and she relaxed back in her chair, a small smile on her scrumptious, full lips. Olivia, there's... geez. He rubbed his free hand over his chin. Olivia cocked her head. What is it? I feel things for you. In here. He tapped his chest. Olivia lifted one eyebrow, a bit of amusement painted across her features. Robert laughed at himself. That was bad. Olivia laughed too. It wasn't that bad. Really? He asked dubiously. Wheel. He dropped his feet to the ground between their seats. Let me try again. If you think that's wise, she teased. I can't leave that hanging out there, he shuddered. She lined her feet up next to his, their boots brushing. I feel things for you too. She smirked. All right. He chuckled. If you aren't going to take this seriously. Don't think I don't. There's so much seriousness swirling around that I was kind of overwhelmed. She leaned forward and kissed his cheek. She leaned farther, her breath warming his ear. I have feelings for you, Robert, she whispered. Robert's mouth went dry, and his breathing became irregular. He brushed his cheek against hers before finding her lips. You're dangerous when you're serious. She bit her lip, and he had to remind himself that they were in a public place with families. With a groan, he rested his forehead against hers. I have very strong feelings for you, Miss Olivia Dumont. He moved his hands to her arms and put some space between them. His hands shook with the words that were built up inside of him. I want to move forward, not play games. That's good. I'm over dating games. That's why I need to tell you something. Olivia leaned slightly away, as if she expected a blow. He leaned back, too, afraid of what he had to say. Remember how I told you I was adopted? Olivia softened. She placed her palm on his cheek. That doesn't change how I feel about you. He forced his cheeks up but couldn't muster a full smile. This would matter. He pulled her hand away from his face. After Jessica died, I was lost. She nodded. I can't imagine what that was like for you. I thought that if I found my birth mom, I'd find a part of myself. Olivia's eyes widened. You found her? He dropped his gaze to the floor and managed a nod. Is she a druggie or something? She used both hands to lift his hands to her lips and kissed them. Robert, that's not a reflection on you. You can't help who your parents are any more than I can. Olivia's kindness and kiss burned like a branding iron. She's not a druggie. He choked on the words. She's Bonnie. Olivia let his hand slip from hers. Be Bonnie? My Bonnie? Robert pressed his lips together and dipped his chin. Olivia's body did a little circle thing as if she were off balance. Bonnie can't have kids. Robert pulled his phone out of his pocket and found the image of his birth certificate. He passed it over, letting the image speak for him. Olivia took the phone, enlarging the document on the screen. She found the mother line, then quickly moved the image to look for the father's name. There wasn't one. He'd looked several times. She got to her feet. This doesn't make any sense. The phone slipped and he barely caught it before it hit the ground. Robert tucked it away. She was barely 18. Unwed. The adoption agency in Seattle paid for the prenatal care and the delivery. She went home shortly after I was born. Olivia pointed to the phone. She married Dallas 2 years later. Robert waited. She plopped on the chair, her boots far from his. Does she know you're you? Robert shook his head so fast his cowboy hat dislodged. He'd forgotten he had it on. Olivia seemed to like him in it, so he grabbed it at the last second before leaving the apartment. I didn't come here to disrupt her life. Why did you come? To find part of myself. I wasn't counting on that part being you. Olivia pressed both hands over her face as if she were trying to block out his words. When she put them down, her eyes were intense, focused. You have to tell her. I don't need another mother. What if Bonnie needs you? Have you thought of that? She's got a good life here. Revealing myself wouldn't add anything but strife. Olivia stood, her hands on her hips. You have everything to offer her. Olivia. He stood, placing his hands on her arms. This isn't something she wants in her life. She handed me over, and I'm happy that she did. You said yourself, there's no going back, only moving forward. This is different. You have no idea how much she prayed for a child. She shoved his chest angrily. We all did. For years. She went to doctors, they did tests. Do you have any idea how many cookies she baked us? How many Halloween costumes she made? She deserves to know. No, she doesn't. Robert didn't mean to sound cold. He tried to amend his statement. I'm not angry with her, okay? But she made a choice, and I can only guess at the reasons why. I want to respect her decision not to have me in her life. She made that decision before she met Dallas, before she faced infertility. Robert tipped his head. Bonnie is not infertile. Obviously. Olivia squeezed her eyes shut as if trying to block a mental image. She didn't comment on his last statement. You really aren't going to tell her? I'm not. Even after meeting her? I mean, she's the nicest person in the world. I don't understand why you can't give her this. I can't. Okay? I just can't. But you can put this burden on me? Burden? He asked incredulously. Bonnie is family. Contrary to what our recent family drama may have led you to believe, we don't bury secrets. Did you ever tell Ellie you tracked her phone? Olivia folded her arms. That's not the same thing, and you know it. Does your mom know you knew where Ellie was? Don't turn this on me. That information would cause pain. This would heal Bonnie's heart. You don't know that. I do. You don't. He started pacing. There is no father's name listed. Obviously, she wanted to forget the guy and everything that reminded her of him. I could be the trigger for a slew of bad memories. Or the start of some great ones. Robert stopped pacing. He put his hands out, inviting Olivia to grasp them. I've gone over and over it. I won't tell her. Olivia's right hand went to her forehead. I'm in shock here, Robert. I've known Bonnie my whole life, and not once has she mentioned having a baby. And she paused, her eyes darting around as she searched for the right words. I'm not at all comfortable keeping this information from her. All my instincts tell me to run home and shout the news. Why even tell me if you won't tell her? Because I couldn't open my life, my heart to you and keep this locked in a corner. It's too big. Yeah, it is. She shrugged off his hands. It's too big to put on my conscience. I don't see how you could think I want to be burdened like this. How will I ever face Bonnie? What are you saying? I need some time to process. She folded her arms, closing off the fence around her heart. It's getting late. We should get back for Jack's. Robert stared at his boots. He'd done what he thought was best, and it came back to bite him. He pulled out his keys. Let's go, then.
Chapter 19. Dallas Ruggles. Something was brewing on the Lime Peak Ranch, something under the surface that rumbled like thunder on the horizon. The danger lifted the hairs on Dallas's arms in the quiet moments. He didn't like things that snuck around, preferring an open fight with his fists up and looking his opponent in the eye. He groaned as he got to his feet, covering the sound of his creaking knees quite nicely. The doorknob to the apartment over John's barn, where Robert and Jack stayed, had broken over a month ago. This was the first chance he'd had to change out the doorknob. He twisted it several times to make sure it worked right. He wouldn't have been able to get to this honeydew if Logan wasn't around. That man had more energy than a 3-month-old puppy. Dallas gave up trying to keep up with him and left Logan to the heavier tasks. Logan was quick on the uptake, too, and he had a way with the horses. They responded to his gentleness. After a couple days, John and Anna stopped gawking every time they saw Logan around the ranch. When she saw Logan coming, Anna would turn on her heel and run the other direction. John would grunt and keep his head down. George didn't seem to have a problem working with his new brother-in-law and acted as a bridge between the two families. That was fine. The two of them would need to collaborate on water schedules and whatnot. Collaboration was what had him repairing the doorknob. He'd seen Robert and Olivia kissing in the barn a week or so ago when they thought no one was looking. Maybe he was old-fashioned or overprotective of his girls, but there needed to be doors that shut tight between those two. Nothing was as tempting as an open door. They'd gone out too, Robert taking flowers to the door and everything like a gentleman. That sat well with Dallas. Olivia deserved flowers from her man. Dallas began tossing his tools into the bag at his feet. Jax bounded up the steps. "Whatcha doing?" Dallas tucked away his grin at the boy's vernacular. He was being countrified and he didn't even know it. "I'm fixing the lock. My dad broke that," he said, all matter of fact. Miss Olivia was mad at him, but he said he was sorry. That's the best way to get on a woman's good side. Miss Carroll said sometimes it's easier to be mad at someone. Dallas scratched his forehead. This kid was getting an education, all right. Well, I suppose sometimes it's easier to stay mad at someone than admit that you were wrong or stubborn. Jack scrunched up his face as he thought that over. Which side is a woman's bad side? Front or back? Dallas belly laughed at that one. You'll know it when you see it, but don't go looking for it, or you're sure to find it. Jack scowled. Dallas cuffed him lightly on the shoulder. "What are you doing up here?" "Miss Bonnie sent me for the cookie plate. I told her it was empty." Dallas opened the door. Well, go get it. Yes, sir. Jax marched inside. Dallas scratched his chin. One of Bonnie's cookies sounded pretty good right about now. He rubbed his chest, feeling tired all of a sudden. Jax reappeared with a plate tucked under his arm. Mind if I come in with you? Dallas asked. Jax lifted his shoulders. I think there's enough cookies. There probably is. Dallas ruffled Jax's hair as he started down the stairs. They crossed the yard, opened the squeaky screen door, and bellied up to the bar for some coconut chocolate chip cookies. Bonnie dished them right off the cookie plate and onto napkins. The coconut smell was what heaven smelled like. Dallas was sure of it. He caught a glimpse of Bonnie's bare feet and grinned. Heaven wouldn't have shoes either. Not if it was truly heaven. Bonnie could run barefoot across the Lime Peak Ranch heaven side, or bake her cookies in the perfect kitchen, with her toes warm all year long. We'll have to water down the arena for practice tonight, he said. There was no need for hellos and goodbyes when he and Bonnie saw each other so often throughout the day. They'd just pick up where they left off from their last conversation or drop right into a new one. Bonnie spun back to the fridge and pulled out the milk. Jax was half a cookie up on Dallas. He took a bite, enjoying the familiar flavors. Olivia insists on running a few calves. She has it in her full head to rope this weekend. He took 2 more bites. Olivia had caught, but she had trouble after that, and she knew it. Her drive to enter a roping was beyond his understanding. She wasn't going to be able to compete, not at the level she was used to. The disappointment would only tear down the confidence she'd worked so hard to build. Some women are never satisfied. Bonnie set a glass of milk in front of him and Jax. She gave the boy one of those soft smiles she had for little ones. Thankfully, he'd seen many of those smiles over the years, despite her inability to have her own children. I think she should do it, Bonnie declared. Something in her tone didn't sit right with Dallas. He couldn't put his finger on what she was really saying. He took a large gulp of milk, letting the cool liquid slide down his throat to keep from saying something that would show Bonnie's bad side. Not that he'd seen much of that lately. She wasn't upset, but she wasn't settled. Darn thunder, it never spoke clearly, always rolling, but leaving the destruction to the rain that followed.
Chapter 20. Olivia Dumont. Wednesday. Wednesday morning the sky was pale blue and cloud-free. Olivia quick-stepped across the barnyard, giving the barn one long and longing look before climbing into her truck. Was it really only 2 days ago that she was kissing Robert in an empty stall? His revelation at diner had played with time, making the days drag by, but the calendar flip when she wasn't paying attention. The ride home with Robert was quiet. Truly, she couldn't think of a thing to say to him. This whole situation was beyond her quiet little life. She could hardly believe the picture Robert painted of Bonnie. Bonnie was the steady one, the quiet rock who kept them all grounded. She might have believed her mom had been wild in her younger days. Mom was passionate and headstrong and daring. Bonnie was steady. She never did anything exciting. Never pushed limits and encouraged them all to not only listen to the sermons, but to live them. Olivia started up the truck and headed down the lane. Mr. Canton was up early this morning, drinking from the trough. He lifted his head as she drove by, water falling down his chin and dribbling away like the thoughts surging through her head. Olivia had asked Robert for space to process the information, and he'd given it to her. She hadn't seen hide nor hair of him since their date. He was on the ranch somewhere, but he wasn't pushing to see her. While she missed having him close enough to touch, the distance wasn't nearly as helpful as she would have thought. And she'd done a lot of thinking lately. She thought about Robert's reasoning for not telling Bonnie and had to give Robert some credit for not wanting to disrupt her life. He had no idea what kind of a situation he was coming into, no idea that he would be the biggest blessing in Bonnie's life. She'd spent so many years pining for a child of her own. She may not have regretted placing him for adoption at the time, but she sure as shooting regretted it years later. She had to. All this time she'd mothered George, Olivia, and the others as if she were making up for a loss. Mom even said that the Dumont kids had saved Bonnie. Olivia slammed on the brakes, screeching to a halt at the end of the dirt road. Holy heck, Mom knows. Olivia pressed her hands over her mouth. All this time, her mom knew. Who else knew? Dad? Dallas? Suddenly angry at her mother and Bonnie and every other adult in her life, including Robert, for telling her about all this, Olivia slammed the pedal to the floor and shot off across the pavement. She roared into the parking lot at the factory, nursing all her indignation into a right strong tizzy fit she intended to release on her mother. And when she was done with that, she was going to give Robert a piece of her mind, too. He may not have known Bonnie when he got here, but he knew her now. To hold back this information was cruel, just cruel. Olivia wrenched open the metal door and stomped across the concrete floor to the office. She used the same force on that door, slamming it against the wall with a bang. Storming in, she came up short before running into her brother. William? William grinned. Hey, pigtails. Olivia stared at him, trying to make sense of why he was there. She cupped her forehead with her right hand. I'm in the twilight zone, she muttered as she stumbled to her desk without hugging William hello. Mom wasn't anywhere to be found. Sometimes she stopped at the gas station for a Dr. Pepper on her way in. Olivia had been in such a rage that she hadn't checked the parking lot for her mom's truck. She set her purse on the desk and turned to take in the prodigal son. William had on a pair of jeans, expensive ones from one of the boutique stores at the mall, a red polo shirt, and a hooey ball hat. His hair, almost as dark as hers, was long enough to touch his collar. He looked so much like the brother who team roped with her in high school that she almost believed he had never left. He plucked a clipboard off the wall. These the work orders for today? Yeah. Olivia became wary. I'll get going, then. William put his hand on the door. Wait, what? Olivia glanced at the calendar to check the year. She brushed her hair off her forehead, wondering if she'd fallen into an alternate universe. William considered her for a moment. He dropped his hand and stepped away from the door. Porter didn't tell you? Olivia threw her hands in the air. No one tells me anything. Not Porter. Not Mom. Not Bonnie. No one. The door swung open and Ellie glided in, all shiny hair, young marriage bliss, and perfect composure. Her eyes landed on William and she screamed. Throwing her arms around his neck, she kicked her feet. William returned her greeting with just as much enthusiasm. To Olivia, William was a little brother, someone to watch out for. To Ellie, he was the older brother, the protector. Olivia suddenly felt the weight of their birth order. You're here. Ellie regained her feet. She wore a smile that could fill an arena. And you're married. William shoved her shoulder. What the heck? We, Ellie giggled. Olivia rolled her eyes. Yet one more thing she hadn't been told about until after the fact. They ran off, William. You should understand that. Olivia folded her arms, daring either of them to pick up a verbal sword and lunge. William rose to the occasion, but he kept his voice light. You're so much like Mom. Don't take things so personal. He gave Ellie a can you believe her look. Why would I feel bad that I wasn't a bridesmaid at my only sister's wedding? Olivia glared. The sting growing. She swiped her nose, hating the emotions bubbling inside. Her life was usually steady. She thrived on steady, and there was nothing firm enough to grab onto. She'd thought Robert would be the calming influence in the middle of Ellie's crazy marriage, but he turned out to be shakier than her flighty sister. Ellie's eyes dropped to the floor, and her shoulders hunched. I'm sorry, Olivia. I did think about you. I missed you terribly when I was trying on dresses. Olivia turned away. No one thinks about me. Ellie's head came up. That's not true. You were all any of us thought about for over a year. She gestured to Olivia's bent fingers. So I have to be mean to get your attention, that's fabulous. Okay, that time Olivia could hear her mother in her words. Olivia? William half censured, half questioned her. What is the deal with you? Olivia opened her mouth, ready to spill everything about Bonnie and Robert. These two would be just as shocked as she had been, still was. At the last second, she thought of Dallas. If he really didn't know, he didn't deserve to find out this way. And Bonnie? Bonnie didn't deserve to have her secret thrown about behind her back. Placing a baby for adoption was a huge sacrifice, it was noble even. No matter what led up to the conception, Bonnie had done right by Robert. That deserved some respect. Is it Robert? Asked Ellie. Olivia snorted. Not like you're thinking. I thought you guys went out. Ellie prodded. We did, once. Who's Robert? Asked William. The guy renting the apartment over the barn, answered Ellie. Olivia's mouth was too dry to answer. She was starting to figure a few things out. One of them being that she couldn't be with Robert and keep this secret. The more time she spent with him, the more she wanted. But there was no way she could bury this information at every family dinner and pickle canning session. Oh my heck! The pickles! Robert was so interested in pickling and how Bonnie's mother, his grandmother, did things. He said he didn't want Bonnie to know, but he was fishing for information that day. Had she known who he was then, she would have been so uncomfortable withholding the knowledge from Bonnie. She was uncomfortable with it now, and Bonnie wasn't even in the room. If he wanted his parentage to stay a secret, Olivia couldn't date him. She couldn't sneak off to kiss him anymore. She couldn't share dinner conversation that was interesting and witty and made her laugh. She'd have to let him leave the ranch in the same cloud of mystery he drove in under. Which all stunk, because she thought she could love him. And, prompted William, because she'd been inside her head for so long. Olivia swallowed the lump in her throat. We decided not to pursue a relationship at this time. Oh. Ellie put her arm around Olivia and laid her head on Olivia's shoulder. You're always so pragmatic, sometimes you need to follow your heart. I did. Olivia choked on the threatening tears. That was the problem. William softened and hardened all at once. Do I need to teach this guy how to treat my sister right? He could do it, too. He may not have been hauling hay, but William was fit and trim. Where George and Porter were tall and lean, William had a barrel chest and wide shoulders. Olivia shook her head. It's more complicated than that. Oh, so much more complicated. Mom chose that moment to come in. If there was one thing a Dumont child learned early in life, it was not to stand around when there was work to do, and definitely don't get caught standing around. The three scattered like papers in a windstorm. William? Mom smiled, gathering him in for a hug. What a pleasant surprise. William returned her hug. I'm going to beat my little brother. Why? Asked Mom. William took off his hat and rubbed his forehead. He's at some battle of the bands in LA. He what? Yelled Mom. Olivia glared at her. Like she had any room to be upset over a lie. Seriously, how many times had Mom told them that honesty was best no matter how hard it was to put the truth out there? William scrubbed harder at his head. He asked me to cover for him this week, said he had it all worked out. I assumed that meant he'd talked to you? His eyes went from face to face, but he received no confirmation. Mom shook her head. I'm starting to expect this kind of behavior from my children. Hey, Olivia and Ellie said at the same time. Sorry, Olivia. Mom gave Ellie a pointed look. Ellie scowled in return. Golden child, coughed William. Olivia rolled her eyes. Ellie swatted his arm. Anna raised both hands in surrender. It's as though none of you have grown up. Though her words were a reprimand, there was a fondness in her eyes that belied her love for her children. Get to work. She wagged a finger. This company won't run itself. Olivia and Ellie headed for their desks. Mom sat down with a heavy sigh. She pressed her fingers to her temple and then took a long drink from her soda. There were bags under her eyes, and she looked tired. Olivia ducked into her work. Without her anger backing her, Olivia had no idea how to bring up the whole Bonnie/Robert situation. William went for the door, but before he was safely on the other side, Mom called him back. I'd like you to look over our computer setup later today, if you have time. Sure. He ducked out. Olivia's email beeped, and the message popped up on her screen. It was from Ellie, who sat less than 5 feet away. Think he'll ever come back? She replied, Who? Porter or William? The question hung between them for several minutes. Neither of them ventured a guess as to either brother's intentions. Ellie texted again, Sorry I got married without you. You're my favorite sister. Smiling face. Olivia sighed heavily as she sent back, At least you came back. Porter will be back, too. Ellie assured her. Olivia stared at the screen. She couldn't express exactly what she'd felt watching Porter on stage a couple weeks ago. He was born to play, and the siren's call couldn't be ignored for long. She felt that same pull when it came to roping. Which was why it was time to get back into competition. She'd been sidelined by her feelings for Robert, but that wasn't going to go anywhere. She needed to look out for her future. With a few clicks of the mouse, she had the entrance fee to the roping paid. Having settled at least one thing in her chaotic life, Olivia dove in to fill out Porter's request for a week off, because he hadn't done it. When he comes back, he owes me, big time. She texted Ellie. We all owe you, big sis. Ellie caught her eye and mouthed, Thank you. If Porter's little disappearing showed Ellie even a tiny bit of what she'd put the family through, then Olivia was kind of thankful to him. Kind of, not enough to let him off the hook. He'd better win something good at this band thing. She'd need transportation to the roping for Jasper. Dad made it clear he didn't want her anywhere near competition. There were a dozen different ways she could get hurt when adrenaline ran high and a jackpot was on the line. Dad had stopped muttering when she practiced at home, but every time she missed her dally, he nodded as if it was what he expected. There was no chance he'd let her take the trailer. George was going, she'd catch a ride with him.
Chapter 21. George Dumont. You can't ride with me. George avoided Olivia's pleading gaze. He slapped his hat against his leg to knock off the dust before returning it back to his head. He'd been running himself ragged from 8 to 5 so he could have his evenings off to spend with Carol and Levi. This weekend would be a much-needed break. Olivia had come home to eat lunch and stopped in to talk. George's stomach growled. He may have to skip lunch again today. While he missed the slower pace of having all the daylight hours to get his work done, quiet time with his wife was worth the sacrifice. And, if truth be told, he'd taken on more of the ranch duties than he needed to in an effort to prove to his father that he was worth the salary. Since George had stepped back a bit, Dad had stepped in. Like today, Dad was using the tractor to clear the manure out of the steer pen and corral, a job George normally would have done, while George was in the shop fixing sprinkler pipe. He turned the sprinkler pipe over a couple times. The end had been smashed and no longer fit into the next pipe in the line. He needed to cut off the damage to make it usable again. This was one of the longer sprinkler pipes, a 10-footer, so he wouldn't need to weld in a replacement piece. A simple fix, and yet it took time. Everything took time lately. Much to his annoyance, Olivia didn't take no for an answer and leave. She planted her fist into her hip. There's no reason I can't go to the roping. George brushed her spat aside like a lazy fly. It's not about your hand. Geez, sensitive much? He went around the table to the wall cabinet where they kept saw blades, bits, wrenches. Then why can't I ride with you? Her confusion was as pronounced as the line between her eyebrows. George sighed. Because I'm talking someone else. Olivia leaned against the table and folded her arms. We can make room. We've done it before. Not this time. He could only imagine how that would go over with Carol. He found the blade he needed and went back to the table. Take my 2-horse. He wanted the live-in trailer so Carol and Levi would be comfortable. It had a small kitchen, a large bed, and a small bunk. There was a table and a love seat. Just enough space to survive for a few days. They hadn't exactly discussed sleeping arrangements, but he'd be happy to sleep in the truck if it would keep the peace. He was just thrilled she'd agreed to come. They hadn't told Levi because they didn't want him telling everyone on the ranch and spreading the wrong idea around. Getting back together was the right idea as far as George was concerned, but Carol still had reservations. Something was holding her back from loving him. The family all thought that they were doing just fine, maybe from the outside they were, but the easy love they'd once shared didn't flow back and forth. Carol had turned off the supply as easily as he turned off the irrigation water. That was not totally true. This hadn't been easy on her either. The pain she had in her heart. He'd put it there. He planned to work hard on her reservations about the two of them this weekend. Olivia would be fine with the smaller trailer. She wouldn't have a place to sleep, but there was a hotel in Nephi, and she could rent a stall for Jasper if she wanted to stay overnight. Or, she could just get up early and drive there Saturday morning. Olivia lifted her chin. Even though she was several inches shorter than him, he got the feeling he was being looked down upon. George, her voice held a note of warning. You'd better not be. What? He demanded. Did she think he was sneaking around on Carol? Dang it all, Olivia, can't a guy have some privacy around here? No, the word was firm and tainted with bitterness. Olivia shook out her right hand. Secrets hurt people. George set the blade on the table and leaned both hands against the edge. I'm taking Carol and Levi. Olivia's mouth dropped open. George laughed. Careful, or you'll catch a fly. Like, as a family? Just like that. He couldn't stop the smile that pulled at his cheeks. Olivia snapped her teeth together and grinned. Are you guys back together? We're trying this out. On our own. Away from all this. He circled his finger around to indicate the ranch, the family, and the pressure. Olivia put her hand on his arm. I'll be praying for you. We could use those prayers. Olivia headed toward the door. You're gonna need them. George's head popped up. Had Carol said something to Olivia? Why would you say that? 'Cause I'm going to rope circles around you. George chuckled. You can try. There's no try, only do, Olivia said in her best Yoda voice. She waved as she left. George jammed his hands back into the leather gloves. He'd take all the prayers he could get for him and Carol. It was prayer that had gotten him to this point with her, propelled him to see past his own pride to find the wounded woman in his arms. Prayer was a powerful tool, it had opened his heart and softened Carol towards one thick-head cowboy. He dropped his head and offered the prayer in his heart.
Chapter 22. Dr. Robert Canton. Robert used the flathead shovel to scoop manure into the tractor bucket. The steer pen behind the arena didn't need to be cleaned every day like the horse stalls because, well, Robert wasn't sure why that was. He took off his straw hat and swiped the sweat off his brow. He and John had moved the steers into the arena. They weren't too happy about being displaced from their home where food and water were plentiful. They mooed and bellowed during the process, but eventually made their way out of the gate. We should have done this when it was cooler, Robert told John. John drove the tractor, hauling bucket loads out to the large pile off the hay field. He explained that they would spread the manure on the fields after the last harvest. Nature's best fertilizer. Now, he climbed off the machine and grabbed a shovel. John dug right into the work. The tractor was great, but there were places it couldn't reach. It's July. There's no such thing as cooler this time of year. Robert grunted. Upon waking this morning, his phone informed him that it was already 82 degrees, and that was before the sun came up. We're blessed up here in the mountains, though. Down in the valley, it'll be over 100 degrees. John finished clearing his section and leaned on the shovel while Robert cleared out the corner. That's too hot. And dry. In Seattle, he could feel the moisture on his skin. This air was dry as the desert sand. It scratched at his throat when he breathed. Looks like Bonnie's coming out with lunch. Robert's head came up. He'd left Jack's in Bonnie's care this morning. They were going to make Jell-O jigglers or something. Bonnie was walking fast, carrying a lunch sack. Jack stopped to pet Mr. Canton, who was keeping the arena free of weeds. Afternoon, John greeted her. Robert kept right on working. Olivia had promised not to tell Bonnie who he was, and he trusted her to keep that promise, but having someone else know made looking Bonnie in the eye difficult. Olivia's arguments for telling Bonnie didn't help him any either. She called him cruel for holding back something that would bring Bonnie joy. That's not what he was trying to do. The whole point of not telling her was to keep her from hurting. I'm taking lunch over to the factory today, so I thought I'd make you a sandwich, too. She held out the sack, and Robert had to stop shoveling to take it from her. Jax and I are in the middle of jigglers. Do you mind if he comes with me and we can finish when we get back? Robert scratched the back of his neck. He won't be in the way, will he? He hadn't been inside the rope factory, but he imagined there were machines and other areas Jax could get into trouble. We'll eat in the office. Bonnie looked over her shoulder like she was in a hurry. Yeah, he can go. Thanks. We'll see you later. She waved and was off, calling to Jax. John's phone beeped a text and he pulled it out of his back pocket. That explains that. What? Asked Robert. He walked around and stowed the lunch sack next to the tractor seat. Porter took off for L.A. with a couple friends, and William is covering for him. John typed something in return and tucked his phone back into his pocket. Robert's interest perked up despite the heat. I haven't met him yet. I don't know that you will unless you follow Bonnie to the factory. John surveyed the pen. She seemed awfully excited to get over there. John smiled. Don't tell George and Porter, but William was always Bonnie's favorite. From the day we brought him home, she was head over heels for that boy. Really? Yep. He was born with this dark head of hair that stuck out all over. She couldn't get enough of him. Robert's blood ran cold. He had been born with a head full of dark hair. His mom commented on it several times, how he looked adorable with it poking out like dandelion fluff. Could it be that baby William had reminded her of him? He was colicky too, cried for 3 hours every night. Bonnie took a shift walking him so Anna and I could sleep every other day. We were worn out, but she'd tell us to let him cry if he wanted to cry. It was a beautiful noise. He shook his head as if shaking off the memories. I'll get the tractor moved if you want to put the pen in place, and we can push the steers back. Robert couldn't shake his head to get rid of the image of Bonnie walking the living room with a screaming baby on her shoulder. Had she held William close and wished she was holding Robert? Had she worried that her baby had cried and no one held him? Or had she taken comfort knowing she'd picked out an awesome set of parents? And here she was, 30 years later, running over to the factory to see that child, the excitement and love in her eyes evident. If she loved and cared for the Dumont children that much, it was highly probable that she would be happy to have her son in her life. Then again, she had a history with William and Olivia and their siblings. A history that she'd voluntarily extracted herself from when it came to Robert. Maybe she thought she didn't have a choice. The urge to bang his head against the fence post was strong. He'd come here looking for answers, and all he'd done was stir up more questions. He had thought meeting Bonnie would be enough. It wasn't. There were things he wanted to know. Things he couldn't ask unless he revealed himself. He just wasn't there. And each day that passed, he dug a deeper hole for himself as he became a part of the ranch, and it became a part of him. John backed the tractor out and headed for the drop-off. Robert made quick work of sliding the metal bars back into their slots so the steers could return home.
Chapter 23. Anna Dumont. If you upgrade your router, it should speed things up. Anna nodded as William went on about the pros and cons of different routers, whatever those were. It was the end of the workday, and the place had cleared out pretty quickly. Ellie wasn't one to linger when Logan was waiting in their trailer. Olivia wanted as much practice as possible before the roping this weekend, so she'd also taken off early. And with William overseeing the workflow, the factory finished up a half-hour early, so he'd agreed to look over their computer system. He'd been the one to set up their network and internet connections, a school project for a boy who tested above average at every grade level. He thirsted for knowledge, learning to read right along with Olivia, who was 2 years older. She could still see their little heads bent over the table as Olivia went through her worksheets with him. William, a willing student. Olivia's pigtails had been lighter then, but William's hair had always been dark. Ellie's was the lightest of them all. When did I lose him? She muttered to herself. Mom. William touched her arm to bring her back to their conversation. She turned, her eyes coming into focus on her middle son taking in his stubble. The defined cheekbones and cocoa brown eyes. When did I lose you, Will? William jerked his hand back. What did I do that was so bad that you had to run away? That you couldn't talk to me? She chewed her lip. My children don't talk to me. William's round chest inflated with his deep breath. Can we not do this? I've got a few more days of working here. And I don't want to. Anna took his hand. Tell me why you didn't want to stay on the ranch. You were so good at everything, better than George was when he was 18. You could have gone on to take grand champion one day. Just like your dad. He blew out a breath. I needed to breathe. There was rodeo and ropings in the company. There were so many fences put up around me. I had to break free. Anna stared at the tabletop. I wasn't there. Olivia said I left you guys too much. She felt abandoned. Olivia said that. William's eyes went wide with shock. Not in so many words. But then Ellie ran off and married Logan. She involuntarily shuddered. Now Porter leaves without so much as a see you later. Mom, why can't they talk to me? William paused before saying, Ellie tried. She said she brought Logan to dinner, and you flipped out. Everyone flipped out. She released his hand. That was an extreme case. Getting married is a much bigger deal than a vacation in law or a college scholarship. William leveled her with a stare. Are you telling me that if I had come to you and explained about college, that you would have helped me pack up and move? Anna felt the blood drain from her face. She wouldn't have. She would have told him to stay, that he didn't need to go as far away as Utah State, that there were good schools closer to home. I would have tried to talk you into staying, she admitted with great effort. You would have locked me in the barn, William countered. You hold too tight on the reins. Shouldn't I? A young horse needs a firm hand. William stood, his eyes hard. We aren't horses, Mom. You can't break us. He stalked out of the room. Anna wiped at the tears as they fell. I only wanted to hold them close. She put her head down on her desk and cried. She cried because she'd done the best she knew how, and she'd failed her children.
Chapter 24. Bonnie Ruggles. Thursday morning breakfast was French toast and fresh fruit with a side of bacon and strawberry-flavored jigglers. Bonnie had a large platter of toast keeping warm in the oven. Seeing William had lifted her spirits yesterday. She'd almost told him about her New York trip, but there was always someone else around. With less than a week to go, the trip was like a can of soda inside of her that kept rolling back and forth. Eventually it was going to burst, or she would burst. Dallas tromped in from the barn. They'd gotten up at the same time, like usual. She'd jumped in the shower, and he'd headed out to the barn to feed. Hello, Chemisabe. Dallas grinned at the towel wrapped around Bonnie's hair. She rolled her eyes. He used that joke at least once a week. Morning. Are you hungry? As a bear. She placed a loaded plate in front of him. William's favorite. Is he coming over this morning? I invited him, but I doubt it. Bonnie checked the clock. Robert and Jax should be here, though. She hurried to dish up 2 more plates so they would be ready. Mornings were a time to hustle, everyone rushing off to get things done. They ate, said thanks, and left her there to do dishes and package leftovers if there were any. 1 week. In 1 week someone will be cooking for me. That explains the side dish. Dallas poked his star-shaped jiggler with his fork. He folded his arms and said grace before eating. Dallas reached for the syrup, and Bonnie passed it to him. He poured himself a glass of juice. She cut a slab of butter and put it between 2 pieces of warm toast. Jax bounded through the door. I'm here. Bonnie grinned. Yes, you are. Come on over here and have a seat next to Dallas. Did the jig-airs set up? His eyes took in every wiggle as she brought over his plate. She was just setting it down when Robert came in, looking sheepish. Sorry, he bolted out the door. I barely got him to zip up his pants first. Dallas chuckled. Bonnie waved off his apology. We'll take him any time, any day. One thing you've probably already figured out, Dallas wiped his mouth with his napkin. Is that we have an open-door policy for young'uns. Jax copied Dallas's face wipe with his napkin, even though he hadn't eaten anything yet. Dallas smiled and helped him pour the syrup. Bonnie stopped next to Robert and spoke quietly. You've done an excellent job with that boy, Robert. I hope you know that. He didn't look at her, which was okay. She'd given him a compliment he wasn't prepared for. Pushing the plate into his hands, she nodded towards the empty bar stool next to Jax. Robert didn't budge. Are you happy, Bonnie? He asked. He grabbed hold of her gaze and wouldn't let go. His blue eyes were troubled. The cleft in his chin was all but hidden now with his neatly trimmed beard. He was growing and changing, being here, in good ways. His question bothered her. Why would you ask? I need to know. By the earnestness in his face, she believed him. And it was that earnestness that made her say, I've had lows and highs, Robert. I can't say my life is roses, but I'm doing the best I can. Having Jax around helps. She smiled before moving away slow enough so it didn't look like she was running, and fast enough that he couldn't ask for clarification.
Chapter 25. Dr. Robert Canton. Long after the French toast had been turned into energy that cleaned stalls, moved sprinkler pipe, and cleared a patch of prickly weeds not even Mr. Canton would touch, Robert dragged his feet up the stairs. Someone had repaired the doorknob he'd broken his first day on the Lime Peak Ranch. Not that he'd wanted a broken doorknob to be his legacy here, but he'd grown attached to bumping the door open with a shoulder or hip while carrying a sleeping Jax in his arms. Having to carry his boy home was a real possibility tonight. He was down at Carol's, running through the sprinkler on the lawn with Levi. His son was having the summer of his life while Robert was exhausted in body and soul. He sat on the couch, his head lowered, the weight of his thoughts heavy. He'd come to Utah to fill in the gaps in his past and find a part of himself. The trouble was, the Lime Peak had sucked him in, become a part of him. He hadn't counted on that happening, on caring about the people who lived here or feeling like he was a part of a family. That wasn't advertised on the website. The ad simply said food and board and cowboy training. It was Bonnie's fault. Bonnie was the heart and soul of this place, though she didn't see that in herself. She was the nurturer, the caregiver, the mother hen who gathered her chicks, John and Anna included. Her meals brought and kept the family together. She even chased after William as if he were a lost sheep. He wondered if she felt gaps in the family. If placing him for adoption had left a hole in her past that she couldn't fill without him any more than he'd been able to without her. Olivia was adamant that Bonnie deserved to know, that she'd want to know. Know what, though? That he was alive? That he'd had a good life? That he'd become a doctor and a father? Or was it simply enough that he was just him and he was here? The thing was, Bonnie had given up any right to know anything about him when she'd signed over her parental rights. She'd voluntarily let him out of that responsibility. She'd been an adult, non-coerced. How could anyone know how one decision would affect them 10, 20, or 30 years later, though? Consequences were sneaky little things like that. What if he went back to Seattle and in 5 years still wanted Olivia, only she was married to someone else? He doubled over, the image causing him physical pain. He scrubbed his hands through his hair. Somehow, Olivia had gotten tangled up in all this. He didn't want to make this huge decision just to smooth things over between them. That's why he'd taken pains not to see her. He wanted to talk this out, talk over the possibilities, but she had one answer and he didn't see her changing her mind. And he couldn't discount that she knew Bonnie's life in a way that he didn't. Once she'd explained about the prayers and the tests and the desire Bonnie had for children of her own over the years, it turned Robert's thoughts in a direction they hadn't traveled before. He started to see Bonnie differently. Like this morning, when she'd said she was doing her best despite her circumstances in life. There were 100 different ways to take that, but the way she had included the fact that having Jax there helped made it clear she ached for her loss. She ached for him. If that was true, and he wasn't saying it was or it wasn't, then Olivia was right, he was cruel. Maybe he should pack them up tonight and just go before this became any harder. He tried to picture the house he'd shared with Jessica. The edges of his memories were blurry, like the lens of his memory wouldn't come into focus. The aches were gone, those phantom moments that crept up when he wasn't expecting them and reminded him how good they'd once had it. He no longer turned around, expecting Jessica to be there. He didn't pull out his phone to text her. In Seattle, he'd been a broken man. That first weekend on the ranch, when Olivia pushed him past all his physical and emotional limits, she'd wrung out his soul like a wet rag, squeezing the grief right out of him and making space for new feelings. A new man emerged. He looked down at his dust-covered jeans and boots. A cowboy. Every bit the man Bonnie and Dallas would have raised on the Lime Peak Ranch. And every bit the cowboy for Olivia. He scrubbed his face. He couldn't leave Olivia, not with things between them unsettled, not without a proper goodbye. He couldn't leave the ranch unless he could leave her, and he wasn't sure that was a possibility anymore.
Chapter 26. Carol Dumont. Friday morning Carol found herself in something of a tizzy. George had brought down the live-in horse trailer and parked it on the side of the garage for easy loading. There was so much to think about. They needed blankets, sheets, towels, pillows, and where did George think they were all going to sleep? She could hardly look at him with that question in her mind without turning a deep red. Part of her wanted to share a bed again, to have his arms tucked safely around her. The other part recoiled at the idea of being rejected. Besides holding her that day when she'd burst into tears, George hadn't tried to touch her at all. Maybe he just saw her as the mother to his son and not as a woman to desire. Her body had changed, having a kid would do that to any woman. She couldn't make that move, asking for something physical that he wasn't willing to give. If he turned her away, the hurt would be too great. So she tucked the question about who was sleeping where away in order to get through packing. What's with the paper plates? George held up the pack of 100 Dixie Ultra-Strong dinner plates she'd put out on the counter along with the other items that needed to be placed in the live-in trailer. I'm not spending the weekend washing dishes in that tiny sink. She all but bit his head off. She didn't mean to. This whole going away together had her in knots, great big ones. She rubbed her neck. George laughed. Levi and I will take dish duty. He dropped the plates into the reusable grocery bag he'd used to carry things outside. And the paper plates. Are we sleeping in a tent? Levi trailed behind George as he went back and forth from the trailer, carrying any little bauble she tossed his way. All with a giant, annoying grin on his face. He was on cloud 9 while she was on cloud what the heck am I doing? Not this trip, George replied. We have the trailer, so you get a regular bed. Levi took the answer in stride. More like he took it in laps as he ran around the kitchen island for the 12th time. Where will the horses sleep if we're in the trailer? Outside. Lucky. Levi kicked the bar stool, earning him a warning look from Carol. George laughed. A deep sound that was like water on a dry field. Carol soaked it up. Their eyes met, and he held her gaze in a tender embrace. She'd been thinking about George's embraces a lot lately. Normally she could distract herself from these thoughts, but lately they'd been distracting her. Like now, as she eyed his frame thick with muscles and covered in cotton and Levi's. Time had erased some memories and left others to pop up. She remembered trailing her fingers through George's hair, his head resting on her thigh as she leaned back against the couch. They'd talked about baby names, she remembered that. But she couldn't remember the feel of his hair in her fingers. Even more disturbing was that she wanted to remember that feeling. Carol grabbed the bread off the counter. This needs to go, too. She slid the bag of apples across the island to George. If she got much closer, she might do something she'd regret. Anything else? He asked. I think that's about it. She dusted her slippery hands on her hips. Let's get going. Levi grabbed George's hand and pulled him toward the door. Don't tell me, tell your mom. She's the one we need. Carol smiled at the two of them. But in the back of her head, she noted that George had said we need. As in George and Levi needed her. Not just George. It was silly and somewhat petty to point that out. She couldn't seem to help the insecurities that came up when she thought about being with George again. The worry that if she opened the gates on her love, he'd let her empty out and not put anything back in. Levi put his little hands on her backside and pushed. Carol laughed at his antics. All right, I'm coming. George held the door open for her, making her pass impossibly close to him to get out of the house. He smelled clean and fresh and earthy, all the best smells in the world, especially because together they made up George. They drove the truck and trailer up to the barn for the horses. Carol let Levi sit in the front seat between her and George as they drove the dirt lane. Where is everyone? She could only imagine what they'd think seeing the three of them leaving with the trailer. Work. Dad and Dallas drove up to Idaho to look at a horse. And Bonnie's at Costco. Carol relaxed against the seat, relieved that they wouldn't have to answer 20 questions about running off for the weekend. Gypsy and Princess loaded into the back of the live-in trailer like old pros. Levi protested moving to the booster in the back seat, but a firm look from George had him buckling up. George winked at Carol, and they were on the road. Carol chewed her lip, deep in thought. She kept trying to convince herself that this was the right thing to do. That giving George and their marriage a second chance was worth the constant state of stress that came with waiting for the other boot to drop. That giving Levi a solid family unit would pay off. Hey. George tugged her lip free with his thumb. His touch put her pulse in a race with the truck's RPMs. You're going to wear a hole through those pretty lips. Carol turned towards the window to hide her blush. I shouldn't have come. I'm too in love with him to resist him. It had always been that way with George. Hence the 5-year-old in the back seat. Hence the ring on her finger. Hence the broken heart in her chest. She loved George Dumont. The problem was that she loved him more than he loved her. Which left her feeling like the heavy side of a teeter-totter in this marriage. One weekend alone wasn't going to change that. She only hoped she'd find a way to survive.
Chapter 27. Dr. Robert Canton. Robert parked his car at the gas station on Main Street. Adjacent to the small parking lot was a replica of a pioneer log cabin that Jax had wanted to explore. Down the street just a little ways was a full-sized train car. On the other side of Main Street, historical markers were posted on several buildings, including a fire station, jailhouse, and Elks Lodge. The local sites should keep them busy for most of the morning, and he could send some pictures to his parents that didn't include horses and goats. According to Jax's video chats, all of Utah was one big cattle farm. George was leaving for the roping and had asked Robert to move pipe, but there was time for sightseeing before that had to be done. Jax scrambled from the back seat. Robert followed at a slower pace. He read the plaque describing Porter Rockwell as an outlaw and a bodyguard and a pioneer. Jax ran his hand down the length of the building and pressed his face up against the glass. They weren't going to get inside, much to his son's dismay, so Robert directed him toward the train car. Jax was inside, running up and down the aisle, before Robert climbed the back steps. The yellow paint showed rust here and there, but overall, the car was in good condition. He wondered how it had ended up the equivalent of a Chick-fil-A playhouse. After taking several pictures, including one of them hanging out the windows, they headed across the street. Jax, come see this. Robert picked up his son so he could look through the fire station windows. Inside was an engine from a bygone era. Its brass and nickel still shone. Cool. Jax's breath fogged up the window. Somebody cares about this place, Robert mused. That'd be the Historical Society, said a deep voice behind them. Robert turned to find Pastor Rick and his wife, Charlotte, smiling at him and Jax. Charlotte taught the children's Sunday school class. She was thin with long, wavy brown hair and a smile that invited her into a child's confidence. They take preservation seriously around here, added Charlotte. Robert thought about what Olivia had said about Joe Labrum using the town's desire for preservation against Anna and John when they opened the factory. So I've heard. Jack slid to his feet. Can we go inside? Charlotte nodded. It should be open today. She motioned for Jax to go on up the steps. My great-great-grandfather was the sheriff of this town for 15 years. They have his pocket watch and wallet on display inside. She followed him up the steps, and Pastor Rick sighed quietly. You can wait 5 minutes for your breakfast. Charlotte smiled before opening the door for Jax. Pastor Rick rubbed his belly. I've been waiting all morning, he grumbled good-naturedly as he followed them up the steps. Robert didn't seem to have a choice, so he followed them inside. Straight ahead was a small museum with an island display case and yellowed photographs on the wall. To their right, down a small hallway, was the sheriff's office with history preserved in furniture, plaster, and an ink blotter. Charlotte had taken Jax down there and sat him right in the leather-covered seat. Robert snapped a picture with his phone. How are things going on the Lime Peak? Asked Pastor Rick. He, apparently, had been on the tour before and wasn't interested in a repeat. Fine. Robert shrugged. Inside, he barked a sarcastic laugh and figuratively slapped his knee. Fine indeed. Good. Good. You settling in for a spell? Robert tipped his head. I'm still trying to figure out the answer to that question. Yeah? Pastor Rick leaned on the wall. What's there to figure? Robert opened and closed his mouth, unable to come up with a concise and uncomplicated answer. Pastor Rick continued, Seems to me you've already done the hard part. And what's that? Getting here. Robert scratched his neck. Getting here was actually the easy part. That sounds like a story. I'm not even sure where I would begin. Rick put his hand on Robert's shoulder. Don't tell me the details. Just tell me what's blocking your path. If I can help you out, I will. Robert nodded, thankful for the man's discretion. That's an interesting question. Jax and Charlotte moved out of the sheriff's office and gathered with them in the hallway. Did you see me in the sheriff's chair? Jax asked. Robert nodded. I took a picture. Can I go see the gun? It's in there. Jax pointed to the room with the display cases. Mrs. Pratt has a story about the gun. Sure. Robert waved them on through. Charlotte smiled as she went past. He's a sweetie. Most of the time, agreed Robert. Robert needed time to gather his thoughts before he could answer Pastor Rick's question, so he followed Jax and Charlotte into the museum. After a few minutes of looking at pictures, he planted himself next to Pastor Rick. I had a plan when I came here. I thought it all through and had good reasons for doing what I did. Plans can change, especially when other people get involved. You ain't kidding, Robert joked. Pastor Rick turned towards him. His eyes were intense, interested, and curiosity was written all over his face. Why don't you explain that to me? Robert nodded. I made my plan before I knew. He didn't want to bring up specific names, didn't want to blurt out his life story and drag Bonnie into this conversation. People on the ranch. They aren't what I pictured. Their lives are different than I'd imagined. Different bad or different good? Robert thought for a moment. Bonnie wasn't happy like he thought she'd be. That was bad. But she was well-adjusted and comfortable. That was good. Both. He shrugged an apology for being vague. It wasn't intentional. I'm afraid that if I change my plan, they won't be happy. That they'll ask me to leave. He scrubbed his face. There was this small part of him that was afraid that Bonnie wouldn't want him. She'd already given him away once. She could do it again. His confidence or self-worth wasn't hinged on her acceptance. The fear wasn't that she'd destroy him with her rejection. He could live through that. It was that she'd want him to go away. Which might have been okay if she'd asked him to leave during the first 20 minutes he was on the Lime Peak Ranch. But now that he cared about these people, wanted to be a part of their lives, he couldn't fathom having them ask or tell him to go. So fear is your block? Yes. Robert hated to admit it, but he was afraid. He was afraid Bonnie would see him as a reminder of something painful and not want him around. Pastor Rick nodded his understanding. Let me tell you a story. He looked at Jax. Come on, let's take this outside. They went out to the front steps and took a seat. If anyone wanted to get into the museum, they'd have to move, but foot traffic was non-existent today. Pastor Rick looked up and down Main Street before talking. You're a father, so I'm sure you'll understand. We have 2 boys, both grown and with families of their own now. But when our youngest was 3, he was stung by a hornet. His arm swelled up to twice the size, and we rushed him to the nearest hospital, which at that time was in Orem. Robert nodded. Bee allergies can come on in stages. A reaction like that would indicate the child could go anaphylactic if stung again. Exactly. Well, things weren't what they are now. EPI pens were a new and scary blessing. I can't remember why, but we had to leave Ben with a sitter one afternoon. I'd killed every hornet and bee I could find, but this is Utah, and there are orchards in the valley, so the threat was always there. Robert nodded his understanding. Well, I was beside myself. I was so afraid that I was going to lose my son that I couldn't think clearly, and I snapped at Charlotte over the smallest thing. She wasn't too happy with me and told me to wait in the car and ran into the store. I did the only thing I could do. I prayed. I prayed for his safety. I prayed for the sitter. I prayed for his brother. I think I even prayed for all the hornets in the valley to die. He chuckled at himself. And I just couldn't find peace. Now Robert was worried for the boy. What happened? I said, God, I know you're there, but I can't feel you. I need to know if this fear is your way of warning me or if it's just me being scared. He glanced around again. Do you know what he said? What? Robert whispered. Fear is not my tool. The words and the meaning behind them pushed Robert back. They would have knocked him right off his feet had he been standing. Pastor Rick's eyes shone. God doesn't use fear to change us. A strong impression of danger, sure, that can be from him. But fear is not of God. God is trust. God is faith. God is love. So you're saying? I'm saying don't let fear be your guide. Get beyond it and make your decision outside of its influence. Robert stared at the concrete steps. He'd grown to love the Dumonts and the Ruggles. That's why he'd been so scared of losing them. If he made this decision out of love for them, that would change everything. Olivia loved Bonnie, and she believed Bonnie would want to know. Olivia's passionate argument was from a place of love. Anytime Robert started thinking about Olivia, he had to put on the mental brakes so he didn't end up losing hours. She captivated his mind like no one he'd ever met before. This was usually the moment when he'd find a piece of hard labor to sweat over until he stopped thinking. The door swung open and Jax tripped out, followed by Charlotte. Well, what did you think? Pastor Rick asked him. I wish I had a cowboy sheriff grandpa. Jax grinned up at Charlotte. She smiled so big her nose wrinkled. Would you two like to join us at the diner? Robert shook his head. I've got to change water. And think for a while. Dallas may not be a sheriff, but he was every bit the cowboy Jax idolized. Robert could give his son that wish. The idea felt right. Like Jax and Dallas were supposed to fulfill a role in one another's life. It was good seeing you. Pastor Rick stood up and Robert followed. Jax hopped down the stairs, going between them. Robert offered his hand. Thanks for the story. I've got a lot to think about. You're welcome. Pastor Rick shook his hand and offered his arm to his wife. We'll see you later. Charlotte waved to them as they made their way to the diner. Robert clapped Jax on the back. Do you want to go back on the train? Jax looked across the street. Can I ride Millie instead? Robert nodded. Jax would be fine on Nil in the field while Robert moved pipe and thought things over. And maybe said a little prayer of his own. He needed guidance in this, heavenly guidance if at all possible.
Chapter 28. George Dumont. The drive from Eureka to Nephi took about 40 minutes. The roping started at 7 Saturday morning. By leaving early Friday, George guaranteed them a few hours without chores, ranch emergencies, and a hopeful family watching their every move. A few other families had arrived early and decided to stay overnight in the parking lot. George parked the live-in away from the cluster of trucks and trailers. He wanted quiet time with Carol and Levi. Mostly Carol. Except Carol kicked him and Levi out of the trailer shortly after they threw away their paper dinner plates. She'd been antsy and flustered since they'd leveled the trailer and slid the pop-outs out. Her hands were constantly moving, making the beds, rearranging the cupboards, sweeping, again. She wasn't a neat freak, which meant this whole thing was freaking her out. He needed to slow it all down. To kill some time and give her space, he pulled out the mini roping dummy he'd bought for Levi at Frontier Trailer and Western Supply. I think it's about time you learn to rope proper, buckaroo. And every roper needs a dummy. You're kidding. Levi threw his arms around George's leg. That's for me. He laughed. You bet. It's my size. Yep, I expect you to put it to good use. Wear this sucker out. I will. Levi climbed on the back of the dummy, checking out the plastic horns and the guard secured around them. It's not meant for riding. George retrieved their ropes from the trailer's built-in tack room. It's meant for ropin'. Levi stood 3 feet behind the steer, on the wrong side, and swung his rope. His loop brushed the ground and his wrist was doing all the work. George got him using his elbow more, and they took turns throwing for a while. When Levi started to tire of missing, George invented games. See if you can scrape his back with your loop 3 times before you throw. They did that for a while, counting out loud and cheering if he did well, groaning together if he didn't. My turn. George did it right on the first try. Levi scrunched up his face. You have to stand back here. He drew a line in the dirt with his boot that was twice as far as his. I do. Yeah. You're bigger, so you have to stand back more or else it's not fair. George laughed. Fine. I take your challenge. They played until dusk approached and Levi's patience waned. Once they had put everything back, they headed inside. The trailer tipped and creaked under their arrival. Carol was wiping down the spotless table with a Clorox wipe. Bedtime. George patted Levi on the shoulder. Carol's back went stiff. George cursed himself for not clearing up the sleeping arrangements beforehand. Suddenly, the set of nerves she'd been riding all day long made sense. I gotta pee, Levi announced, slamming the door to the water closet behind him. Carol went back to scrubbing at an invisible spot on the table. George approached with measured steps. He had no idea how to handle this appropriately, and his inadequacy with words had his heart racing. Please, Lord, don't let me screw this up. Carol, he said quietly. She stopped moving but didn't turn to face him. He reached for her shoulders, hesitating before resting his palms on the thin cotton. Her body was soft and warm to the touch. I'm not, how do I say this? He cursed his thick and cumbersome brain. Do you have a pillow and blanket I can use in the truck? She turned her head slightly, giving him a view of her profile. Her thick lashes rested against her flushed cheeks, her lips were full and inviting. She was striking in her effortless beauty. I don't want to scare you off, he explained. She leaned towards him, her back brushing his chest. George Dumont, a woman wants to be pursued. To believe a man wants her. A slow burn began in George's lower belly. He slid his hands down her arms, caressing them ever so slowly and raising the temperature between them by 50 degrees. He began rocking side to side, her body gently swaying with his. Once they were in sync, he slid his hands across her middle, pulling her body flush with his and burying his face in her neck. She smelled of perfume and cleaner. She melted into him, humming with pleasure. A smile of satisfaction tugged at his lips. He hadn't kissed her yet, and she was practically purring. He planned to change the no-kissing thing post-haste. The bathroom door burst open and Levi plowed into their legs. "Can we do shadow stories?" he begged. George growled against Olivia's skin. "Can we ground him?" He didn't want to let her go. They'd talked extensively about not getting Levi's hopes up about the two of them getting back together. He should pull away, but now that he had Carol in his arms, he couldn't let go. Carol giggled and softly extracted herself from his embrace. "I think shadow stories sound wonderful." She put her hand on his chest, her first voluntary contact. He placed his hand over hers, not wanting to ever let go. "Will you pull out the couch bed and I'll find the flashlight?" she asked. Her comment let him know that he'd be sleeping on the couch, which wasn't what he'd had in mind a moment ago, but it was better than sleeping in the truck. He lifted her hand and kissed her palm, enjoying the slow spread of pleasure across her cheeks. "I'd be happy to." He got to work, with Levi's help, his mind turning over the last few minutes. How much time had he wasted because he'd been waiting for Carol to come back to him when he should have been chasing her? The thought wasn't a pleasant one. Her departure had stung his pride and his heart, not necessarily in that order. Unaware of how to apologize properly, he hadn't. That was on him. His mistake. Then, as he'd gotten bolder, he'd been afraid of pushing too hard too fast. Carol hadn't pulled away, hadn't pushed him back. Her willingness to be in his arms, to accept his advances, gave him the courage to try again. This dance between wooing his wife and moving too quickly was full of complicated steps. He liked the slow tango ones the best. Hopefully, he'd be able to work a few more of those in this weekend.
Chapter 29. Olivia Dumont. A wild card roping was run differently than a rodeo. At a rodeo, a roping team signed up together and split the earnings. The header could miss and the heeler would be out a paycheck, and vice versa. At a roping, a header or heeler signed up individually. Names were put into a drawing and teams formed at random. Jackpots didn't count toward filling a PRCA permit, which a cowboy or cowgirl had to fill to earn a contestant card that allowed them to compete in PRCA-sponsored events and make a run for the National Finals Rodeo in November. Olivia, who was just getting her feet wet in competition, figured a jackpot was the way to go. She'd paid for 2 go-rounds just like everyone else, but the way her stomach twisted and turned, she would be lucky to stay on Jasper, let alone throw a rope. She took Jasper out to the warm-up arena. The water truck had just finished spraying it down, and the smell of wet sand and horse sweat was a comfort to her nerves. The sun wasn't quite up yet, but that didn't stop anyone from getting saddled. Olivia had left the ranch in the dark. Leaving before Robert was awake made it easier to get Jasper out of the barn without running into him. She'd watched him in the arena with Mom during his riding lesson. He really didn't need them anymore, but they were included with his rent. Jasper walked easily while Olivia's thoughts stumbled over Robert. She searched for clues, something in his looks or posture or mannerisms that would have given her a hint. There wasn't much of Bonnie in him. Maybe in the color of his hair. Bonnie had dyed hers for years, and Olivia wasn't sure what her natural color was. His eyes were stormy gray and Bonnie's were blue with a hint of green. Without putting the two of them side by side, she probably wasn't going to find the signs that would point to the truth of his words. Of course, He had a birth certificate that was pretty convincing in and of itself. Tucking Robert away, she spurred Jasper into an easy lope. This time, she kept her eyes up as she went around the arena. The live-in horse trailer was on the other side of the main arena, tucked back into a corner. If George hadn't warned her off, the placement of the trailer would have. Everything about its location said we want to be alone. That's why she'd parked on the south side, under a tree. They needed room to do whatever they were trying to do, which left Olivia on her own. She might as well get used to it. In a moment of self-pity, she let her eyes drop to the sand in front of Jasper's hooves. Ellie and Logan were picking out paint and carpet, tile and brick, shingles, and who knew what else for their house. They were so happy, living in their little newlywed bubble. William was off on his own, like always. Porter should be back from LA tomorrow morning, but he wasn't someone she could count on. And now George and Carol were sneaking off together. Her family was falling apart, going their own ways, and she was left to herself. She'd had a promise of a sweetness with Robert, they couldn't hold on to it, though. He'd placed her in a bad spot, making her keep a secret in her back pocket that shouldn't be kept. Olivia Dumont, said a deep voice behind her and to the left. Olivia blinked out of her thoughts and self-pity. While she was pondering the sorry state of her love life, the practice arena had filled up with horses and riders moving clockwise along the inside of the fence. She turned in the saddle to find Clay Thomas grinning at her from atop a new paint horse. She and Clay had competed together in college, filling in for each other's partners in practice when needed and pushing one another to be better. That was 6 years ago. Clay? Hey. Olivia grinned. She pulled back and slowed Jasper to a walk. I almost didn't believe the draw when I read your name. I thought you'd dropped out of roping and become a respectable citizen. Clay winked. Olivia laughed. Not on your life. Her left hand was on her thigh. The urge to hide it behind her back was strong. No doubt Clay had heard the story. He knew she wasn't 100%. There was no sense hiding what the whole world knew about. She just hated to show weakness in front of someone she respected. I'm glad to hear it. Clay nodded. We're paired at number 17. Really? Olivia's nerves hiked up 3 notches. It was one thing to make a fool of herself in front of acquaintances, strangers, and George. It was quite another to do it in front of someone who used to see her as an equal. Clay looked over Jasper. That grandpa horse going to get out of the gate? Olivia smacked his shoulder. She'd ridden Jasper her last year of college. He was young then, but Dallas had trained him well, and he took her all the way. He'll beat your foal any day. Clay patted his horse's neck. This guy's tight. The horse's ears twitched. Where'd you get him? Off a fella in Idaho. Who trained him? Darren Hoops. PFT. Olivia rolled her eyes. Clay held up a hand. Hey, not all of us can afford Dallas Ruggles. Olivia shrugged. Dallas was expensive, but he was worth it. He turned out all right. I guess we'll see. Not that Olivia had much room to judge. A half-trained horse would do better than her crooked hand. She wiped her palm on her jeans and double-checked that her roping glove was in her back pocket. After she roped the calf, she'd have to wrap the rope around the saddle horn, called dallying, and turn Jasper to the side to turn the steer and get him in position for Clay. The glove protected her right hand from rope burn. With a gulp, Olivia steered them out of the practice arena and through the parking lot to the other side of the main arena, where they lined up for their call. Not that there was really a line, it was more a bunching up of horses and riders in clumps and organizers weaving between them to get things done. The sun was high enough to bake the arena. The water truck had gone through, adding a muggy feeling to the day. Olivia's light blue t-shirt clung to her back, and her legs were sweating inside her cowgirl boots. "Is that your brother?" Clay nodded towards Robert. "Yeah." Olivia craned her neck to watch Robert warm up his horse. "Is your dad coming, too?" Clay stood up in the stirrups. Olivia laughed. "You getting nervous?" she teased. George and Dad were placed too high in the PRCA to compete with this group. George's roping would start after the amateurs cleared out of the arena. "Everyone's nervous now that you're here," he shot back. Olivia blushed under the undeserved praise. "Thanks." In a way, she envied the guys who were able to fly under the radar. There were always a few entrants at a roping that no one had ever heard of before. They hit a few jackpots a year for the fun of it or to relive their high school glory days, and then they faded back out of the circle. They had the skills, but for whatever reason, a busy work schedule or demanding family, they didn't immerse themselves in competitions. She didn't want to be the one-hit wonder. Maybe she should have stayed home. She turned her attention to the next team. The header nodded once, and the chutes burst open, sending horses to kick up sand. The header caught about halfway down the arena. The extra run time would cost them. He dallied and turned his horse, moving the steer into position. The heeler was on it, catching one hoof, pulling the rope tight. As soon as the judge dropped his flag, the heeler gave the rope slack, and the crew ran in to free the calf. "Yeah, Dad," came a child's cry across the arena. The stands were practically empty, so it wasn't hard for Olivia to spot the little guy off to her right as he waved. The dad lifted his hat off his head and waved it at Levi. Carol sat a couple rows behind that group. Olivia was trying to give her and George space, but she really needed a second away from Clay. He was a good friend and a great guy, but she could feel his expectations to win like a corset pulled tight. Talking to her sister-in-law was the perfect excuse to leave him for a moment. She steered Jasper in that direction. Carol saw her coming and climbed down a couple rows to the bar. "Have you seen George?" she asked, her bright green eyes dancing. Olivia tipped her hat to block the sun. "He's around here somewhere." Carol ripped her eyes away from the men and women on horseback. She stared at Olivia for a moment. "You look sick." Olivia chuckled humorlessly. "Just feeling the pressure." Carol's smile melted into something sympathetic and determined. "You're a Dumont, you can do this." Olivia held up her left hand. "I used to be. One of these things is not like the other." She sang the old song from Sesame Street. Carol leaned her forearms against the railing. "You're in uncharted territory for a Dumont, I'll give you that. Do your best, say a prayer, and make it up as you go." "That's what I do." "How's that working out for you and George?" Olivia bit her tongue. It tasted a lot like a foot in her mouth. Carol tucked her hair behind her ear, her hand shaking. "Sorry," Olivia groaned. "I'm nervous, and that makes me say dumb things. I didn't come here to get in your business." She rearranged her grip on the reins as they slipped out of her left hand. Carol chewed her lip. "It's okay. I'm glad you're here. Give 'em heck, Olivia." "Yeah, heck 'em, Aunt Olivia." Levi grinned. His smile was full of confidence in his aunt. Levi didn't remember her before the accident, and he had no idea that she was at a disadvantage today. He just wanted her to win. For the first time all morning, Olivia didn't feel alone. Having someone there who was cheering her on made a huge difference for her cramping stomach. She wanted to hug Levi but couldn't reach him up there. "Thanks." She waved and headed back to Clay. "Hey, Olivia," said Jerry Whiting as she passed. Jerry lived in Goshen and sometimes bought hay from them. His eyes went to her hand. She smiled wide, ignoring the unwanted attention to her injury. "Hey, Jerry." how are the twins doing? They're good. Thanks. She kept moving, not wanting to stop and give him a chance to talk about her hand or what she thought her chances were today. 2 more people said hello before she made it back to Clay. She took deep breaths while trying not to make it obvious that she was taking deep breaths or needing to calm down. Team 17 called the gate handler. Ready? Asked Clay. He went through the gate first and headed to the far box. As ever. Olivia's fight-or-flight syndrome had her blood spiking through her veins like Mentos in Diet Pepsi. She lifted the rope off the saddle horn and loosened the coils. She'd bought a new DR rope just for this occasion and spent the night before breaking it in. Once in the arena, all eyes were on her and Clay. Conversations died down as cowboys and cowgirls leaned forward in their saddles. She mentally went through her best practice runs over the last week, picturing herself throwing on the third swing and catching the steer's horns. Although, she'd take a nose and ear catch or a neck catch today. All were considered legal, and she could leave with her head held high. Try as she might, she couldn't block out all the noises, the curious eyes. Roping here was different than practicing at home. She'd forgotten things, like the number of horses in the arena. The way people talked back and forth. And the barrier setting in place behind Jasper as they entered the box. As a header, her left hand had to do double duty. It had to control the reins, and therefore Jasper, as well as hold the coils of her rope. That was a lot to ask of one good finger and 3 gimpy ones. Jasper's reins lopped from one side of the bit to the other, they weren't separate like plow reins, so instead of 2 pieces of leather to deal with, she had one. But to make it thick enough for her weak grip to hold onto, she made a loop and grabbed both pieces of leather, bringing them across her palm with the loop poking out the top like a bunny's ear. She used her right hand to clamp the last 2 fingers of her left hand down to hold them in place. She couldn't squeeze nearly hard enough, but couldn't think about that now. The man working the chutes cleared his throat. She was taking too much time. Olivia glanced at Clay out of the corner of her eye. He was settled in his box and watching her. When she looked set, he'd watch the calf, but for now, he was watching her, everyone was watching her. Olivia's face burned all the way to the top of her ears. She adjusted the 3 coils so that they were hooked by her first 2 fingers and then laid her thumb on top, hoping that would be enough pressure to maintain control. She wiggled her right hand into her roping glove, using her teeth to pull it tight. She swung her loop a couple times, feeding it to the right size and flicking the energy out of her arm with each rotation. The zipper sound of the rope feeding through the handa was familiar. "Go, Aunt Olivia," called Levi. Olivia laughed, releasing more nervous energy. Bless his little heart. Jasper kept his head forward, his ears turned towards the chute and the steer. He didn't care how long she took. "I love my horse." She made eye contact with Clay to let him know she was ready before focusing on the steer. When his nose was pointing forward, she nodded 3 times fast. The chute clanged open like a gun going off. Olivia kicked Jasper. The barrier flew aside as she ran through, already swinging her rope. Before she let out a breath, she threw. The loop sailed through the air and hooked the horns. Olivia's throwing arm came down at the same time she signaled Jasper to turn to position the steer for Clay. As Jasper turned, he pulled the reins from her left hand. Out of reflex, she reached forward and lost her grip on the rope coils. Concentrating on her left hand meant she wasn't thinking about her right, and she missed her dally. Jasper continued to turn and she saw the judge signal in no time in her peripheral vision. Clay cursed somewhere behind her. Olivia hurried to recoil her rope, urging Jasper into a trot. No one would have to wait for her to clear the arena. Her ears could roast marshmallows, they burned so hot. Clay came up alongside her. "I'm sorry," she managed in an even voice. There was a lump of regret in her throat, trying to choke her with tears. Not here. There was no crying inside the arena, Dumont rules. It happens. Clay stared at the back of his horse's head. It did happen. It happened all the time. 7 headers before her had missed today, and there would be more after. Yeah, but it doesn't happen to me. Olivia swallowed hard against that lump. Clay laughed. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. It's nice to know you're human. He leaned closer. There were rumors of bionics. Olivia half laughed and a tear escaped. She brushed it away, the rough cotton of her roping glove scratching her cheek. Don't you go crying on me now. Clay reached for her left hand. Olivia tried to yank it away, but he wouldn't let her. She thought of Robert, of his soft caresses, and the way he'd kissed her fingers. Her heart rate galloped at the memory. You've got nothing down here. He tugged on her pinky finger. I hadn't noticed, she quipped. Clay glared hard at her. There wasn't anger in his eyes, just determination. Listen. You've got to use what you've got. I'm trying. She spat the words out. She'd been trying for over a month. He shook his head. You can't do what you've always done. It's too easy for your body to return to old habits in the rush. You have to think. No autopilot. In contrast to Robert's softness, Clay's thick fingers were rough and not at all tender. Neither were his words. Olivia chewed her lip. I can't steer my horse. Not with your hand, you can't. You're thinking like a roper. You run barrels, how do you get a horse to turn? Olivia's mouth formed an O. She closed her eyes so her mind could open to the possibilities. When she'd run Zinger in Ellie's place a couple weeks ago, she'd spurred the horse through the turns. Jasper wasn't used to going off leg cues alone, but he was pretty smart. Cueing him with her legs was a good option, it was her only option if she was going to stay and compete. You're telling me my biggest handicap is my brain, not my hand. She smiled her gratitude. He grinned. If the boot fits. Clay was teasing her, but she didn't care. He'd once again proven a friend, not treating her like someone who needed to be pitted, but like a roping partner who needed correction. If he'd missed, she would have told him what to fix for the next run. Their success in college had been because they were brutally honest with one another over technique. An older gentleman in a plaid shirt and a thick mustache approached. Olivia Dumont, I'm happy to see you back here, darlin'. Ken Groves and his horse Cowboy were tough to beat. They were 2 of the best heelers in the roping circuit and had once earned over $30,000 in one weekend. Olivia pushed away the last of the tears. Thanks, Ken. It was good to be here, until that last run. Ah, that's not your last run. You're up with me in 10. Ken grinned. Come on. I've got to win something or Tammy will make me do dishes for a week. Olivia laughed. She paused before following Ken and Cowboy. Thanks, Clay. This one's all yours, Olivia. Clay tipped his hat and went to find his next partner. Olivia waved at Levi and Carol. She studied her grip. She'd been trying to rope like she always had. Clay's advice rang through her head like a rodeo announcer's welcome call. She put the reins over her whole hand instead of pulling them up bunny ear style. She shook her head at the strange way the leather lay in her hand. Hopefully this would work better than the last time, but... Clay was right, her biggest handicap was her head. She'd been roping for as long as she could remember. Relearning a new hold was akin to learning how to walk again or how to talk. How could she tell her body to do something differently than she'd been doing it forever? She flipped her braid over her shoulder, a sense of purpose taking over her movements. There was no point in bemoaning the work, she was a Dumont. Work was part of life. Their team number was called, and she gritted her teeth against the feeling of 100 pairs of eyes. She glared at the dirt. If they wanted to look, she'd give them something to look at. She winked at Ken, fed her loop, and gave a nod. The chute opened, and this time she took off like a bullet. She threw, caught, and her arm came down, wrapping the rope around the horn out of instinct. Concentrating on what was happening with her left hand, Olivia felt the leather slip again. Gripping tight with her knees, she spurred with the outside foot, kicking hard. Jasper turned tight, startled by the pressure. Bless him. Olivia jerked her chin over her shoulder in time to see Ken catch. Jasper kept on running, but he needed to stop. Without the reins. Whoa! Olivia called, the sound coming up from deep inside. Jasper horse-hopped to a stop as if he were unsure why she was yelling at him. The judge waved his flag for a clean catch, and she let out a whoop, throwing both arms in the air. Nice bit of rope in there, sis. Ken tipped his hat. He followed the steer out of the arena. Olivia leaned over the saddle horn and hugged Jasper's neck. She was laughing and almost crying all at the same time. You beautiful horse, you. George trotted over. I've never seen him stop like that. He was all smiles and admiration. Me neither. Did he turn on his own too? Practically. Her mind whirled. Clay was right. Jasper was trained well enough, but if she worked with him, she might be able to teach him to turn on leg commands. The thought had never occurred to her. She trotted back behind the chutes to watch the rest of the roping. Welcome back, Olivia. Trey Miller tipped his hat. Thanks. Olivia waved at the old family friend. She got a few pats on the back and some hearty congratulations. Their time was good. She felt good. Turning to see if George was still behind her, she found him with Carol and Levi. Levi was sitting behind him on Gypsy, and Carol was leaning against the railing, her long hair falling forward. George reached up and reverently tucked it over her shoulder. Olivia looked quickly away. Even though she'd proven herself a part of this world, she was very much alone at the moment because she had no one special to share her triumph. She only half watched the rest of the teams, her mind on Robert. It had only been a few days since they'd been apart, but she missed him, missed his quiet strength. Missed the way his eyes crinkled when he laughed. Missed his deep thoughts and his light kisses. If she wasn't falling in love with him, then she should have been able to brush off the time they'd shared as a summer fling. She couldn't do that. Couldn't brush away the memories. They clung to her like foxtail weeds, poking in and burrowing deep. She might just love Robert Canton, his unwanted secret in her pocket and all.
Chapter 30. George Dumont. Payson Canyon was full of pine trees, quaking aspens, a couple waterfalls, and several beautiful camping sites. After the roping was over and George had collected his winnings, he and Carol packed up the trailer and headed east. He wasn't ready for this experiment to be over, and Carol didn't seem too intent on hurrying home either. After the family took the horses on a trail ride, Levi explored every section of the campground right up to the line of trees. The knees in his pant legs were torn through, and the fabric carried a permanent cloud of dust. In his pockets were at least 3 rocks, treasures. The temperatures cooled enough that they could be outside without sweating. He sent Carol and Levi off to hike to a waterfall while he started a fire and wrapped up tinfoil dinners to roast in the embers. They ate around the fire, the taste of grilled onions and beef mixing with charcoal and smoke. Thanks for dinner. Carol tossed her paper plate into the flames. Thanks for doing dishes, George teased with a wink. Carol laughed lightly. She tipped her head back, taking in the stars and the sky. George preferred to keep his eyes on the beauties before him, Carol and Levi. Although Levi was snoring in his camp chair. His legs were splayed out and his mouth hung open. George would have taken him inside, but he wasn't ready to give up this day quite yet. I'm starting to see the appeal of living in a trailer. George winked at Carol. He blew on the fresh-from-the-fire marshmallow before putting it between 2 graham crackers and a slab of chocolate and handing it to her. Maybe Logan and Ellie are on to something. Carol licked at the marshmallow and scooted down in her chair. George grunted. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes right now. Carol took a bite of the s'more and chewed, her face thoughtful. Your parents'll lighten up once the babies start coming. They weren't too happy with our shotgun wedding either. No, they weren't, George agreed. He could still remember the look of horror on his mom's face when he told her Carol was pregnant, and the disappointment in his father's eyes. I thought I'd taught you to care for a woman, Dad had said. Not use her. George had insisted he loved Carol and that this baby would be a blessing to them all. George's eyes dropped to Levi. He'd been every bit the joy George anticipated. Even now, his parents were rooting for him and Carol to be together. Heck, Dad would rather have Carol over for dinner than George, he'd said as much. Carol was right, grandbabies softened hearts. His eyes turned to his wife, and his breath caught at the beauty before him. The firelight danced over her face and turned her hair golden orange, like angel's fire. Thick lashes outlined those stunning green eyes. George caught himself. Here he was, keeping all his love inside when he should be sharing it with Carol. Scraping his boots underneath him, he got to his feet and held out his hand. What are you doing? She asked lazily. I want to dance with you. He pushed his hand out farther. But there's no music. George cocked his head. The crickets are playing. Carol considered his hand and his offer. Okay. One dance. She stood, coming into his arms. George marveled at how she knew how to fit herself against him. He held her tight, swaying in slow circles. The fire crackled, sending sparks dancing into the air. George pulled back so he could look at Carol. I remember the first time I saw you. Oh yeah? She lifted one eyebrow, clearly amused. I couldn't stop staring. He brushed her hair off her forehead. I kept thinking that God had outdone himself when he made you. Carol's fingers trailed up the back of his neck, sending shivers down his spine. And then I saw you pregnant and knew I had underestimated him. Carol glanced away. George cupped her cheek and brought her eyes up to meet his. Seeing you in the firelight tonight is just his way of showing off in front of me. George, Carol whispered. He stopped swaying and put both hands on her cheeks. I've never loved anyone or anything as much as I love you. A small sound like a whimper escaped her lips. George leaned down, searching for a sign that she'd pull away. Her lids grew heavy with desire, and he closed the distance between them, tasting the toasted marshmallow sweetness on her lips. He moved slow, taking time to explain all the things he'd been thinking with his kisses. He kissed her eyelashes. Her cheeks, warm from the fire. She leaned back, inviting him to kiss her neck. I love you, he murmured against her skin. I don't ever want you to leave. Her hands threaded into his hair, and she guided him back to her lips. We've established that you left me first. I'm not stupid enough to do that again. Carol paused. She searched his face. If you break my heart again, I'll never recover. George gathered her close. He would tuck her next to his heart forever if he could. I made mistakes. I can see them, looking back. I can't promise I'll be perfect. But I won't leave you alone. I'll tell you, show you, how much I love you every day. Carol sighed. I would like that. She pulled him down for a kiss that showed him just how much love she'd been holding back.
Chapter 31 Carol Dumont Sunday morning, Carol helped George pack up the trailer and the horses. Levi was dirty 3 minutes after getting dressed. Well, if she were honest, he'd been dirty when she tucked him in last night, even after she changed him out of the jeans and t-shirt and into pajamas. He'd need a good scrubbing when they got home. Her stomach fluttered and she pressed her hand to her throat. Home. The word held so much promise and so much change. George had made some pretty big declarations the night before. She wanted to believe every word, every kiss. But there was a history between them that was hard to hurdle in just one dance. She feared that being so open with her heart had given him the green light to move back in despite sleeping on the couch last night. She wasn't sure she could handle a green light and was freaking out inside. They headed west, meandering down the winding canyon road. The trailer was heavy, and the truck had over 100,000 miles on it. When was the last time you had the brakes checked? Carol glanced at Levi in the back seat. He was playing a preschool game on her phone. January, replied George. Carol nodded. They'd be fine. George laced their fingers together, and they finished the drive down the canyon, crossed through town, and headed through the farming communities of Goshen and Alberta. I can finally breathe with you right here. George squeezed her hand. Carol smiled, but her lips didn't lift very high. What is it? George had barely glanced at her smile and yet he'd caught her hesitancy. This, she squeezed his hand. Feels big. So much bigger than just pulling into the driveway and unpacking. I'm happy, really. But it isn't like picking up where we left off. She had no desire to pick up where they left off. Where she left wasn't a good place for the two of them. He nodded, his eyes on the road. It feels new. Exactly. She nodded and turned to stare out the window. We rushed into marriage the first time. I don't want to make the same mistake. George chuckled. Except we're already married. He whispered this information as if there was a large crowd of eavesdroppers in the truck instead of one little boy who was busy matching colored squares, hearts, and rectangles. She shoved him lightly. You know what I mean. Her shoulders slumped. Maybe you don't. You're ready to barrel ahead. George tugged her arm, encouraging her to sit in the middle seat. They were just entering the canyon that would bring them home. She unclicked her seat belt and moved over, snuggling into his side as his arm came around her shoulder. In moments like this, she could believe that everything would work out, that past hurts could be dismissed with a kiss and insecurities would tumble out the truck windows. He pressed a kiss to her hair, which probably smelled like smoke, but he didn't seem to mind. Let me think on this a bit. I am anxious to be with you again, day and night. A thrill of anticipation shot through Carol. She was older and wiser now and wouldn't let her desires overrule her head, but that didn't mean that her desire for George had lessened over the years. If anything, it had grown stronger. A few minutes later they pulled onto the dirt driveway. Carol scooted back to her side of the truck as George passed their house and made his way to the barn to unload the horses. The family had gathered on Bonnie's deck for Sunday breakfast. Well, the cat was out of the bag now. Everyone would see them unload together. If they hadn't figured out they were on a family trip before, they would now. Plus, Olivia was there. She wasn't one to chit-chat, but she wouldn't try to hide anything either. Carol turned to Levi. Time's up. For his game and for her and George's experiment. Levi pushed the screen at least 5 more times before handing over her phone. The diesel engine rumbled to a stop, and Levi scrambled to see his grandparents. Carol let him haul off, not at all worried. The ranch was a safe place to raise a kid, a great place, and she was thankful to be back. She pulled up the door handle and hopped out, the expectation and pressure in George's love all but shoving her out the door. She needed a little distance. John and Anna were hoping for a reunion. John campaigned for it, Anna dropped hints. She didn't have answers for the questioning looks, so she kept her mouth shut and didn't say anything at all. She needed some time to wrap her head around all that had transpired between her and George this weekend. Most especially, she needed time to see if he followed through with all his firelight promises.
Chapter 32 Dallas Ruggles. Normally, Sundays were Dallas's favorite day of the week, but this Sunday the air pressed in on Dallas, as if there were a thunderstorm on the other side of Lime Peak, threatening to disrupt their family breakfast. There was a line painted down the middle of Dallas's deck, and not a drop of paint had been used to put it there. No sir. This line ran right down the middle of Dallas's extended family, and he was darn ticked off about it. Logan and Ellie sat on one side, holding hands and whispering to each other. John and Anna sat on the other, holding hands and glaring at Logan. William hadn't come to the breakfast even though Bonnie had invited him a couple of days ago. Porter was in the corner with his guitar. He'd earned his fair share of looks from Anna since he'd gotten back from law less than an hour ago. He was a stinker for taking off, though having William cover for him was brilliant. Olivia was so high from her Lime Peak at the roping, she was too happy to sit on one side. She bounced back and forth like a ping-pong ball, talking about Jasper as if he'd walked on the moon. Dallas's cheek lifted in a half-grin. He knew that horse was gold when he'd seen him for sale on KSL.com. Olivia had asked about training to leg cues, and he said he'd be all too happy to give her a hand. Maybe working her horse would take her mind off the doctor. From what Dallas could gather, their date hadn't gone well, and the two were avoiding each other. Hence Robert and Jax hadn't arrived yet. Robert's month-long extension on the apartment was almost up, and he'd be gone soon. Olivia would survive this little bump in her road. She was a strong girl with an iron will. They were just waiting for George, Carol, and Levi to join them, and they could eat. Everyone on the ranch had watched to see where George unpacked. To their dismay, he'd taken his bag to the barn and delivered Carol and Levi to the house. Whatever had happened between them had not sealed up their marriage. But there was a bounce to George's step that hadn't been there before. If he worked hard and prayed hard, his family would be together once again. Of that, Dallas was sure. There was nothing the good Lord couldn't do with time and willing hands. With a scowl at his dysfunctional family, Dallas went back inside to help Bonnie bring out the meal. She handed him a plate of steaming ham slices sprinkled with pineapple. He headed out, knowing she would bring the peppered gravy and biscuits. Dallas bumped the door open with his hip and held it for Bonnie. They set their burdens down at the same time George and Carol came up the steps. Levi was already sitting with Anna and John. Without Jax at the table, the boy was much less enthusiastic about Sunday breakfast. Shoot. Bonnie smacked the hot pad against her hand. I forget the jams. I canned a new batch yesterday. Dallas put a hand on her shoulder. I'll get him. Bonnie smiled her thanks. They're in the pantry. Dallas hurried inside. He needed a moment to compose himself, or he'd take John by the shoulders and shake him good for letting this family divide the way it had. Dallas hadn't ever been a father. He trained himself over the years not to counsel his best friend in matters that pertain to parenthood. He figured a man ought to walk a mile in another's shoes before spouting off about the mistakes the other was making. John was loyal to Anna as a man should be loyal to a wife, and he would stand by her. But that woman could hold a grudge as long as a late-night stretch of highway. Dallas swung open the pantry door, looking for the new jams. Bonnie marked the tops with blue. He started moving things around, muttering under his breath as he searched. If it was in the barn, I'd know right where it was. The kitchen was Bonnie's domain. He slid a cookbook aside, and a fat envelope fell to the floor, spilling its contents. He groaned, leaning over to pick up the mess. His hands froze over what appeared to be an airline ticket. Squatting down, he scanned the paper and found Bonnie's name along with a New York arrival time and a July 25, 2017, departure date. He stared harder, not quite believing what he was looking at. Surely this was for Porter or William. Finally daring to pick up the ticket, he leafed through the pages, looking for another name. But there wasn't one. There was only a ticket for Bonnie. He slowly straightened. Maybe she was traveling with Anna. Although, if that were the case, why hadn't she told him about the trip? Dallas. Bonnie called from the back door. The gravy's getting cold. Dallas stuffed everything back behind the cookbook. He stared at it a moment longer before his eyes dropped down a shelf, landing on a row of jars with blue crayon on the top. He grabbed 2 bottles and trumped out. Making his way to the back door, he found his feet heavy and his legs light, as if they weren't made of muscle and bone, but had become balloons weighed down by his boots. He handed the bottles to Bonnie, who took them with a thanks. She called everyone to order, and George blessed the food. Dallas didn't hear a word of the prayer and couldn't say if he'd echoed the amen at the end. Needing something to lean against, he felt behind him for a chair and took a seat. Bonnie bustled about the deck, crossing that line a dozen times or more, making it look easy. She asked Porter to tell them about the band thing he'd gone to. Everyone listened, catching a little of his excitement, which fudged the line a little. That was Bonnie's doing. She was good like that, bringing people together without them even realizing it. She didn't even know she had the talent, had never spoken of the way she saw a need and filled it. Dallas could see it, though. He saw a lot of things people thought he missed, but he hadn't seen that plane ticket coming. Bonnie had talked about going to Wyoming, to Cobble Creek. She'd said it was for business, and then she put it off. He thought back to their conversation. He put it off for both of them. Was she mad about that? Mad enough to buy a ticket out of here? A frown dragged at his face. She smiled. She laughed. But was she really happy? He hadn't taken the time to check, not for years. Didn't think he needed to. They'd weathered storms and come out on top. Or so he thought. She couldn't be planning to leave all this. The Lime Peak was her life, her family, her joy. Darn it all. There had to be an explanation for that plane ticket. A completely reasonable one, and here he was getting all worked up. As soon as the place cleared out, he'd asked. Convinced he'd overreacted, Dallas stood up and found himself a plate. Bonnie's fresh biscuits and peppered gravy wasn't something to miss out on.
Chapter 33. Dr. Robert Canton. Robert put his hand on Jax's back as they climbed the deck steps to join the family breakfast. This was part of his trouble. The Dumonts and Ruggles included him and his son as if they were a part of everyday life here, as if they'd grown up right alongside them all, as if they were fixtures on the ranch, part of their lives, part of their future. He'd purposely waited until the prayer had been said and the chaos of dishing food commenced before allowing Jax to lead him across the barnyard. He wasn't ready to be alone with Bonnie just yet. After a day of work, prayer, and meditation, there wasn't small talk left between them. There was just this huge conversation that needed to happen. He glanced at Olivia, finding her easily in the group, as if his brain had some sort of GPS signal just for her. She was the first person he wanted to see and the last person he wanted to talk to just now. He didn't want Olivia, or more accurately, his feelings for Olivia, to become a part of the discussion. As far as he was concerned, his connection to Bonnie was totally separate from his relationship with the cocoa-haired beauty doing everything in her power to ignore him. He smiled at Anna, who handed him a paper plate. Jax got one too. Can I sit with Levi? Jax begged. Robert glanced at Olivia. She steadied her plate as she ate. We'll both sit with them. Jax slid easily into the spot next to Levi. The two began chatting, forgetting all their table manners as they did so. Robert shared an eye roll with Carol. There was just enough room for him to take the end of the bench. The spot was for the best, as his left leg wouldn't stop moving. And I got this new roping dummy. It's just my size, Levi proclaimed proudly. Can I see it? Asked Jax. Sure, Levi chirped. You're gonna be my roping partner, aren't you? Jax grabbed Robert's arm. He turned serious eyes on his dad. Can I, Dad? Silence settled over the table. Fork stopped in midair as everyone paused to hear Robert's answer. Eyes swung his direction with the power of 100 spotlights. Robert resisted the need to shield himself from the glare. Becoming roping partners was as serious as a blood oath on the Lime Peak. The fact that Levi even asked was the sweetest compliment he could give Jax. It meant Levi considered Jax a brother. Robert swallowed, the thickness clogging his throat. The family continued to suck them both in. He couldn't let that happen. Not until things were settled. You can rope together as long as we're here, he answered. The eyes stayed where they were. George waved his fork, a juicy piece of melon on the end. You given any thought to making this home? Robert stole a glance at the woman who occupied every quiet moment of his day. Oh, he thought about it. Thought about it long and hard. And every thought was laced with Olivia. She let her hair curtain off her face, and Robert pushed the food around his plate. He didn't have a ready answer for that question. There were too many unsaid contingencies, and he wouldn't blurt them out right here in front of the family. Bonnie deserved to find out first, have a chance to make up her mind. If she asked him to go, then he would go without telling anyone why. He'd give up Olivia, though it would be like losing the peace in his life all over again. Bonnie jumped to her feet. To celebrate Olivia and George's triumphs, I've made Olivia's favorite treat. Yes. Levi did a fist pump. Everyone chuckled at his enthusiasm, and Robert silently thanked him for taking the attention. I take it they are your favorite too? Bonnie asked. Levi's eyes got big. Yes, ma'am. He crossed his chubby fingers across his heart. Dessert for breakfast? Asked Dallas, a concerned furrow plowed through his brow. In some countries, pastries are breakfast, Bonnie returned. She took the boys inside, and they came back with trays laden with giant eclairs. Dallas refused one and said he had some things to check in the barn. The conversation flowed in another direction, and Robert was glad it flowed right past him. He spent the next few minutes cleaning Jax's chin as he attacked his dessert. His own eclair sat untouched in front of him. From George's comment and the family's interest, he guessed that they liked having him and Jax around. He couldn't deny how much he liked being here. He felt like he'd come home. I was hoping that by 5 we'd be able to keep food off our face. Carol accepted the wet washcloth from Bonnie and cleaned Levi with practiced perfection. Why would you think that? George asked, his lips covered in chocolate. Carol giggled. She leaned forward as if she were going to kiss his lips clean. At the last second, she gasped and pulled back. George checked his grin, but he couldn't hold back the satisfaction in his eyes. He winked at Carol and said something in her ear. Robert kept his attention on Jax, even though he was dying to be that sweet with Olivia. He and Jessica had never been lovey-dovey in public and rarely in private. They were sophisticated. Light pecks and a few meaningful glances were all they allowed. It had been enough for them. It wasn't enough for him now. He longed to hold Olivia in his arms. To hold her hand at dinner as John held Anna's. Or press a kiss to her temple like Logan did to Ellie every stinking chance he got. Show off. Olivia was so close, and yet she could have been a million miles away for all the opportunity he had to touch her. Who was he kidding? If things turned out badly with Bonnie and he had to leave the Lime Peak, he'd be leaving his heart behind. Robert hung around until the family dispersed. Olivia was the first to leave to get ready for church, her chin tucked to her chest. She could have gone in her jeans, but she liked to wear a dress or a skirt and a pair of fancy boots, and Robert liked to see her dressed up. She was pretty all the time. All the time. But Sundays? Sundays, he could see her long legs, her beautiful curves, and her decidedly feminine side. Sundays, he wouldn't dare ask her to buck hay or clean a stall. Sundays, she was a lady. A lady he wished was his. Anna and John took Jax to check on a brand new batch of kittens. Apparently, the mama cat decided the window well was a great place to give birth. They could go into the basement and Jax could view them as if he were at a zoo enclosure. The mama cat wasn't all that dumb. The glass would keep Jax's hands off her babies, Robert conceded. Robert ambled around the deck, picking up paper plates and hauling them out to the incinerator. He moved benches, gathered tablecloths, and carried serving dishes into the kitchen. Inside, he found Bonnie at the sink, elbow deep in suds. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, and her eyes were tight. She didn't appear to enjoy washing dishes all that much. He wondered if she liked being, what do they call them these days? A domestic goddess? Mind if I dry? Robert picked up the towel. Bonnie blinked in surprise, then chuckled. The only time a man volunteers to dry dishes is when he's got something on his mind. You want a few platters to gather your thoughts, or do you want to jump right in? Robert smiled. Like a yellow-bellied chicken, he said, I'll take those platters. Fair enough. Bonnie handed him a dripping serving dish. Robert ran the towel around in a circular motion, his thoughts going the same direction. How do you tell a woman she's your mother? Correction, birth mother. He meant no disrespect for the woman who had raised him. A small stack of serving dishes grew beside him as he worked things over in his head. You still figuring things out? I'm running out of stuff to wash, Bonnie asked. Robert took a deep breath. I can't think of an easy way to say this. He laughed uncomfortably, the pressure building inside. Okay, maybe this will be easier, he cleared his throat. Jax. Yes? Jax is your grandson. Bonnie fumbled the pot she'd been scrubbing and dishwater covered the floor. That's not possible. She leaned on the edge of the sink. It's the truth I know, because I'm his father and you're my birth mother. Geez. I'm messing this up just like I did when I tried to tell Olivia I have feelings for her. Bonnie's flesh trembled. Robert went on quickly, anxious to make up for his horrible delivery. I wasn't going to tell you. I was just going to meet you and go, satisfy my curiosity. I'm not here to cause problems. But this place, it's sucking me in. I want to belong here. Bonnie reached up with her sudsy fingers and touched his cheeks. Tears dripped freely out of the corner of her eyes. How do you know? The screen door slammed open. Dallas stood there, his arms slightly away from his sides and his chest heaving. She can't be your mother. She can't have children. His jowls shook with anger and his face was red. I don't know what you're about, but you need to leave. Dallas's words were a fulfillment of Robert's worst fears. Bonnie's hands held tight to Robert's face, keeping him from moving. He turned his gaze towards her. The birth certificate, he answered her question. I found the original. And then I found you. Bonnie's eyes closed and she swayed. Alarmed, Robert grabbed her arms to hold her up. Dallas was there in a heartbeat, dragging a bar stool behind her. Sit down, he said gruffly as he pushed Robert back with a stiff arm. I can't believe it's you. Bonnie reached out to touch his arm. You're okay? I never thought. Dallas hissed as if he'd been stung. He swung his head back and forth between the two of them. How old are you? He demanded of Robert. 33, Robert answered quietly. Dallas and Bonnie had been married for 30 years. Dallas smacked the counter. His shaking increased. His face turned purple. He looked ready to explode or have a heart attack. Dallas, Robert warned, hoping to stave off a medical emergency. Dallas leaned close to Bonnie. It was me, he asked low. You knew all along it was my fault and you didn't tell me? Bonnie's eyes shut in pain. She nodded once. Dallas swore. He tore out of the house like a big Brahma bull, slamming the screen door against the wall. It bounced off and shut behind him with a bang. Robert stared after him. He didn't know? Bonnie took his hand, pulling his attention away from the door. Her grip was firm and commanding. It was a different time back then, and he was so strict in his way of life. She stared at the back door. Some ghosts have to be brought to light before they can be laid to rest. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. I shouldn't have come here. Robert ran his hands through his hair. It had grown considerably since coming to the ranch. He'd given up a lot of his old habits, like haircuts every 3 weeks and shaving daily. He wanted to look different because he felt different. I've caused problems in your marriage. Bonnie, please understand that was never my intent. I wasn't even going to tell you. I was afraid something like this would happen. Bonnie touched his cheek again. Her touch as light as a butterfly, as if she was afraid he was a ghost and would disappear. He should. At this point, leaving under the same cloud of mystery that he came with would have been the honorable thing to do. He pressed his fist into his churning gut. He couldn't do that now. That cloud had burst open and was raining regret down all around him. Bonnie put her arm across his shoulders. The tornado of emotions Dallas had stirred up dissipated, replaced by a warmth and raw emotion. Are you kidding? I have a son and a grandson. She sniffed and wiped her eyes. This is a sacred moment for me. Robert felt it too, the quiet voice telling his heart he'd done the right thing. The hard thing, but the right one nevertheless. I have some questions. Bonnie tipped her chin back and laughed. So do I, Robert. So do I.
Chapter 34. George Dumont. George and Carol walked toward Carol's house. Their house soon. Hopefully. Bonnie had outdone herself this morning. She probably had a roast in the slow cooker for dinner already. He wouldn't mind stopping in for a piece of that, but he'd eat a tuna fish sandwich with Carol any day. She didn't like cooking big meals on Sunday, preferred to think of it as a day of rest. We've got a while before church, he commented as they climbed the steps. You assume I'm going, Dot. Carol sat on the swing. Her eyes were soft, and a small smile played at her lips. She hadn't attended church since she left with Levi. Can I watch a show? Asked Levi. He'd figured out how to run Netflix a couple weeks ago when Carol was in the shower. George ruffled his hair. His boy had a bit of William in him, figuring out tech by trial and error. Sure, replied Carol. Levi bounded inside, leaving the door partially open behind him. George raised both eyebrows. Carol waved off his concern. I've got so many parental controls on that thing he'll be lucky to get veggie tails. George settled into the swing next to her and claimed her hand. Are you mad at God? What? Carol scowled, whether it was at him or at his question was yet to be determined. Why would you ask me that? Because you don't go to church. She ran her hand back and forth over her pant leg. We got married in that church. Yeah. She looked away. I didn't feel right stepping through the doors without you. George brushed his thumb over the back of her hand. How about we go together today? She blew out a breath. There you go, making this seem so easy again. It's not, George. It's just not. Dad. Levi called from inside the house. Dad. George pushed off from the swing. Don't go anywhere. She smiled, looking a little pleased with the fact that Levi was calling him and not her. Love you, buckaroo. Love you, Mom. Levi's voice floated out of the house. Dad? George's chest grew warm. Was there anything better than having the woman you love your child? What's going on? George asked. What is this? Levi pointed to the screen, where a ninja in a red suit was fighting a giant lizard. George chuckled. I think it's called Power Rangers. Levi's eyes were glued to the screen. It's cool. There was a woman on the front porch George wanted to get close to. Interruptions were not helpful. Do you want a snack? George went to the pantry and found a granola bar. He got a bottle of water out of the fridge and snagged a blanket off the chair. Once Levi was all tucked in on the couch, soaking up ninja moves, George headed back outside. He sat down with a groan. The couch bed in the trailer wasn't too kind to his back, and he was feeling the effects of 2 nights' sleep on Lumpy. He's got food, water, and shelter. You're a sucker for his cuteness. Carol bumped him with her shoulder. George took the contact as an invitation. Must run in the family, because I'm a sucker for your beauty. He picked up a lock of her hair and twirled it in his fingers. She settled against him, her hand on his chest. George breathed in the beauty of the moment, so simple and so complex. 2 people in love. Trying to love. Learning and relearning one another. He'd been pondering the dilemma of how to cross over this great big event of coming together again all morning long. He kicked the floor, sending the swing back and forth. He was enjoying the floral smell of Carol's shampoo when an idea snuck up behind him and smacked him over the head. Marry me, he blurted. His chest burned with the desire. Carol was already dozing. Robert shifted, making her sit up. Carol, darling. He grabbed both of her hands. Will you marry me all over again? Carol leaned back. That's a loaded question if ever there was one. George lowered his eyebrows. I don't mean it to be. Understanding dawned. I'm not asking if you would go back in time and marry me then. I'm asking if you'll marry me now. She bit her lip. You said yourself that being together again was bigger than just unpacking my things. I want to have a ceremony. I want to pledge myself to you in front of God. Carol knocked the idea around, her green eyes thoughtful. The longer she thought, the farther she moved away. George tore his hat off his head and dropped it to the ground by the swing. I'm messing up again. He got down on one knee. Carol Dumont, I love you with everything inside of me. I don't want to be apart from you, ever. You are what makes my life joyful and beautiful, and I would be honored if you would become my wife. Carol contemplated him. She moistened her lips and scooted to the edge of the swing. Those are mighty powerful words, cowboy. She rested her palm against his cheek. Robert leaned into her touch, letting it move him to that place where love was all-consuming. Because they're true. He leaned his forehead against hers. Please, he whispered, his voice all scratchy. She closed her eyes as if drawing strength. Yes, she whispered back. His love grew, circling around the 2 of them, and then it found Carol's love for him and danced and twirled until the 2 became one once again. George brushed a kiss across her warm lips. A kiss full of promise and a promise in the kiss. His family would be together, and this time, he'd make sure they stayed together.
Chapter 35. Dallas Ruggles. Dallas sat in the corner of the dark and dusty barn, staring at the mess he'd made. He'd been so angry at himself, at Bonnie, at Robert, at the world, at God that he'd torn apart hay bales, thrown buckets and shovels, kicked grain bags until their contents spilled across the floor, and pounded his fists into support beams. They were bruised and bloodied, and he didn't care. He hadn't been Bonnie's first. Not that he'd asked, he didn't think he had to. She came across all innocence and boundaries in Sunday services when they met and started dating. He thought he found his soulmate, the woman who would complete him. His self-induced silence was interrupted by the sound of boots crunching the feet he'd spilled. Dallas. Anna called, unable to see him in the darkest corner. He'd wanted it that way. He wanted to be alone in his misery. The woman he'd trusted for 30 years had betrayed him. Go away, he grumbled. His chin came off his chest. She might not have been the only one who'd lied. Wait, did you know? He had to know how deep the treachery ran. Anna stepped through the shadows, watching her feet to avoid tangling in baling twine. She stopped a few feet away. Her hands hung at her sides, the palms forward. I did. Her voice was strong with repentance. Dallas fell against the wall. Anna and John were his longest and dearest friends. This deception was so much deeper than he could swim. Why didn't you tell me? You're a prideful man, Dallas Ruggles. You wouldn't have seen past what she'd done even though she was as perfect for you. I was afraid that if you knew, you'd miss out on the best thing that would ever happen to you. Bonnie's made you happy, hasn't she? He glared through the dusty air. You made a fool out of me. No. Anna folded her arms. I made you a happy man. Do you remember what you told me at your wedding? She didn't wait for him to answer. You told me I'd given you a gift. Dallas got to his feet, rising to his full height and expanding his chest to his full width. Is that why you're here? To remind me that marriage is a gift? Because if that's true, then you'd better talk to Bonnie. He threw his arm out, pointing to the house. She's the one leaving me. The pain of it all crashed down. He thought they'd weathered the storms, but Bonnie had barely hung on, merely surviving until the storm passed, and she could abandon ship. Anna's arms slackened. Dallas, don't do that. This doesn't have to be the end for you too. Dallas scoffed. Tell her. His shouts echoed in the rafters. Birds flew out through the open door. And then ask her why she has a plane ticket hidden in the pantry. What? Anna's jaw dropped. I saw it. She's leaving in less than a week. He took in Anna's shocked look and barked a harsh laugh. She's kept secrets from you, too. Maybe she's not the person you thought she was either. Anna snapped her mouth shut, spun on her boot, and stalked out of the barn. Dallas watched her go and then slumped back down in his dark corner. He was prideful, yes, he was. Because he'd had something to be proud of, Bonnie. Without her, the Lime Peak Ranch was empty and so was he.
Chapter 36. Logan Labrum. Monday morning dawned much like every other summer day, except there was a sense of loss hanging over the Lime Peak Ranch. Logan couldn't put his finger on the unsettling in his soul. He was more tender than most when it came to intuition. Not wanting to alarm his sweet wife, he kissed Ellie goodbye before she left for work. She came willingly into his arms, and he offered a prayer of gratitude for this amazing woman. Sunday breakfast with the family hadn't been comfortable by any means. It was funny that Logan had gotten what he wanted, to hold Ellie's hand and kiss her during a family meal, to have the Dumonts know how much he loved Ellie, yet he'd lost, too. Anna's glares melted the ice in his lemonade. John wasn't much friendlier, remaining on the opposite side of the deck and refusing to speak with Logan or Ellie. Bonnie's graciousness as a hostess made up for the frosty reception, and Olivia was so excited she would have talked to a roly-poly bug. Then Robert showed up, and she hardly said a word. Ellie had cried when she opened the quilt Dallas and Bonnie had given them. She knew right away that it came from the quilt shop that provided blankets for the entire ranch. The gift proclaimed Dallas and Bonnie's feelings. Ellie would always have a place at the Lime Peak. The job offer from Dallas had the same effect on Logan. Both gifts gave Logan hope for their future here and the courage to move forward with the house plans. Ellie's truck bounced down the dirt lane, leaving a trail of dust behind her. Olivia's truck followed while Logan was still waving goodbye. Olivia smiled as she passed. Despite the few clouds dappling the morning sky, today was a good day to cut hay. He checked the forecast on his phone. The week looked dry. If he cut today, he could rake Wednesday morning and bale Thursday. The family was packing up to head to the Youth Stampede Rodeo, 40 minutes away in Nephi, for the weekend. This was a long one, 3 days starting Thursday night and ending with fireworks on Saturday. He could use the stacker Thursday after bailing, go watch Ellie ride, and then come back on Friday morning to do the rest before driving back to Ellie and their trailer at the rodeo grounds. Robert was staying behind and had offered his help. Bonnie was staying, too, and had offered a good lunch for the two of them. Logan passed the barn, and a shiver crossed his skin and glued his boots to the ground. Despair billowed out the gaping open doors. Like an octopus's tentacle, it tried to grab him and pull him inside. He squared off with the door, his hands on his hips and his feet slightly apart. So many memories of walking on his dad in a state of loss and loneliness and desperation and drink assaulted him. Surely Joe had not dared to set foot on the ranch. Logan dropped his chin to his chest. The only way to overcome this dread was to face it. He offered a prayer before forcing his feet forward. Jewel and Juniper poked their heads over the stall doors. Juniper kicked the stall, demanding food. She was pregnant, so her orneriness was understandable. Logan took in the scene. Hay was spread from one end of the barn to the other, the blue baling twines slithering through the stacks. There were fresh gouges in the walls and a shovel lying in the middle of the walkway. He shook his head. Whoever had done this was reckless and blinded by their hatred or pain or both. Logan grabbed a handful of hay and threw it into Juniper's feeder to stop the horse from breaking through the door on her own. He did the same thing for the other horses. He tripped over a pitchfork buried in the mess. With a shake of his head, he pulled it out and began gathering the hay into a large pile. It wasn't until he'd worked his way to the back of the barn that he saw the brown plaid shirt amongst the disaster. Stepping closer, he let out a sigh. "Oh, Dallas." The bear of a man was breathing, his barrel chest moving up and down with ease. Logan sniffed and didn't find a trace of alcohol, which only made him worry more. "Dallas." Logan shook his arm. Dallas came to. Groggy but healthy. "What time is it?" he croaked. "About 8:30. Logan helped him sit up. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, son." Logan didn't believe him. "You look like your pony dragged you to the North 40 and back. Let's get you inside so you can clean up." "No!" Dallas held up a meaty palm. He grunted at the movement. Logan took his hand and turned it over, examining the rugged cuts crusted with blood. He didn't bother asking if Dallas wanted help. Men wouldn't give their consent, but they'd go along with him if he just took charge. He put Dallas's arm around his neck and heaved them both to their feet. "Take me upstairs." Dallas grimaced. Logan didn't ask why. He'd seen enough fights between his parents to understand that couples needed space once in a while. George stared at them as they entered the apartment without knocking. "What happened?" He scrambled out of the chair and took Dallas's other arm. "He got in a fight with the barn." Logan tried to keep it light. "Didn't you see the mess?" George shook his head. "I spent the day with Carol and came home in the dark." "You're lucky you didn't trip over a pitchfork." Logan eased Dallas onto a bar stool. George stayed next to him, his hand on Dallas's shoulder to keep him steady. Dallas was alert enough he wouldn't collapse on them anytime soon. Logan headed for the sink, where he wet a fresh washcloth and did his best to clean the cuts without hurting Dallas. "Something troubling you," he said by way of making conversation. George winced as he took in Dallas's hands. "Must be some kind of trouble." "Woman trouble always is." Dallas ran a wet hand down his face, dust dripping like tears. "I don't know where to go from here." He stared down at the counter, looking broken. "Why don't you back up a bit and fill in what happened between breakfast and this morning?" Logan found the first aid kit under the kitchen sink. He straddled a bar stool and Logan opened the kit, looking for antibacterial ointment. George snagged a bowl of half-eaten cereal off the table and ate standing up. Dallas told them about meeting Bonnie on a blind date. He skipped to the wedding, covered their struggles with infertility with delicacy, and choked over the knowledge that Bonnie had placed a baby for adoption before she met him. He growled out that Robert was that baby. Logan applied ointment and affixed bandages, doing his best to care for Dallas's physical wounds. His other wounds were going to take a whole lot more time and attention. Some would never heal. Logan had learned that from his father. And that's not the worst of it. Dallas tucked his hands close to his middle. She's leaving me. He drew in a shaky breath. I found an airplane ticket. Logan's hands stopped moving. He struggled to wrap his head around these two loving people not being together. Have you talked to her? No. He and George exchanged a look. I highly recommend talking to your wife, Dallas, said George. Things only get bigger when you don't talk about them, believe me, I know. I let Carol walk away, and I should have been chasing her car down the dirt road to get her back instead of nursing my wounds. I can't right now. Why not? Logan didn't mean to sound so angry. There were things worth pushing, fighting, and driving for. A marriage was one of them. If it were him and Ellie, Logan would talk until he was blue in the face before he'd let her up and leave. He'd promised the moon and everything from here to there. 'Cause I don't blame her for going. Dallas swallowed. She asked me to see a doctor all those years ago. He used his shoulder to rub his cheek, his hands covered in bandages. She wanted a baby so badly, and I was sure I couldn't be the one that couldn't. I never went. I don't blame her for hating me. I don't. How could I? And yet I am so angry that she lied to me all these years. I can't talk to her. How could she do that to me? Pain. Logan gathered the crinkly Band-Aid wrappers. Dallas's head came up. Pain? She was in pain, Logan confirmed. His heart sagged. There was so much pain in the world, so many people hurting. All this time, Dallas and Bonnie had been so kind to him and Ellie, and inside they each carried burdens he couldn't imagine. Dallas stared at the counter. I've got to start cutting. Logan stood up. The vet'll be here in 10 minutes, said George. Don't let your pain stop you from seeing hers. He patted Dallas on the back and headed out the door. When Logan looked back, Dallas's head was on the counter and his shoulders shook with a mighty force. He shut the door behind him, giving the man enough respect to let him fall apart in private. George stopped at the bottom of the stairs and stared at the mess. I can't believe I didn't see this. Where did he sleep? In that corner. Logan pointed to the darkest part of the barn. Bonnie didn't come after him? Maybe she did. I didn't see him until I was practically on top of him. Do you think she's really leaving him? Logan adjusted his hat. I hope not. George nodded. After a moment of quiet, he slapped Logan on the back. If you need help hooking up to the swather, let me know. Thanks. They left the barn and parted ways. If Dallas wasn't up by noon, Logan would come back and check on him. He'd never seen a man who wasn't drunk dragged so low.
Chapter 37. Porter Dumont. Tuesday morning, Porter made his way to his dad's barn, where he hoped to find Robert and have a man-to-man conversation. If there was one thing his week in LA had taught him, it was that he'd shrivel up and die if he worked in the rope factory much longer. He'd met a man, an agent, who worked out of Nashville. He wanted to sign Porter, not the whole band, just Porter. The other guys were cool about it. They weren't ready to pick up and move to Nashville to chase the dream. Porter was. He was ready 5 months ago but didn't have the connections. Now he had the connections, but no money. He entered the barn and gave his eyes a minute to adjust to the dimmer light. Robert was pulling Mr. Cancan's face out of a bag of hay cubes. Porter shook his head. That goat got away with more than any of the Dumont kids ever did. Jax, will you take Mr. Cancan to his pen? Asked Robert. Sure. Jax took the goat by the collar and led him out of the barn. Mornin', Porter. Jax smiled as he passed. His 2 top teeth were missing. Whoa there, cowboy. Who knocked your teeth out? Porter glared like he'd go after whoever had picked on his friend. Jax laughed. They just fell out. Porter put his hand over his mouth. Is it contagious? Jax looked to his dad. Only if you're 7, Robert assured them. He shed his gloves and tucked them into his back pocket. I guess I'm safe, then. Porter nudged Mr. Canton along with his boot. See you later. Bye. Jax gave Mr. Cancan's collar a tug, and they headed toward his plush pen. Porter didn't waste a moment. Now that you're family, he began. Robert's eyebrows shot up. Mom told me. She didn't want rumors to get started. Robert rubbed his beard. Did she tell everyone? Porter tucked his thumb in his pocket. If you mean, did she tell Olivia? Then yeah. I wasn't there, so don't go all church lady gossip on me and ask me what Olivia said or anything. Robert shifted his feet. Deal. He studied the far wall. Porter let him think for a minute and then decided to get on with why he'd come in here this morning. Anyway, I was wondering if you'd be interested in a piece of land. That got Robert's attention. It's real close to the ranch and planted in top-dollar alfalfa right now. Robert looked at him hard. I assume you're in need of some cash. Porter lifted his jaw. I am. And you came to me because... 'Cause I can't see selling it to someone who isn't part of the ranch, and since you're related it works out. Plus, you said you'd help, if I wanted to go. I'm not sure I'm considered family, Porter. Robert scrubbed the back of his neck. Dallas. Porter put up both his hands. You're the best buyer I've got. Ellie and Logan are putting all their money into their house. George just finished building his. Olivia has medical bills. William wouldn't come home if it was the end of days. Mom and Dad would rather eat all the sand in the arena than help me leave, and Bonnie and Dallas are not speaking. Can you help me out or not? Robert sized him up. I can't deny that it's tempting. He took his gloves out of his pocket and slapped them against his thigh. Let's take a walk.
Chapter 38. Bonnie Ruggles. Even with her husband sleeping above the barn, life didn't slow down for Bonnie. People and animals had to eat. The day before a rodeo was always extra busy. Bonnie made a trip into Payson, where she stopped at the bank to get cash for Dallas. The concession stands rarely took debit or credit cards. She stopped at Smith's grocery to get the pumpkin cookies Dallas liked to snack on in the afternoon. And finally, she drove up to Benjamin to the IFA to pick up their feed order. Dallas liked to give the younger horses a conditioner when he worked them hard. With her errands done, she turned the truck to the west and headed home. Her heart was full of so many emotions lately that she'd cry or laugh right out loud at the oddest times. She parked the truck by the barn for Logan to unload the feed. He'd turned out to be quite the blessing, bandaging Dallas the way he had on Monday morning. He'd come inside to tell her what he'd found and that Dallas hadn't turned to drink to escape his troubles. Poor Logan, his father's choices would haunt him for eternity. But he had a dear heart and was genuinely worried Bonnie would turn her back on her husband. She would never do such a thing. She'd snuck up to the barn and gathered dirty clothes for washing, replacing them with clean ones. She sent Carol and Levi up there to deliver meals. She did everything she could for her husband without actually talking to him, because she didn't trust herself to say the right thing and she didn't want to make it worse. Was she sorry she'd lied? Yes. On so many levels. Was she sorry Robert was here? Not on your life. Bonnie was smart enough to know that when the Lord took 30 years to answer a prayer, you'd better show a little gratitude that he'd come through. Not in the way she'd planned. Not in the way anyone had planned. Wanting to get all the bags in one trip, Bonnie laid the handles over her forearms. She'd worried when Dallas hadn't come to bed for the second night in a row. That wasn't like him. In all their years of marriage, she could count the number of nights he'd slept on the couch on one hand. But then, he'd been dealt a bunk hand, and she couldn't blame him for staying away. She'd go after him if she knew how to make things right between them. There was no way to erase what she'd done. The burden hung heavier than the dozen grocery bags on her arms. She banged her way through the screen door, struggling to keep it from slamming shut on her. Managing to get through without grace or dignity, she came up short when she found Dallas at the kitchen counter. The envelope from the travel agency was in front of him, and his eyes contained a world of hurt. Bonnie set the bags on the stove and turned to wait. There were no words. "I'm sorry" was sorely lacking in strength. Dallas picked up the envelope. "Are you leaving me?" Bonnie sniffed. Those tears showing up again. "For 5 days, that's all. It's a tour of New York. Broadway's greatest hits." She couldn't seem to form a complete sentence. "The Statue of Liberty. Times Square," she trailed off. Her words were bouncing off of Dallas. "Why didn't you say something?" Bonnie paused, considering her options. There's been enough lies between them, lies that had likely cost them a family. If she'd told him about the baby. But she'd loved him so much, and she couldn't risk losing him back then. She didn't want to lose him now, but she'd lost herself because she hadn't been honest with herself either. "I didn't think you'd understand. You like me at home." "Of course I do," he said softly. Bonnie hurried on. "I want to see things." She flipped around, unable to see what her words were doing to the strongest man she'd ever known. "We could have bought 2 tickets. We can afford it. You want to sit through 6 Broadway musicals." She didn't have to look to know that his lip curled in distaste. His silence was his answer, and she was vindicated, slightly, in her decision. "Why didn't you tell me about the baby?" The question was laced with betrayal. The answer was the same as before. "I didn't think you'd understand." She remembered all too well visiting his parents' home. The strict upbringing. The lectures from his parents about everything from curfews to holding hands, and they were adults. Dallas muttered, "Anna," as if her name were a word best left in the barn. Bonnie spun around, bracing herself against the stove, the handle digging into her back. "You are a good man, Dallas. But you tell me, would you have given me a second look if you'd known I had a baby out of wedlock?" He fiddled with the envelope. "I made a mistake. I was young and impressionable and scared and in some ways taken advantage of." Dallas's head snapped up. Bonnie held up her hand. "It wasn't like that. I wasn't a victim of anything more than my own stupidity." He jerked his head to the side. "I made several mistakes, and I lived with the consequences of those every day. You know I have. You of all people have seen my pain." He furrowed his brow. "But if you want me to say I'm sorry that Robert and Jax are here now, I can't do it. I can't tell you how much having them here, knowing Robert is well, that he was loved by someone even if it wasn't me, brings me peace." She clasped her hands to her chest. "I wouldn't take that away from you." For the first time since Dallas stormed out to the barn 2 days ago, Bonnie had some hope for them. But this? He flipped the envelope over and her stomach dropped. "I'm asking you not to go. Not now." Bonnie pressed her hands into her chest. The New York trip was the only thing that had held her together through all of this. She needed the time, the space, to sort through all that had happened, and Robert had agreed not to leave while she was gone. She needed to go, alone, to remember who she was at her core. They're non-refundable. She'd done that on purpose so she wouldn't back out. "I thought we had a good marriage." Dallas brushed his palm across the counter. I thought we'd weathered our storms." Bonnie moved to lean across the counter towards him. "I'm not leaving you. It's a vacation. I work here. I cook here. I clean here. I care for everyone else. I need this." His boots scraped against the tile. "I guess you've made up your mind." Dallas? Things were settled, in a way, but Bonnie was decidedly unsettled by the emptiness in her husband. Dallas paused at the door. We're leaving early in the morning. I'll stay with George again. I don't want to disturb your sleep. He pushed through the door before she could protest. Bonnie put her hands on her hips. I guess you've made up your mind about that, then. She retrieved the envelope and made sure everything was still inside.
Chapter 39. Logan Labrum. With the rodeo looming, Logan and Ellie had little time to do much more than drive into Payson to buy groceries after Ellie got home from work. Even still, there was something weighing on his mind. Mind if we stop in to check on Joe? He asked on their way back home. The canyon was empty today, and he took the turns faster than he probably should. He'd visited the old man yesterday after cutting hay. Finding Dallas in a heap had rattled him, bringing up memories he'd rather leave shoved down. Sure. Ellie laid her head on his shoulder. Having her near was warm and wonderful. Normally, he wouldn't think of exposing her to Joe, but something strange had happened yesterday during his visit. Joe was awake, alert in a way he hadn't been in a long time. Logan chanced telling his dad about the wedding, leaving out the part that Ellie was a Dumont. Joe had smiled all toothy. The look was strange on his sallow cheeks. Tell me about her, he'd said. So Logan did. He talked about Ellie while he helped his dad shower and as he shaved his whiskers and kept right on talking as he vacuumed, straightened, and threw in a load of laundry. It was the best day he'd had with Joe in as long as he could remember. Bring her by sometime. I'd like to meet this girl. I will, Logan promised. And even though his dad wasn't worthy of meeting Ellie, Logan thought it best to follow through when he'd given his word. He steered them through town, swerving to miss the pothole in front of the church, and finally pulled to a stop in front of the weathered porch. Logan turned off the engine but kept his hand on the keys. It might be messy. Preparing her would be best. There was no way to be ready for what could be in there. He hoped and prayed that his dad's lucidity had lasted, but knew from experience that the chances of that happening were slim. Logan, it's fine. Ellie gave his arm a squeeze. I didn't tell him you were a Dumont. Ellie grinned. I'm a Labrum now. She gave him a coy look. I won't tell him you've been slumming around if you don't. He took her face in his hands and pressed his lips to hers, firm and sure. It's the other way around, sweetheart. Once on the doorstep, he hesitated. There was something off. Like when he'd walked past the barn the other morning, Logan sensed a change. He expected the normal aura of despair and defeat, but there was a new feeling he couldn't quite place. Whatever was in there was cold and empty and dark and sad, so very sad. He pushed the door open and left it wide. Wait here, he said, pressing his palm flat against Ellie's stomach as the cold rushed past him like a tidal wave. Ellie grabbed his arm. Logan? She felt it too. He could see the fear in her eyes. He met her gaze. I'll go first. Please wait. She didn't argue with him. Joe, he called. There was no response, but there was rarely a response. He made his way through the house, flipping on lights. Not because the sun was down, but because he needed to chase something away. Entering the master bedroom, he found his dad curled up on his side. Joe. He shook him, but there was no movement. Not even a breath. Logan recoiled. Understanding flooded his mind. He'd felt death. The grayness had kept his father company until Logan came for him. He pressed his fists to his temples, hating the way his heart drained like a water balloon with a small hole. Ellie appeared in the doorway, her face soft and her eyes full of strength. He's gone. There was no love lost for this man. Not now. All Logan could think of was that the carpet still had lines in it from when he'd vacuumed yesterday. She crossed the distance between them and slipped her hands around his middle. Her body was warm, bright, and full of the beautiful life they were building together. She chased the darkness out of the room. Will you call someone? She pressed her cheek to his chest, her voice echoing inside of him. I knew this was coming. Some part of me knew. Yeah. She pulled him closer. But are you okay? He swallowed, amazed that he didn't feel more. There should be emotions when a man's father dies. It was a long time coming. He's free from the hate, the addictions. I imagine he's dancing. Ellie nodded. You should stay with him. I'll take care of things. She kissed his cheek and headed towards the hall. She pulled her phone out of her pocket and searched for a number. Hi, her voice faded down the hallway. Logan tucked the blanket under Joe's chin. He should straighten him out, but he couldn't bring himself to touch the body. That's all that was left, a body. The spirit was gone away to the God that created him. For the life of him, Logan hoped it was a happy reunion, because he suspected there were a great many transgressions Joe would have to answer for. There was his mother and the countless tears she had cried. Pastor Rick had once said that a husband would have to account for those tears, that the Lord did not take kindly to his daughters being made to cry. If that was the case, then Joe would not want to meet the God of creation. Logan sat on the chair across from the bed. He studied the lines on Joe's face, softer now that there wasn't a world of hate behind the eyes. Thankfully, his eyes were closed. Maybe he died in his sleep. There were no signs of struggle, of suffering. That was a blessing. Logan dropped his head and leaned his elbows on his knees. His father had been a burden for so many years, and now he was gone, and Logan couldn't bring himself to celebrate. Others would. They would be happy to throw dirt on his casket and bury him 8 feet underground. Ellie reappeared in the doorway. This time, he went to her, drawn in by her light. Let's wait outside. He wanted her as far away from all of this as possible. Once on the porch, he shut the door behind them, pressed her up against the wood, and just held her close. He just needed to feel her warm body next to his, to know there was warmth in the world and that she wouldn't turn him away. She gave him all that he needed, holding nothing back.
Chapter 40. George Dumont. George tugged at his tie. He'd worn a bow tie to his first wedding, looking like a lovesick puppy. This time, Carol picked out a silver, gray, and black tie that he had to shape into a huge knot, like some fancy-pants Englishman. They'd only had a couple days to pull this whole thing together. She'd seen the ties on Pinterest, blast that crafty site, and decided to make George suffer. He glanced down at Levi and caught him tugging on his tie. George shook his head. Levi scowled. The Ute Stampede Rodeo was tomorrow, and his family had other places to be, but they were all here and wearing blue button-up shirts and black jeans. Blue for loyalty and commitments. He'd thought that one up all on his own. William and Porter had hauled benches down from Bonnie's and set them up all proper-like. His 2 younger brothers were sitting on the front row, just like they had the first time he and Carol stood before Pastor Rick and exchanged vows. His mom and dad sat behind the boys. Then Ellie and Logan, holding hands. Those 2 were like pots of glue, constantly stuck together. Logan's dad had died, and Logan hunched over his chair, his eyes rimmed in red. The guy didn't deserve all the crap he had been dished in this life. He should have been born a Dumont. Then his life would have been filled with so many sweet things: roping, rodeo, family, support, joy, love. George shook his head. Not everyone was as lucky as he was. Carol wasn't. Her mom was on the other end of Ellie and Logan's bench. She was glued to her phone, which dinged every 30 seconds or so. She was here, and George's heart was so full of love that he gave her props for showing up and let go of everything else. Robert, Jax, and Bonnie sat together on the other front bench. Dallas was in the back, alone. He folded his arms over his stomach and pulled in on himself. He didn't look up, and he didn't talk to anyone. Every once in a while Ellie would reach back and pat his knee. Olivia was inside with Carol. He checked his watch. What could take them so long? Carol was beautiful rolling out of bed. Pastor Rick shuffled through his index cards. His eyes scanned quickly over each small page. His bald head was shiny. George could have offered him a cowboy hat, but he doubted the pastor would wear one during the ceremony. He slapped the nervous Nellie on the back. "Remember what you told me last time? This is the easy part." Pastor Rick grinned, revealing his large front teeth. "Remember what you told me? It's easy for you, you've done this before." Olivia hurried out of the house. She waved to Pastor Rick that they were ready and then took a seat next to Dallas. Porter stood up and adjusted his guitar strap. He grinned and began playing "Always on My Mind" in a slow and romantic beat. Carol stepped out of the house and stole George's breath away. She wore a simple lace skirt and fitted blouse with blue boots that matched her jewelry. He wanted to thank Bonnie with a look or a wink for providing something new and something blue today, but he couldn't tear his eyes off his bride. She navigated the lawn with her eyes hidden below her thick lashes. Once she reached the benches, she met his eyes, and the whole world disappeared. George held out his hand, not knowing what he was supposed to do. All Pastor Rick's instructions flew out of his head. He surrendered to the overwhelming love burning through his body and soul. Carol was the one. She had always been the one.
Chapter 41. Olivia Dumont. Olivia sniffed and dabbed at her eyes. There was so much love in the air and around Carol and George that it might as well be growing under her feet and in the Lime Peak Ranch fields laid out behind the canopy used as a backdrop for George and Carol's recommitment ceremony. Dallas handed her a handkerchief, a blue one. He had dozens of red ones. He must have selected this to go with the blue George and Carol asked the guests to wear tonight. She leaned against his strong frame. "You're a romantic, Dallas," she whispered. "But I won't tell anyone." Dallas grunted. His skin was splotchy, as if he'd been crying. That was impossible. Dallas didn't cry, not even when a cow stepped on his hand or a horse kicked his ribs. Something had happened to reduce this proud, strong man to tears. She knew just what had been done. Her eyes went to Robert and Bonnie, and her heart seized with the knowledge that she'd had a hand in making Dallas feel this way. She was the one who had argued with Robert, insisting Bonnie had a right to know about him. Guilt was not a friend she would court, but it had showed up at her side anyway. Where Dallas was a cloud of sadness and depression and broken hearts, Bonnie beamed with the joy of having her son and grandchild near. Olivia cocked her head. Still, there were worry lines around Bonnie's mouth, parentheses that framed her worries. Carol took George's hand, and they stared at one another as if they hadn't been apart for years. Or maybe it was the years apart that made this moment so special for them. Sorrow and joy were best friends. Robert brought great joy to Bonnie and sorrow to Dallas. Carol's leaving brought sorrow to the whole family, and her return brought joy. Logan and Ellie's wedding brought the two of them great joy and sorrow to Mom and Dad. The list could go on, but Olivia didn't need to continue to know that she needed to grab on to the joy she could get in this life. Her eyes wandered to Robert. Was she supposed to run into his arms now that he'd told Bonnie who he was? It wasn't like he was standing there with open arms. He'd hardly paid her any notice over the past couple of days. She dried her eyes and handed the handkerchief back to Dallas. There were no right and wrong answers here. Not that she could see. She'd just have to follow her heart and see if it led her to a place as sweet as the one under the flower-covered canopy. Chapter 42. Carol Dumont. Carol's dress wasn't tight, but she was having a hard time breathing. Pastor Rick was talking, but his voice was like Charlie Brown's teacher, blah blah blahing without making much sense. She fought to hear him over the blood pounding through her ears. She was getting remarried to George, the man she adored, loved, who grated on her last nerve and made her skin tingle with a touch. And he was looking at her like he loved her every bit as much as she loved him. There was no more teeter-tottering in love, there was only the two of them on equal ground. George caressed the back of her hand with his thumb. Carol moistened her lips, her throat dry. She ripped her eyes away from George and focused on the pastor. He shuffled his cards. Marriage enriches every part of a couple's life. Happiness is bigger, memories are sweeter, commitment is stronger. Marriage makes forgiveness a necessity and allows anger to fade faster. When you two pledge your love to one another once again, you create a bond, unique to your marriage, that binds you with more than words. Your marriage becomes a living, breathing entity that must be nurtured and nourished, tended and tender. He looked up from the cards. Do you have rings? Levi dug deep in his pocket and pulled out the simple gold bands. He handed one to George and one to Carol. Unable to hold in the love, Carol bent down and kissed his cheek. He giggled. George kissed his other one at the same time, and Levi laughed right out loud, which brought chuckles from everyone in attendance. Carol could have laughed for days, she was so happy. Levi scampered over to William and took a spot on the front row. George looked at the pastor for permission to speak. Pastor Rick nodded, which was all the encouragement George needed. His newfound boldness in expressing himself was a balm to Carol's wounds. Carol. His voice caught, and he paused for a moment to get his emotions under control. I never liked men who cried. He laughed at himself and wiped at his eye. I thought they were weak. But these tears come from the strongest part of me, they come from my love for you. Carol's eyes began to sting. She blinked hard to keep the tears away or she would never get through the ceremony. You are my sweetheart. My life begins and ends with you. I give you this ring as a gift. Whenever you look at it, I hope you remember what a gift you are to me. He slid the ring on her finger, nestling it next to the diamond he'd given her 5 years ago. She laughed and cried and dabbed at her eyes with her right hand. When her throat finally cleared, she began, George, you know my best and my worst and you loved me anyway. When I gave up, you didn't give up on us. You are the bravest and dearest man I have ever known. I knew from the first time I saw you that you would have my heart. She sniffed and gulped back tears. It's yours, it's always been yours, and it always will be. I give you this ring as a gift. When you look at it, I hope you remember that you are greatly loved. She slid the ring on his finger, and he grabbed her hands with desperation to never let go. Pastor Rick waited a moment before continuing the ceremony. George and Carol, you have renewed the vows you made on your wedding day. You showed the renewal of your marriage by clasping hands, pledging your continued love for one another, and exchanging rings. May your wedding vows join you forever as husband and wife. Please celebrate with a kiss. George wrapped her up in his embrace and paused, his eyes running over her face as if memorizing the moment. She did the same, wanting to imprint all his love into her heart forever. She brushed her fingers down his cheek, and he lowered his mouth to cover hers. His lips were warm and minty and knew exactly how to kiss her. Carol leaned into the kiss, her knees growing weak and her heart gaining strength. She threw her arms around his neck and held on tight. The family cheered and Carol laughed, having forgotten they had an audience. George kissed her again and she kissed him back. Can we have cake now? Levi's little voice cut through the cheers. Yes. Carol kissed George once more, for good measure, before lifting her skirt, taking George's hand, and leading the way to the round table Bonnie had set up for the wedding renewal cake. At her first wedding ceremony, she'd thought the wedding was the hardest part. Now, she knew the marriage was much more work. That was okay, there was joy in this work. And even though life wasn't perfect on the Lime Peak Ranch, it was blessed with many moments of joy. You've been listening to a much-anticipated bride. A Lime Peak Ranch family drama romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell.
We are back. I hope you enjoyed your time with the families in Lime Peak Ranch and that you got another little glimpse into their lives and the things that happen on the ranch. It's a really great time. I'm excited for next week because next week they're going to do a cattle drive. It'll be fantastic. So stay tuned and like, subscribe, all those wonderful things that make the channel go and do. And thank you. And remember that you're loved. I'll see you next week.